YouTube channel, the primary platform for our weekly video podcast, where together we explore deeper understanding of the universe and ourselves. This channel focuses on teaching the foundational spiritual concepts required for accurately perceiving our world through the study of human psychology and cosmic law, the inner and outer worlds of our reality. Our mission is to empower, inspire, and encourage others to heal and transform themselves and the world by aligning our will and our actions with the objective principles of true morality, personal sovereignty, and the immutable laws of nature. And ultimately, we want to assist our human family to remember the tribe by connecting with each other and our ancestors in the spirit of cooperation and community. Join us every week for rich and balanced commentary and engaging interviews with prolific thinkers as we explore a diverse and holistic array of topics related to spirituality and philosophy, esoteric psychology, individual sovereignty and freedom, healing and health, the arts of self-gnosis, paganism, ancient traditions, the occult, and much more. Our content is freely available to those seeking to actualize the full potential of their own personal power, sovereignty, and creativity. Please subscribe to our channel and opt in for notifications so you never miss an episode. And follow our audio podcast, available on Spotify, iTunes, and other major platforms. To find out more about us, our mission, and other products and services, please visit our website at thewizardfactory.com. Hello everyone, my name is Logan Hart, and I'm very honored to be speaking to all of you here today. And I want to thank you all for showing up here and supporting the great work. What I'm going to be talking to you about today is 3 things that I think can help evolve the natural law perspective. I had a really hard time deciding what to do this presentation on. My original intention was actually to do a very comprehensive delivery of a work that I've actually been working on for a couple of years now. And the more I tried to make that work, the more I realized that that would just be too vast to cover. So I'm just going to focus on what I think is the most important thing that I can say to all of you in context to what everyone else is speaking on as well. So first, a little bit about me. I've been a student of natural law for about 11 years, and I've been teaching it for 3 or 4 of those. I'm the co-creator of The Wizard Factory, which is a spirituality-based podcast founded in the principles of natural law, along with my good friend Brian, who's also speaking here today. So it's a subject that I'm extremely passionate about, and I'm always thinking about and pondering and trying to develop these ideas in a way to make them more useful, because already as they stand, I feel no other body of information has been quite so life-changing as this. So I just have a few things that I think can really help us all grow more together in this community. And this is really just scratching scratching the surface, but this will be the most succinct and potent presentation that I can deliver in this time. So the first point that I want to touch on is that natural law is not limited to just the Hermetic principles. They are certainly a great starting off point, and I see them as extremely foundational to the understanding. But the Hermetic principles are a framework, not a biblical blueprint. And stagnation follows this type of rigid dogmatism that I see very often. And so this is why I'm bringing attention to this, because I think we should be using them as the foundational understanding, but continuing to build on that foundation, discovering new laws, finding new perspectives, and continuing to evolve our understanding of this important topic. So to get into a couple of examples here, first of all, an easy one would be the principle of care introduced by Mark Passio in his natural law presentation. This is his own personal expansion on these ideas. And if you want to learn more about that, I highly recommend going and watching that thing in its entirety. And what that is essentially embodying sort of all of the rest of the Hermetic principles into heart-based intelligence, or what I would say is holistic intelligence. In other words, applying all of the principles, both hemispheres of your brain, your heart, your soul, all of that, and applying it holistically and acting through care. You're not going to see any of that in the Kabbalion, for example. Mark expanded on that himself. Another example would be this idea that Brian Easterday of the Wizard Factory and I have been developing called awareness creates choice. Very simple idea, but in that those two dynamics are directly tied to each other. So as awareness increases, choice or freedom increases within your own life, the quality of your options. So that would be another example. Or looking at the trivium, which is the building blocks of how reality is actually created. And this concept can be seen everywhere from Greek philosophy to Norse mythology. But the concept is the same because truth is persistent and universal. So moving on to my second point. Morality is not limited to simply cause and effect, which is one of the 7 Hermetic principles. And I'm probably going to spend the most time here. So to understand where I'm coming from here, I first feel the need to sort of differentiate 2 words, morals and ethics. Yes, this is a bit semantic, but words like truth and morality are just too complex, I feel, to be used so broadly. So first, let's talk about ethics. This is something that's more based on something like a code. In the dictionary or something like that, it could show up as abiding by the law, or some sort of fixed code. And these, in the context of natural law, are more easily framed in the negative or apophatic. And these are the things that are universally applicable in all cases. That's what universal means, is applicable in all cases. Or another way of putting it is objective, what many of you know as objective morality. So I'm sort of proposing that that would be more on the ethical side of things. Things such as rape, assault, murder, theft, trespass, actual crimes where there is a victim, in other words. Whereas morals are defined as something more personal, and they can be more easily framed in the positive. The things that you don't have to do, but you generally should do. And this is much more subjective and, dare I say, relative to you, what you feel comfortable with, what is the situation. That's a big one too, is sometimes what is right is relative to the situation, to the variables. So morals can be things like, say, to do with others, like feeding the homeless, when to end a relationship or a business partnership, how often to call your mother, or how you speak to other people and how you treat people. These aren't things anyone can really tell you exactly what's the exact right way to do it. It's kind of just up to you to go with what you feel, kind of use your conscience. They can even be something to do with only yourself. For example, choosing to eat a healthy diet, or whether you want to seek Western versus alternative medicine for a problem, or whether to listen to Nickelback or watching too much TV. You can say that those things are bad and they are harmful, but it's still that person's choice to make, and no one can really rightfully stop them from doing that. So simply put, morals are what is right for you. So those unethical actions are all violations of individual property rights. That's very important. And they're based upon the metrics of harm and consent. So if the action taken is a consensual act but causes harm, you could say that it is immoral. In other words, for them, it's harmful, but it is not unethical in that it is a right that can be taken. It's an action that can be taken. If the action is not consensual, then regardless of the harm or even perceived harm, that action is unethical, because that consent is foundational to living in a free world. And so only if it is consensual and not harmful is it then ethical and moral. In other words, in harmony with the higher good of yourself, your health, things like that. And the reason for this distinction is to account for personal sovereignty, which is based in rightful property ownership. You own yourself, full custody, 100% of the shares, and no one else does. And the same is true of everyone else, hence the word universal, applicable in all cases. Your interactions with others obviously include others, and therefore are mutually owned. Your interactions are mutually owned property, and you do not have the full say. So anything that's only to do with you, you have 100% of the say. And when it includes another person, then that responsibility is then shared. So when you engage in a long-term relationship with someone, that relationship then becomes mutual property. And when that consent is withdrawn, regardless of how the other person feels, that's why I say that the consent is kind of the bottom line there, is that is what is engaging in mutually consensual behavior or voluntary behavior. So I like to teach natural law in a simple way, stated as such: if this, then that. sort of the cause and effect aspect of that. If this happens, then that will happen. Or if you do this, then this will be the outcome. But that also applies to the conditions themselves. If these are the conditions, then this will be the outcome. And so the outcome can change based on those conditions, even if the action is the same. So, to touch on the Hermetic principles, to begin with what is most likely most familiar is the approach of, as I just said, cause and effect. direct consequentialism, or karmic law, essentially, is when you have actions, you're putting that forth into the unified reality field that we all share and engage in, and you are subject to the consequences of those actions. Another way I like to put this is you're free to do anything you want. You're just not free from the consequences of those actions. So you can look at it like a right isn't necessarily an ability, and vice versa. This really is a very good place to start, again, with that foundational level of understanding the things you don't do. Beyond that, it's within the realm of freedom and personal choice. So you need to get those down first. And if people could do that, we'd already be 80%, 90% closer to a better world. Because in this context, and why this is such an important one to understand, is with the cause and effect here, when you perpetrate one of those actual natural law crimes, you are creating slavery for someone else. So that is the effect of your actions, is creating or enslaving someone, essentially. So again, that really is the most important one to understand, but don't stop there. Keep going. You can look at, even within the 7 principles, there are other ones that relate to morality and ethics. For example, the 4th law of polarity. The law of polarity says that everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. So again, extremes meet. Just those 2 words right there really kind of dial in on what I'm pointing at here. Is that we're talking about gradients, variables, dynamics, things that shift and move, because that's what energy is always doing. And these polarities are just how energy is measured. You have the extreme on each end. You can look and see what those are, but there's no actual line between them. There's no point in which it goes from end to middle to end. It's really all just one thing. So, for example, even consent and harm have these sort of parameters to them. So you can look at this as, again, where the variables come in, where the different factors, the circumstances come in. You can clearly hear when a person says no. There is no mistaking that. It's, you could mishear it, but it's very clearly in reality. But that doesn't mean that if a person is half asleep or sleepwalking and agrees to something they weren't even aware of, that there's very clearly a gradient of consent here. Or even, and there's a lot of ways you can look at this, say the age of consent, literally, or the maturity spectrum is a gradient. There's no one day that a person wakes up and they're fully autonomous and mentally developed enough to make their own decisions fully. That it happens on a timeline over time. So again, there aren't these hard lines, and trying to draw them, I feel, really disconnects you from that holistic intelligence, that balanced perspective. You also have the law of gender, which is masculine and feminine, positive and negative, essentially how there is a dualistic aspect to everything. I think the most potent way to apply this perspective is seeing that there is that subjective and the objective element to everything. Take something like beauty, for example. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, And there is truth to that, but all truths are but half truths. There's a reason why some people are just naturally treated better, they get better job opportunities because people agree that there is beauty there. And you could even look at that as based on um, objective sacred geometry, and that our eyes can perceive the golden ratio in a face and symmetry and see that beauty is apparent. That's not just subject to someone's perception. There's something to that that other people can see and subconsciously agree on. So there is both a subjective and objective aspect to beauty and pretty much everything else, including morality and ethics. So there is that subjective or that objective factor that applies to all people, in that everyone has consent and the ability to deny that, and no one can want to have their consent violated because that is how it's defined by its definition. That is universal. And so applying a certain code to your own life that you don't apply to other people or extend that same courtesy, that is a logical fallacy and therefore is in conflict with truth. So there is such thing as objective good. And so even, for example, you can choose to put bad food in your body. That would be an immoral decision because, well, it's your body, it's your property, but you're not respecting yourself as a divine being that's connected to nature. You're putting something disconnected from nature into your body, and the cause and effect of that is your body starts to decay so that it can recycle, and you get to try again because you got it wrong. So good health is objectively good. Nobody doesn't want to be healthy, and if they did, they're also mentally unwell, because only a mentally unwell person would want to be unhealthy or to have harm done to them. So I hope you can see where painting this bigger picture here, in that zoom out and see all the different dynamics, all the different laws and how they interact with each other, and not focus so much on just the one area. Again, there's so many different ways you could slice this and dive deeper. This is literally just skimming across the surface, and I'm actually dying a little bit inside that I can't dive deeper on these. But another example would be the law of vibration. By simply operating at a higher vibration in your own consciousness, you wouldn't be focusing on always trying to dissect right from wrong, because it comes naturally. It's more even intuitive, for example. So that's another way you can see that looking at it more holistically is actually a lot more effective in the outcome and the overall moral conduct of a person. So finally, that brings me to my third point that I want to touch on here, and that is comparing the monotheistic to the animist mindset. I'm aware that many of you are not familiar with the word animism, but it comes from anima, which is essentially the belief in a universal life force that gives anima, or this is where we get the word animate from, is when something is animated, it's imbued with the divine life force of the energy of the universe. And looking at it from this perspective, in terms of, and in relation to paganism, I see them as different, but still very almost interchangeable as far as words go, because paganism is animism, I guess you could say. So to help break this down, let's look at each of these words a little bit more closely. Monotheism, you have mono, meaning one, and theist, which is essentially theology being the study of God. This belief system brings with it what I call the monolithic mind virus. Again, mono means one. These are monolithic belief systems. Monolithic meaning centralized and static, stagnant. Think about monoculture, where a single crop is completely obliterating a ecosystem and scorching the earth just to grow this one vegetable. It's stagnant and toxic, and it destroys nature, literally. Monolithic belief systems, such as monotheism, do the same thing on the mental plane. They create a disconnect between the subject and the actual spiritual experience, the human experience. So to me, animism and paganism is essentially observing nature and its laws directly, creating your own scientific experiments, and actually interacting with them. It means having a direct relationship with nature, with the gods, with the stars, the planets, the signs. These are all just archetypal concepts that are depicting very real cosmic energies that are all around. And by all around, I mean out there, but also in here, because as law of correspondence states, as within, so without, and vice versa. This is why something like astrology is such a profound study of human and cosmic psychology, because they mirror each other. And the more you learn about the one, the more you learn about the other. This is all a process of self-discovery, discovering yourself through the universe, discovering the universe through yourself. So treating books and YouTube channels and presentations like Bibles reminds me of Christian denominationalism. It's essentially intellectual masturbation, and it has no basis in reality. So you need to cultivate those relationships with those universal cosmic energies, come to know them, and stop treating books and YouTube channels and any other source of information like a Bible that's just something to be memorized and regurgitated and argued about on the internet. It's about applying it to your own life and using it to empower yourself. And this constant searching of external sources of truth just only goes to show the lack of actual application. Because once you truly start to understand natural law for yourself, you don't need some kind of external rule book or something to live by. There is no such thing as an all-encompassing code that is going to give you the perfect outcome for every single situation. And if it did, why would you want that? That completely defeats the purpose of living your own life and having that experience to discover it for yourself. I just see it as such a distraction that is taking so much away from how this message is being viewed by outside people that may be curious about these things, and then they see the arguing and the very divided cliques of different beliefs and things like that. So to summarize, I can't stress the importance of conducting your own experiments, finding that truth for yourself. Try to put less emphasis on sources outside yourself and just be okay having an experience. And then really take that understanding and that knowledge and take action on it and apply it to your life and allow it to elevate you to be more empowered to create a better and more free world. So I hope that this has helped broaden some perspectives for some of you. I hope that you found some value in this. If you would like to see more of my work, I would love for you to check out the Wizard Factory YouTube channel. We have a podcast and thewizardfactory.com to find out more about our platform, where we offer various spirituality-based services such as personal consultations, rune readings, astrology readings. You can also find my other channel, Heartfire Visions, on YouTube, where you can listen to the full-length musical soundtrack which I produced for Mark Passio's upcoming Natural Law documentary. So again, I hope you enjoyed this presentation. It was a pleasure and an honor to speak here, and mad respect and shout out to all the other speakers here. I love you guys. And until next time, I hope you all stay empowered, inspired, and encouraged.
Hey everyone, my name is Cullen Smith. Welcome to Lifting the Veil. This is going to be a difficult presentation for me to put together, so I'm going to utilize what I've already pre-recorded from previous presentations because my YouTube channel was literally just terminated, and literally all of my social media platforms and every platform that I've spent years, almost a decade, building up for all of this content that you're about to witness throughout this entire presentation has been banned and deleted and just totally censored by all of big tech. So I'm currently scrambling to try to make an alternative YouTube channel and re-upload literally all of my entire 10 years of archives of videos and content. So I've been scrambling doing that. So I've struggled to put together this presentation, so I'm going to utilize pre-recorded segments from various presentations to go into this presentation. So we will cover a lot of material, and we're going to cover a lot of ground here, and I apologize because I'm not able to go as in-depth as it really needs to be, but we will do that in future presentations. So if you want to, I asked for if you want to share or support this work that you're going to see throughout this presentation, you can do so at subscribestar.com/liftingtheveil. I'm moving all of my archives away from Patreon to Subscribestar because of the deletion of my YouTube channel and the suspension of my Patreon account, and on and on and on. I'm getting deplatformed from every single social media and big tech company platform because of the context and the content that you're going to see throughout this presentation. So without further ado, enjoy, and let's dive right into the material. We will cover a cursory introduction, and then we will go deeply into highly advanced content at a really rapid pace. So the title of this talk is Esoteric Anatomy, the Electric Temple of Man, and we're going to cover a lot of material, a lot of different material, and I've had a hard time putting this presentation together because of all the work that I've been immersed in trying to finish up these couple films that I've got going that are almost about to be complete, that I was working on right when I was making this. So I've had to basically completely divert my attention away from that and try to refocus it onto putting this together. So it's going to be a lot of information, and it's going to be a big tapestry that we're going to be weaving together here. The human body is the temple, or the vehicle in which the spirit dwells and operates, and like any high-performance vehicle, it requires proper fuel, proper maintenance, and proper understanding in order to function at its full potential without breaking down. You will learn the basics and advanced metaphysical concepts that govern life, the incredible human body, and facilitate its function as the bridge or conscious interface between the cosmos and the earth. You will learn basic and advanced concepts of language, anatomy, nutrition, hermetic principles, and laws that govern the universe from macro to micro scale. Logia is the study of. I have hewn a sacred log from the logos at the root of the sacred tree of knowledge, and we are going on a log ride of logic. We are embarking on a quest, an initiation through the sacred portal into a rapid overview of the universal mysteries. We will cover the 7 liberal arts, the 7 hermetic principles, doctrine of signatures, epigenetics, and as always, lots and lots of scientific symbology. This is the essence of the Sacred 101, of the gateway of initiation into the portal of the sacred mysteries, to embark on the journey, on the hero's quest. To embark on this quest, we will need foundational tools in order to help decode and decipher the reality and understand the world and ourselves at large. These are the 2 inner truths. These are the inner truth and the outer truth, what I call the twin pillars of knowledge. Gnosis means knowledge in ancient Greek, and it refers specifically to knowledge of self through the internal subjective experience. Scientia is Latin for knowledge, from the root of sciere, of shiri, meaning to know, more specifically referring to knowledge of the external world by means of experimentation and dissection of the parts in order to study the whole. These are the two pillars of knowledge of self, inner and the outer. One must know thyself in order to understand our relationship and role in the cosmos in relation to one another. One can subsequently also come to know thyself by knowing the other. The biblical usage of knowledge of knowing the other meant intimacy, as in sexual union, as in to get to know you better. This is the knowledge of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge. This is the fundamental knowledge of nature and its reproductive life cycle that is capable of inflicting either great harm or potentially revitalizing and invigorating, enriching the human experience. The keys of knowledge include the 7 liberal arts, which is composed of the 3 roads and the 4 roads, the trivium and the quadrivium. Symbolism is the language of the mysteries, the means by ever which man shall come to know things yet to be understood and intrinsic to his being. Symbolism is a fractal and multi-dimensional form of communication, condensing and distilling vital knowledge of physics and principles of nature into simple memes, which means that which can be memorized or passed on. And that is the very essence of the ancient Hebrew meaning of Kabbalah, which literally means a circle of select individuals, and it also means the knowledge or the wisdom of the elders passed down traditionally, generationally over time. So it's essentially the sacred torch, the sacred flame of Freemasonry, the sacred flame of knowledge, the Olympic torch that is being lit and carried throughout the ages, through the underworld, from the golden ages through the dark night of the long night and back into the golden ages once again. It's the keeping of the sacred flame of knowledge. Symbolism is capable of conveying far more informationally dense subject matter than most other forms of conveyance, and is therefore fractal in its capacity. Fractality means self-similarity, and is a key component of this presentation. The universe is fractal or holographic in the sense of the ancient Greek root word holos, is its origin of holographic, meaning whole. The same root word of health and the same root word of holy, because to be holy is to be healthy, and to be healthy is to be made whole. By syncretism and integration, assimilation and appropriation, it means that every part within the whole contains the whole within it, hence a hologram. The arts faculty was considered the lowest of the higher was considered the lowest, but was required of all students before entering into the higher faculties. The trivium, or the 3 roads, includes grammar, rhetoric, and logic, and this conveys the ability to be able to convey meaning and communicate the sacred mysteries to those around us and to the world at large, to take the internal and the external world and cross that boundary or the barrier between the two. Whereas the quadrivium, based on Pythagorean division of mathematics, includes arithmetic, which is the measure of number, geometry, which is the measure of number in space, and music, which is the measure of number in time. Astronomy or cosmology is the whole picture, the big symphony, the measure of number in space and time. It's the complete synthesis of all of these elements of the fundamental foundations of nature. These 7 liberal arts also correspond hermetically to the 7 hermetic principles, as originally written by the 3 initiates in the Kabbalion. And these principles compose of the principle of mentality, which states that all is mind and the universe is mental. One of the main components that we will focus on throughout this presentation are what follows from this point on, particularly the law of correspondence, and most of these other laws are actually essentially also contained as basically one ultimate principle. So they are different aspects of essentially sort of the same thing. Correspondence represents as above, so below. Or in other words, a mirror reality. That which is above on the macro level is also equivalent to the same level of physics as that which is below on the microcosmic scale, or the smaller fragment of reality. The laws of vibration state that nothing rests, everything is in motion, everything vibrates. And this is because everything is essentially a resonation of sound. Everything that is physical matter is literally arises from sound is an effect of vibration. When things move, things vibrate, and when things move and vibrate, that creates sound as a byproduct. The laws of polarity state that everything is essentially has its polar opposite, which equates essentially as well to the principle of gender, which is, as Walter Russell suggests, is that all of nature is divided into twin opposing sex pairs of opposites, which act like pistons of the universe, interchanging and seeking balance and rest within its polar opposite, where that balance and rest lies, where in the stillness, the center point of the fulcrum between those oscillations of motion or movement, that still point of the fulcrum is the unification that ties it all together and is the engine of all creation. And so this is the two dualistic polarities of nature, which composes the laws of rhythm, which states that everything is in ebb and flow. Everything breathes in in-breath and out-breath in nature. Everything is animated through this motion and this alternating change between polarities, which creates motion and movement in the universe. The law of cause and effect is also one of the main components that we will be focusing on. One of the main components of reality is that everything, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction of Newton's second law of thermodynamics, and that everything that happens has an effect. Everything that we do, everything that we say, everything that we think has an effect, and every effect has a cause. And to understand the intrinsic relationship between that is to better understand ourselves and to better navigate for an optimal lifestyle. Pythagoras had said that, "Man, know thyself, then thou shalt know the universe and God." Protagoras of Abdera had said, "Man is the measure of all things." An ancient Egyptian proverb has said that the kingdom of heaven lies within you, and whosoever shall know themselves shall find it, which then transferred to the later ancient Greeks, which also says which says temet nosce, meaning to know thyself, which was a Greek aphorism hanging above the temple of Delphi, suggested to have been uttered by the oracle of Delphi. And we find this in the Bible as well, written as, "Neither shall they say, lo here, lo there, for behold, the kingdom of heaven lies within you." Pythagoras had also said, in one of the main rules, one of the main most strict rules of the tenets of the Pythagoreans, was, "Let no man enter into the temple who is ignorant of geometry." And this is sort of interesting because if no man is ignorant, if someone is ignorant of geometry, they obviously aren't going to be able to learn about geometry by not being allowed into the temple. So that is why the de-occulting of knowledge and information is so important, so crucial at this time, because we now have to initiate each other into the sacred mysteries, because if you cannot gain knowledge of geometry unless you are first initiated into the knowledge of geometry. So it's sort of a double-edged sword there. So the point is to liberate information that men will no longer be ignorant of geometry. So that's what we're going to give you a vast and a broad overarching scope of throughout this presentation. So let no man enter who is ignorant of geometry. So we will give you the rundown of geometry so that no man will remain ignorant of geometry.
No, they're ignorant.
Rumi had said, "I looked in temples, churches, and mosques, but I found the divine within my own heart." And this is so brilliantly correspondent to what I call the indwelling spirit, which is literally the ancient Hebrew depictions of God, essentially, is located within the temple. The human body is the temple in which the spirit dwells, which houses the sacred spirit. And the ancient Hebrew letter shin was representative of the element of fire, essentially the coals which stoke the sacred fire, the coals which stoke the sacred flame. And the letter shin in the tetragrammaton of the Hebrew four-letter name of God, Yod He Vav He, as constructed into the human body, corresponds with the four sacred elements, or the five sacred elements, and the fifth element being spirit. You have earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, which essentially spirit is also literally means fire. Spirit is spiritus. It literally means breath. And that breath literally comes from the meaning of fire, as spire literally means to breathe. And it refers to the breathing or the combustion of oxygen, which is a process which keeps fire, which oxygenates fire, which fuels the sacred fire, which is the fuel that burns that candle, that wick of the sacred flame within the human temple. And the Hebrew letter shin actually corresponds exactly, as I've discovered, corresponds exactly with the nerve fibers of the human heart chamber, of the two chambers of the human heart, the left and right ventricles. And again, the sacred fire, the sacred spirit burns within the heart. So we can't dwell on these segments too long. We've got to keep moving because there's a lot to cover. So we've got to keep moving. The human body is the temple which houses the sacred spirit. And this temple is not to be found outside of ourselves, but the kingdom is to be found within ourselves. The divine spirit, the creative animus that gives forth all life and brings forth all life, is to be found within the source of consciousness within us. The temple was not built with hammer nor stone, for the kingdom lies within you. You will not find him in kings' palaces or churches or in mosques built of stone, for the temple of your head is the temple. The temp is a place of worship, as well as meaning temporary, as meaning tempo, meaning a measure of time, a measure of things to pass, things yet to come. And El is the ancient Hebrew name for God, the God of the Old Testament, and the God of the Phoenicians. The temple was the place of worship for God, which is found within you, which was actually the esoteric meaning, the true meaning of Solomon's temple, which was never an actual place. It's a concept it's an allegory which is used to convey multiple layers of deep hidden meanings. In religion, it was the exoteric interpretation was as being a literal temple, but that temple was literally designed in the outlay of the human body, which is what Masonic artwork and Masonic architecture has been doing the world over for thousands of years, if not longer. As the human body is the living temple, the temple of the living spirit. And in Freemasonry, it was known as the Twin Pillars, corresponding to the Holy of Holies, which was the most sacred chamber, the Most High, where the Ark of the Covenant was kept. And we've covered this fully in my Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3 films, and we don't nearly have enough time to even go into depth here, but you can see those full films if you want to explore these topics in extreme levels of mind-blowing original detail that you won't find and haven't seen anywhere else. So check that out if you're interested in seeing those on my YouTube channel. And so that is the esoteric meaning of this Temple of Solomon. The Temple of Solomon represents the soul of man. In other words, the soul of Mon. Sol means the sun, and Mon means the moon. Sol is Latin for sun. Mon is, I believe, ancient. Mon comes from the roots of manus, min, to think, which means to have in mind, which also correlates to the etymological meaning of spirit, which also correlates to the etymological meaning of the moon, as the manas, the monas, the mona is the name of the moon. So we're talking about the divine principles of polarity yet again. We're talking about the hieros gamos, the merging and the union, the sacred communion of polarities to produce the electric spark of the covenant with God between man and the divine. And this spark of the covenant takes place by the union of polarities, the union of opposites within ourselves, the union and the reconciliation of differing aspects within ourselves, to become whole, to become holy, to become holos, to become healthy. The body is the temple of woman, as well as the temple of man. And this comes from the temple of man concept was deciphered by the genius esoteric Egyptologist R.A. Schwaller de Lubitsch, who decoded the temple of Luxor to reveal the patterns of entering into the temple to be deciphered as enabling higher states of consciousness as a correspondent or an external act of sympathetic magic in order to invoke the divine within, but through the symbolic or sacred act or the ritual act of entering into or coming inside the sacred temple to commune with that inner divinity. So again, it's the temple of sacred communion, of the essence of the very sacred, most sacred aspect of coming inside in order to experience the connection, the communion with the divine. And the ancient Gnostics knew this in every ways, yet again, as the hieros gamos, the sacred sexual union, which was ultimately the underpinning aspect that underlies all of Freemasonry and all esoteric traditions. Ultimately, the entire universe all goes back to the sexual procreation, the sexual dynamics of nature itself, because that is what all physics revolves around. That's literally the principle that creates everything that we see, experience in this reality and in every reality available, is all created through this motion of sex interchange of sex polarities. And so we find these examples that I've compiled here is, again, the Temple of Man by Schwaller de Lubitsch, which was his deciphering of the Temple of Luxor in Egypt. We've got numerous ancient Hindu temples constructed to the divine proportions of the human anatomy as well, complete with the phallic obelisks or the phallic world pillar, the axis mundi, always seen penetrating the feminine womb or penetrating the feminine uterus, again creating the sacred union. The body is the temple of woman. The woman is the mother goddess, is the sacred church, whereas the divine masculine, the temple of man, is the rock-hard foundation. The Peter, the pater, the patronus, the father upon which the church is built. And this is why you have the dome of the rock built upon why Peter built his church upon the rock. Why Jesus built his church upon the rock of Peter, and why Peter was the rock, because Peter is the rock-hard pater. It is the rock-hard phallic pillar upon which the church, the feminine rotunda, is built. So now you understand why the sacred dome sits on the rock. The feminine sacred dome sits upon the phallic rock. And the very meaning of church comes from the Old English word Circe. Circe was the ancient Greek goddess of magic, sometimes a nymph or a witch or enchantress or a sorceress. By most accounts, Circe was the daughter of Helios, and she was attributed as the goddess of magic associated with a lunar goddess, representative again of the divine feminine. So it's the essence of the goddess. And Circe was also the goddess the goddess of magic who enchanted and bewitched men and turned men into swine, which is symbolic of what the modern Catholic Church does today, which is simply a commercial experience rather than an ancient sacred communion by entering into the sacred temple and experiencing the divine revelatory transformation as we used to in ancient times. So the feminine circle is the Cirque of El. Circe is the ancient goddess of the circle. The circle represents the goddess whole. The goddess whole, it's the sacred whole, which again, we have the whole as well as the whole, meaning the entirety. So this pun, this play on words, is actually deeply etymologically linked. And this is the sacred whole, which is the sacred hollow, which is hallowed, because it's the hollow, holy whole. And hallowed be thy name, which all of these, and I'm going to give a brief rundown of my perspectives on what I mean when I'm talking about the essence of what I'm talking about when I refer to God. And I'm not referring to anything that any religion would have you refer to God as. I'm referring to the principles and the physics of nature itself when I refer anytime to God. So this sacred circle is the sacred feminine whole. It's the void of creation, the great gap, which was known in all ancient cultures and all ancient religions as the primordial void from which sprung forth all of creation, essentially the wellspring. It is the feminine well, the dark hole, which springs forth and generates forth and gives birth to all of form, all of matter, and all of creation. And so I want to cover a brief segment of that.
The gap now falls through the gap. for size. We got your favorite Levi's jeans at the Gap.
So this is extremely, the reason I included this in my full Symbols of Power Part 3 presentation is because the Gap, it's highly symbolic that this is a commercial from the 70s, and it's so hilarious that they're, the whole slogan and the motto is fall into the gap, which is the sacred feminine, and that's why the Gap is selling jeans, because the jeans are what covers the sacred gap. It's the sacred gap between the legs, the sacred portal of the 101. Between the twin pillars lies the sacred portal, the sacred gateway, the sacred gap of all creation, the Old Norse Janunga gap, the cosmic void, the cosmic womb. And so this is why they zoomed in on the guy's penis in this actual legitimate commercial. Like they zoom in on it and they're like, woo! Yeah! like it's so symbolically obvious here, and people probably had no idea. The great abyss, the black abyss of space and the deep oceans, the matrix, which means womb, the mother, mater, being the woman where all of life comes from, the source of life. Greek metra means uterus or womb, and meter, mater, matter, meaning mother, where pater, father, is the energetic pattern that gives rise to so-called matter, and thus geo, the word-forming element meaning earth. The earth, coming from Greek Gaia, gives us geometry, geometry, earth measure, literally measure of the mother, but more accurately the proverbial mapping of the womb of our mother, which we inhabit. We are all individual organisms, cells who work together within the body of the earth, forming organizations that we call a body of peoples. Within this matrix womb that is our Mother Earth. Language reflects the roots and the path of our fractal pattern of nature in our universe. How that which we call God, most refer to as a man, just shows us that we are cells that make up a larger organism called Earth, which is itself just a living cell that makes up a larger organism called a galaxy, which is also a feminine word which comes from geo, galactose, meaning milk, which is why we have the Milky Way galaxy. Source or origin, from mater, genitive matrice, meaning mother. Chaos, gaping void. Abyss, that which gapes wide open, is vast and empty. From Proto-Indo-European root gu, to gape or yawn. From Greek kaino, I yawned, meaning of utter. All right, so we'll skip through that. Again, the body is the sacred goddess is the church, the temple of womb man, the birth of creation. Just as this is why the church, to come inside the goddess church, you must enter into the rotunda, the feminine rotunda, which is the round womb, the pregnant belly, and you enter in through the doorway or through the sacred gateway and the vestibule of God into the inner temple inside the Holy of Holies, which corresponds in anatomy to the vulva, the bulb of the vestibule, and the hymen of the Virgin, which is the vaginal canal, and finally into the womb, the most sacred Holy of Holies, where the incubation of the spirit or the fire inside. We sing hymns, or which are praises to God, which comes from ancient Greek hymeneos, meaning wedding song, from Hymen, meaning who was the Greek god of marriage. And yet again, this is the cosmic theme of the sacred Hieros Gamos, the holy sperma communion as it was known to the ancient spermognostics, upon which all religions and all theologies are founded, upon this sacred sexual principle of the Unitarian polarities of physics and nature itself. And this is the sacred Hieros Gamos, the union of opposites, the union of polarities, the sacred marriage, which gives birth and gives forth generation to not just the human body, but to all of creation. Your body is my church. My body is your temple, and we come to know God through each other. The divine, so what is the blueprint of creation? The divine proportion is the symmetry and harmony, which is healthy, balanced, and flows, which gives way to beauty. The golden ratio is nature's formula for stepping down in energy or electrical energy into smaller fractal units, thus bridging the gap between the worlds of order and chaos. So it is essentially the cosmic ladder, the Jacob's ladder, the cosmic pillar, which around which all things are formed. The organizing principle of nature, which gives rise to function and form in nature. Some of the greatest mathematicians and mathematical minds from all ages, from Pythagoras and Euclid in ancient Greek through the medieval Italian mathematician Leonardo of Pisa, some of the greatest mathematicians and minds of all time have spent countless hours over this simple ratio and its properties. But the fascination with the golden ratio is not confined just to mathematicians, biologists, artists, musicians, historians, architects, psychologists, and even mystics. All have pondered and debated the basis of its ubiquity and appeal. In fact, it's probably fair to say that the golden ratio has inspired thinkers of all disciplines like no other number in the history of mathematics. Euclid's Elements provided the first known written definition of what is now called the golden ratio. A straight line is said to have been cut in extreme and mean ratio, when as the whole line is to the greater segment, so it is greater to the lesser. So in other words, the golden ratio is literally the formula of correspondence, because it steps things down to smaller and smaller scales, infinitely large and infinitely small. So it is the formula by which things are created fractally, and it's not the only fractal form, but it's the main fractal form in this physical universe that we know of and that we experience. Mathematics is the language of beauty and harmony. It conveys health, wholeness, and genetic integrity. The purpose of language is used as a surrogate or proxy placeholder of the real world and all of its experiences in order to carry these experiences around with us anywhere you go, to display the contents of your mind at any given time, to show people what's in your mind and that which you're speaking to. The goal of this language is to make that which you're communicating with as closely represent the image of what it actually is in reality. Or in your mind, such as the more descriptive you can make something, the greater the definition it has, or in other words, the greater the clarity of the picture. In other words, the higher the resolution that your display becomes. Thus, the greater resolve or the resolution or conviction you have upon your mind and your perception of reality. So language arises from the collective mind of the physical world in order to describe the experiences we have both physically and psychically. Language arises directly from mathematics itself, the universal language, expressed through DNA, which communicates physical form through the process of morphogenesis, which means the birth or the creation of form. So, for example, the rock ptarmigan and other species don't have to think about communicating their genetic health with mates. The health of the DNA does that for them because their plumage displays a perfect fractal spiral hypertrochoid pattern depending on how healthy their gene expression is. So the healthier the genes are, the more perfect the spiral mathematics of their feathers are. This is same with how we perceive physical beauty in the world. Studies have shown that the healthier the DNA in ptarmigans, the more perfectly the feathers display the Fibonacci sequence. We experience this through peacock feathers as well, which directly displays this vortex hypertrochoid mathematics. Fractal geometry in biology communicates strong genes, healthy expression, as well as beauty, vitality, fecundity, virility, etc. So does this pattern also translate to all species, including humans? And, well, So the evidence suggests that this pattern also translates through all species, through all organisms, essentially, at some point, to some extent or another, and especially is found in the human human genetics as well. The golden ratio is in the phi of the beholder. The golden ratio is how we intrinsically measure beauty, which is why it's communication through everything we know, everything we perceive, the physical golden mean symmetry as being physically attractive, because what derives that physical golden mean symmetry is ultimately the health or the gene expression, which receives greater cosmic information and from the electromagnetic stimuli or environmental and lifestyle signaling pathways around us that communicate physical health and mental traits to our genetic well-being. A temple for the human body is found in Phi and the Pentagon. Dr. Stephen Marquardt has studied human beauty for years in his practice of oral and maxillofacial surgery. Dr. Marquardt performed cross-cultural surveys on beauty and found that all groups had the same perceptions of facial beauty. He also analyzed the human face from ancient times to the modern day. Through his research, he discovered that beauty is not only related to Phi, but can be defined for both genders and for all races, cultures, and eras throughout history, with the beauty mask that he developed and patented. This mask uses the pentagon and the decagon as its foundation, which embody Phi in all of their dimensions. This is from my presentation and ebook, The Quintessentia, the Perfect Fifth Element, the Goddess and Pentevolency of Nature. And this is the meaning of quintessential, again, is the fifth element. The fifth element is the element of spirit, which again is the element of fire, essentially in a higher aspect, a spiritual fire, and invisible fire, and inextinguishable, and what Tolkien had called the flame imperishable, and we find throughout Hollywood culture and mythology as the eternal flame. So the quintessence literally means the fifth essence, from Latin quintus, from Latin quintessentia, meaning the fifth element, the most pure, the most distilled, and the most pure form of the elements. The Greek translation was the ether, which was added by Aristotle to the four known elements, water, earth, fire, air, and said to permeate all things. Its extraction was one of the chief goals of alchemy, the philosopher's stone, in the sense of the purest essence of a situation or a character, etc., which is the meaning of quintessence, the most important aspect, the highest, the most purest, most distilled aspect of the elements. So this element of the pentagram, or the pentagon, this pentagonal pentevolency of nature, is the essence of the sacred goddess, and the essence of sacred geometry, and the essence especially of fruit and the plants in nature, influenced by the astronomical cycles of the planet Venus, which represents the pentagon. Within the apple there is contained the five-pointed star and the seated vulva, which symbolize the two aspects which are required for creation in the material realm. Fire is the number which represents the spiritual and unseen aspect of life and creation. Within the five is the number which represents the spiritual and unseen aspects of life and creation. Within the number 5 is contained the four elements of fire: air, earth, water, air. Fire, earth, air, and water, along with the quintessential fifth element, which is referred to by the alchemists as ether, the Chinese as ki, as ki or chi, and the Indian mystics as prana, and to the ancient Egyptians known as ka, the element of spirit, the animating life force. And of course, ki is also the 22nd letter of the ancient Greek alphabet, pronounced as ki, and it literally means to mark with an X. The symbol of the apple, the pomegranate, and the fig, and even the Amanita muscaria mushroom are all representative of the juicy, fruiting, reproductive sex organs of the sacred tree of knowledge and the tree of life, and are actually even symbolic of the female genitalia in most cases, which is why these were the allegorical forbidden fruits of the tree of knowledge of both good and evil, depending on how it's used, referring to the sexual intimacy of knowledge, of knowing each other intimately, and thus coming out of innocence, coming out of nescience, ignorance, and naivety, and into the light of of conscious knowing, of the intellectual higher faculties of maturity, discernment, and knowing or gnosis through proper understanding of both knowing thyself and knowing the external world around us through the twin pillars of knowledge of scientia and gnosis, the internal and the outer ways to understand the world. The golden mean ratio phi is not only unseen or metaphysical pattern, but it's also the actual physical scaffolding of not just the human being, but all form and function in nature. Hence the Vitruvian man and the Masonic formula for squaring the circle. The sacred number 5, the pentalpha, is the number and most prominent symbol of the goddess, representing Isis and Venus, the pentagonal spirograph signature of Venus that we witness in astronomy in the sky through the yearly cycle of Venus orbiting the sun, or orbiting the earth, should I say. The archetypal signature of love, divinity, and beauty is represented by the pentagram and the goddess of love, and the goddess of fertility and fecundity of nature, the mother goddess Venus, the queen of heaven. The pentagram is also the hieroglyph for the Egyptian goddess Isis. It's also known as East, also known as Esat. And the anagram, of course, and the epithet for East is the Eastern Star, which was representative of both Venus and Sirius, depending on your location and the time of year. But these were both the mother goddess, essentially known as the morning star, which was Lucifer rising in the sky. But we can't go too deep into this. We just got to skim over all of this. I've got full presentations on my YouTube channel if you want to explore all this, the linguistics and the symbolism and the mathematics, much more in depth on my channel. So again, this is the order of the Eastern Star, the pentavalency of nature, the mother goddess as seen through the heavens, and which influences the sacred fertility fruits and the plants of nature here on earth, which trigger the evolution and the inspiration of human beings, as well, as we will cover towards the end of this presentation. So again, the goddess Isis is represented by the hieroglyph of the 5-pointed star, the pentalpha, which represents the sacred star of Sirius. This is exactly why the smash hit esoteric sci-fi film by Luc Besson, The Fifth Element, is the quintessentia, who is the female goddess, and literally portrayed as fully activated human being, referred to as the supreme being throughout this film, with fully functional 12-strand DNA helix as depicted upon her construction. And interesting that her name is Lilu, which can also be spelled L-I-L-L-U, meaning Lilu, which was exactly comprising of the Akkadian root word of Ilu, which meant God. So this gives us the context for why her divine essence is activated and utilized to defeat the ultimate force of evil by none other than the sacred power of the 5th element, which is love, and the power to preserve life. So this is why the 5th element was literally all about love. And this was symbolically portrayed beautifully throughout the film by Luc Besson. A beautiful symbolic movie, one of the cult classics. It's one of the best movies I think that I've seen ever. It's a classic. It's a favorite of mine. The symbolic motif of 5th element was the hieros gamos, again the sacred marriage, the alchemical wedding between masculine and feminine principles, and through the means of the attainment of the 5th element, which is love, the divine goddess, supreme being, which represents the element of phi, the element of 5, the quintessence, the sacred element of love, the 5th element, which animates all things. This is why you'll find the primary colors of the visible light spectrum and the 4 alchemical elements from both male and female emanate from and culminate back into their purest quintessence of the white light. So now you understand exactly why, through the sacred union of love, the divine power of the orgasm between the male and female is life created and preserved. It's a and this was a symbolic representation of the sex magic and the fertility of nature itself. That's why the 5th element of love portrays the orgasmic explosion, which defeats, through the power of the 5th element, the quintessence of love and the sacred spirit, it defeats the end of the world and overcomes the ultimate forces of darkness and the ultimate forces of evil in the universe. And this was representative of the sacred sperma communion at the the moment of conception, which emits a bright flash of zinc when the spermatozoon, the sacred spear of destiny, penetrates and cavitates the ovum. So it's the representation of the sperm and the ovum. And again, this is why they refer to Lilu in the fifth element as perfect. We're going to skip over a lot of this, but it's referring much deeper into numerology and esoteric sex magic and the principles of the human anatomy and the principles of procreation. But so we're going to skip over that and just stick to the sacred element of 5 rather than going into the sex, or which is the hex, which is the number of 6, which is so the relationship of 6 to 5, representing the creation of life and the human being. So we're going to skip over that sex magic and stick with the phi. Interestingly enough, about the diapente, the moment of human conception is marked by a bright flash of light. Again, the flash of zinc, scientists have clearly discovered. In amazing new footage from Northwestern University of the moment of a human sperm making contact with an egg, a bright flash of zinc, again, a flash of light, is seen, which scientists found is the result of an explosion of zinc from the egg triggered by the sperm. A microcosmic cellular Big Bang that emerges out of a macrocosmic sexual Big Bang, or orgasm. The universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was life in the beginning of Genesis, the generation of the gene of Isis, the Genesis. And we've covered this entire segment much more fully in my full video, which is now deleted from my YouTube channel, which my YouTube channel is now deleted. But you can still find all of these full presentations and all of these full videos and archives on my Odyssey channel, odyssey.com /Lifting the Veil. Odyssey, find Lifting the Veil on odyssey.com, spelled O-D-Y-S-E-E, as in C with your eyes, odyssey.com. So you can find my backup channel and most of my backup videos on there. So we covered this entire segment much more in depth, but I will briefly cover this once again. The perfect fifth harmonic, the number 5, represents the number of the human being, the physical body as shown, as well as the full explanation on the sexual creation act of the number Illuminati sacred number 23, as the 3-2 ratio of the sacred perfect fifth harmonic, and the pentavalency of man. And I don't mean that, I don't mean that in a misogynistic way. I mean that in the anthropomorphic way, or but yeah, we won't even go into that. It has been proposed by Richard Merrick, whose graphics I am showing here, the work of Richard Merrick, that the sine wave of the human spine corresponds to the perfect fifth harmonic, as well as the third harmonic partial ratio. And we will go much deeper into the sacred geometry and the mathematics of the human body and the human anatomy in my full upcoming Symbols of Power films. But that's entirely brand new discovered work that nobody has ever seen before, so I'm not going to cover that in this presentation here. We don't have time for that, number 1. And so again, the pentavalency of man, the phi ratio of the man, and the diapente. Again, see my full video on Odyssey for much more context on this. But in musical theory, the perfect fifth is the musical interval corresponding to a pair of pitches with a frequency ratio of 3-2, or very nearly so. It occurs above the root of all major and minor chords, known as triads, and their extensions. Until the late 19th century, it was often referred to by one of its Greek names, the diapente. Interestingly enough, about the diapente is that if we apply that to etymology of the actual pentagram itself and divide it in a diagonally in two, vertically, such as bilateral symmetrically, we can see the 3-2 ratio with the 3 points of 2 halves each. Or if we cut it diagonally in half horizontally, we are left with the same 3-2 ratio yet again. 3 points to 2 points, 3 above, 2 below. Any way we divide the pente, we are left with the perfect fifth harmonic ratio. Symbolically, of course, not musically. I'm not referring to that literally. I'm just referring to that synchronistically. So maybe now you know why the Supreme Being is the perfect fifth. According to Protagoras of Abdera, man is the measure of all things. The 7 liberal arts are composed within the very structure and the nature of human beings, and the human being as a culmination of the very form and function of nature itself. And in this way, we are not separate from nature, nor set apart from that which supports us and which we are composed of. And I have to give credit on the left image, the left graphic, to Joe Dubs, because I know he's going to piss and complain that I used one of his graphics synced with all of it, even though it's literally just a superimposition of, basic, well-known images and well-known principles. But I have to give him credit, otherwise he'll piss and complain that I used his graphic in, my presentations, even though it's fair use, transformative work in showing an entirely different and brand new context and entirely new content synced with, as you can see here, with the very symbol of Westworld, the symbol of the transformation of the human being into the transhumanistic android nature of the future, of our future, of the West world, the Western world. Again, the sun sets in the West, the Western world, where the fall of civilization begins, corresponded to the Vitruvian man, which is the exact same symbolism of the burning man. Yet again, the transformation of human consciousness and the transformation of the human being into the next phase. But we will, at least I'm referring to the inorganic transformation, as opposed to what we are going to present through this presentation is the biological evolutionary transformation, using the organic technology of the human genetics and the human, the optimization of the human being. And this is brand new original content. I covered the left graphic very briefly in my full Pentavalency of Nature and the Goddess Venus and the Pentavalency of Man video. Again, the one I was previously referring to on Odyssey, on my Odyssey channel. But again, yet again, we see the Vitruvian man, the pentavalency in the human skull of the superior cranial fossa, superior view of the cranial fossa, which otherwise known as the cranial floor. We can see the pentavalency, the perfect pentavalency, or if you divide it perfectly down the midline, what is known as the Sushumna in Sanskrit, yogic Kundalini vernacular. We are referring to the bilateral symmetry, which is also a perfect hex, a perfect hexagram or hexagonal, a 6-axis division down the human skull, which perfectly merges with the pentavalency or the penta-axis as well, as shown and depicted here, which is the exact symbolic meaning, and this is my entirely original discovery that nobody has ever seen before. It's never been discussed. It's never been revealed, the secrets of the Westworld symbolism and the Westworld series, but this is an excerpt. The graphic on the right is an excerpt from my full written ebook presentation, Navigating the Maze and the Consciousness of Man, which is in unfinished. It's about 3/4 finished, a full video film, Symbols of Power film, that I've begun, and I never got around to finishing it, which I need to get around to finishing it. I do have the segments completed now to go ahead and finish that. But so anyways, aside from the point, we're viewing the entire series secret of the maze in Westworld. It was literally the entire symbolic essence of the entire first series of Westworld revolved around the maze, which refers to the labyrinth, the maze of consciousness. The maze is a long ancient symbol of both fertility, as above, so below the belt, as I've coined in my full Symbols of Power series. What is above the belt is a direct correspondence and correlation to what is below the belt. The sexual organs are a direct symbolic, countless ways that I've proven this and can show this, from linguistics, the etymology, the symbolism, the biology, the anatomy, every aspect you could possibly imagine. The sexual organs are a direct mirror, homologous correspondence to the brain specifically, as well as various other organs above the belt. It's literally as if you fold the human being in half. What is above is directly correspondent to what is below. If you do a half fold and you fold downward, your above meets the below. Wow. Ouroborically, the symbol of the serpent eating its own tail, or rather the man eating its own you know what. But yeah, we won't go into that. So anyways, what we are viewing is the literal maze from depicted in the series Westworld. It was directly representative of the human brain. We literally see the correspondence of the lateral ventricles with the exact mirror images of the optic pathways of the optic chiasm and the optic nerves meeting at the back of the brain on the occipital lobe. We literally see the head of the man depicted in the Westworld maze corresponds to the pineal body, which sits directly at the back of the lateral ventricles, as well as this little diamond shape. It looks like actually this is symbolic. This is actually a female in the Westworld maze at the center of the maze, and she's giving birth to a child. And in the series, at the very end, spoiler alert, the very finale of that series, we found that Maeve, the Maven, was the one at the center of the maze with her child. So that's what the diamond is. She's literally giving birth to a child in the symbolic image here. And the child corresponds to the pituitary gland, directly beneath the lateral ventricles of the human brain, as I've discovered and depicted here. And it's a direct correspondence. And yet again, we also find the symbolic Christian ichthys fish, the Christian fish, known as the ichthys, which literally is Greek for Greek meaning fish bladder. And that's what the Christian fish is the fish bladder. Is the ichthys, symbolic of Jesus as the resurrection, and we can't even begin to go into that. That's entire subjects for future film presentations. But so that is what the symbolic essence of the maze of. It's all about the coming to awareness, the coming and the discovering of consciousness within. Particularly in the series, it was both the ascension of consciousness of the androids, or the fabricants, as well as the consciousness of mankind, out of this entire process of transformation, of basically essentially becoming God. They created, the AI, the artificial intelligence, so man becomes God, and it creates an image of himself. He creates artificial intelligence in his own image, proverbially. And so that's the whole symbolic essence, and that's literally, they depict that in one of the episodes. They show the 5 stages of the pyramid of consciousness, and the peak, the capstone of the pyramid is self-reflection, introspection, self-awareness. And again, Pythagoras, man, know thyself, and ye shall know the universe and all of its gods. So I think that's a brief summary. I covered as deeply as I think is adequate for this graphic here. I didn't just want to skip over it because people will take it and maybe take it out of context. So let's move on. Again, we covered this in my full video, so maybe I will skip over these segments here because I'm taking a little longer than I had expected. But again, basically, iambic pentameter is considered to give poetic rhythm and beauty to the English language, just as the perfect fifth harmonic elucidates beauty and harmony in music, just as the 5 golden mean ratio gives beauty and aesthetic form to everything in our material world, our mater, the world of the feminine world, of the mother, of Gaia, of Geo, of the earth, the feminine mother, the divine mother, Sophia, the goddess of wisdom, and the goddess of mater, or materialism, the goddess of material matter, whereas the pattern is the energetic pattern of the pater, of the father. So you have father and mother both giving spirit and matter, earth and heaven, on earth as it is in heaven, as above so below, the father mating with the mother, in ancient Egyptian known as Net or Nut and Jeb, Jeb as the earth god, impregnating the celestial sphere, the celestial cosmos. So we've covered that much more deeply in Symbols of Power Part 3 film, so we can't even begin to go into all of that. But again, iambic pentameter comes from the ancient Greek goddess Iambe, the goddess of poetry and humor. She made Demeter laugh her ass off by lifting her dress and showing off her yoni. Known as Balbo, the face of laughter upon a sacred yoni. And so we get into the implosive phase conjugation of the wave harmonics that determines fractality of the human DNA. And again, communicating the intrinsic ideal pattern, structure, or form of nature. And it's a template, or in other words, a pattern, a pater, the masculine within the divine feminine mater of the matter. The pattern of the father is what impregnates the material world and gives rise to matter, which we find in all of nature, in all of creation. And it's a template, a guideline for what communicates strong fractality, or in other words, symmetry. Divine symmetry is how we define beauty in nature. And what the ancient Hermeticists, such as the Greeks and the Egyptians, used to publicly portray and display in their artwork as being the divine proportion, which is what the health and fitness and strong genetic potential displays itself as in physical form. The Neoplatonists had come to know it as the good and the beautiful. And yet again, let's take this opportunity to destroy racism and critical race theory and all of that, Disney promoted nonsense, and far left, extreme left, racist nonsense, because we find the divine template, the divine pattern of beauty throughout all races, all cultures, all history, the world over. It's the same universal pattern of beauty that applies universally. It is universal wisdom of Sophia, of the divine feminine and the divine masculine father, imbuing that structural divinity within all of nature. I'm certain that this is why men are inherently physically attracted or stimulated like moths to a flame to women who exhibit more symmetrical, or in other words, closer to the perfect golden ratio physical traits. Those perfect golden assets, those notorious curves born from the golden spiral, the breasts, the ass, the cheekbones, lips, hips, etc. Because it's their DNA communicating through this divine universal intrinsic language of mathematics to our DNA that they have strong genes ready to produce healthy, vibrant, vigorous, and perfectly symmetrical offspring. Healthier offspring. And we find this all throughout nature. The closer an organism is to the divine structure of the golden mean ratio and the divine perfect geometry, sacred geometrical patterns of nature. And this is not to put, ugly people down or to make anyone feel excluded. This is simply the divine, what we all strive for and achieve for. This is literally the true meaning of good genes, the true meaning of eugenics, healthy eugenics, meaning the secrets of mankind, our genetics, and how to create the most divine human being that we possibly can. This is the secret knowledge that every human being, the secret manual that every human being should be taught and should be passed on to everyone, because these are the secrets of holistic nutritional science, physical fitness, and all of these things that literally transform your body to make you more beautiful, make you more healthy, make you stronger, make you feel better, make you live longer, make your reach your full genetic potential. Anyone who's in the bodybuilding world understands that term, reaching your full genetic potential. It means you literally get as big and as ripped and as your muscles fill out into a perfect divine sacred geometrical symmetry. The more ripped you get, that your muscles start to reveal much more of the sacred geometrical patterns of nature. And I'm not going to get into that. We can't get into that in this presentation. That's an entirely original secret that I've got planned for some of my full they're actually almost finished, my next Symbols of Power film series, so we will get into that later on. But we see the examples of this here in this graphic that I've depicted, the golden aspect ratio, that's play on words, the golden ass, which was literally a very popular book by Lucius Apiculi, I forget his name, but a very popular book, The Golden Ass. So I play on that. Again, the golden apple, the forbidden fruit, the verboten fruit of the garden of earthly delights, taking a bite of wisdom of the goddess, the divine mother Sophia, and her divine structural pattern of nature, which we find all throughout, especially the human anatomy, probably more so than many other mammals or even other other organisms in nature, because the human being is literally one of the highest evolutions of the golden mean principle in nature. We find the structure of implosion. We will get much deeper into the structure here through this presentation is extremely powerful. It's the structure of implosion, of vortex-based mathematics, the structure of the torus field, which is the structure of perpetuity and perfect balance, perfect regulation of heat and cold, hot and cold, the duality of nature, the polarity of nature, perfectly expressed through the golden mean ratio, the golden mean spiral, which is the physics of implosion and explosion, which is both masculine and feminine perfectly united. And we find that's the meaning of the sexual organs, is the explosion of the masculine and the implosion or cavitation of the feminine. She takes and she sucks into herself in order to implode. And when back to what we've previously covered, when the spermatozoan punctures or punctuates, or the punctus creates the circumpunct. The circle gets punctured by the phallic spear of destiny and sets forth, and it punctures that sphere, and then the sphere then literally begins to cavitate, and it collapses into itself, and it begins the cellular division. That singular sphere of creation, that egg, that ovum, becomes punctuated or punctured, just as when an organism is born out of the egg, it has to puncture that egg and destroy that world in order to be reborn into a new world. And so that is the process that sets forth the cycles of nature and creation. And so this will lead us deeper into our next slides. Again, these are from excerpts from my full presentations on the phi cavitation and the golden mean ratio in nature, and the physics, the entire physics of structural cavitation and divine human anatomy. Once again, the phi ratio represents the essence of cavitation itself. Once again, when a sphere gets charged with energy, it oscillates to the point of punctuation and implosion. It is the implosion that is the big bang that sets forth the cycle of life. And we find that in the cavitation or the what's known as the star in a jar simulations of sonoluminescence, where they literally vibrate an oscillating sound wave to such a strong frequency that it actually punctures a bubble inside a hermetically sealed container. And that cavitation of the bubble produces a spark, a divine light, a divine spark, or a big bang of energy so powerful that it simulates the heat of the sun itself. And it's literally cavitates and emits a glow of light. It's literally how stars are actually created, is they cavitate. They implode within themselves, and that's how stars are created in the cosmos. It is through physics of sex magic and the principles of cavitation. So let's move on to the next slide, or we can see again this entire original compilation of examples of what's known as the cardioid figure that I've compiled here in the graphic on the right hand side, the golden mean ratio, the doctrine of signatures that we find throughout all of nature. Well, at the bottom left we find Victor, a genius, the water wizard of the 1900s, on the same level as Nikola Tesla, who was the electrical wizard. Victor Schauberger was his equal in the field of water, cavitation physics, and inventions and energy. And this was his golden plow that he designed in order to enrich the soil with vibrant microbiota and microbacteria in order to allow the crops to thrive. And he designed his plow based on the golden mean cavitation physics of nature itself. And I don't think he even understood consciously just how that exact structure is found all throughout nature, the way I have depicted here in this correlation. So I will show you all the examples here. So his golden plow is on the bottom left-hand corner. That is literally the same structure. It's known as a cardioid figure, meaning a heart-shaped structure. That is literally the structure of the human heart. It is literally the structure. Oh, I've got another example that is absolutely perfect that isn't included in this graphic, but I discovered another one. It's literally, there's a depiction of a goose, a mother goose, and her wings are uplifted, and it's literally the exact structure of Victor Schauberger's golden plow here. The mother goose's neck is exactly with the handle of this plow, and her wings are uplifted to the side exactly in the she literally curves them in the, and I can't show you that because I don't have it uploaded for this presentation, but it will be in future presentations. So I did a play on words. You know, it's the golden plow. He designed it off the golden ratio, and it's also literally, it's the color of gold. It's color gold, but that's aside from the point. So it's a play on words. The golden plow, to plow that golden ass, because again, it's literally the structure of the sex here. Also, that is the structure of the goose. That is the structure of the cardioid figure through all these depictions here in nature. And I don't mean that to be vulgar. That is just how it is. Literally, here's the phallic pillar. Think of this as literally, it's the goddess, you know, laying on her stomach. This is literally the buttocks, and it is being penetrated by the phallic pillar directly in the center. It is literally, and a play on words, the golden plow, to plow that golden ass. And again, the book, a very popular, very well-known book, The Golden Ass. So it's a play on words, but it's literal in nature. It is literally the golden plow, to plow that golden ass. With the perfect golden aspect ratio. This is the structure of the human brain. We find the cardioid figure of of the lateral ventricles, as well as the hippocampus, which follows the same contour along with the lateral ventricles. We find, again, it's literally the golden chalice within the human brain. It's the same structure of the cavitation bubble. It's the same structure as the torus of the apple, also synced here with the same exact structure of the barn owl's face, or the owl, the Vesica Pisces, the geometry of the sacred owl, which represents the sacred goddess of what? Does the sacred owl represent? The goddess Ishtar, the goddess Venus, love, beauty, fertility, the demon goddess of the nighttime, of the underworld, the goddess of sexuality and fertility and reproduction. Ishtar, Venus, the goddess of love, the mother of the queen of heaven, the divine feminine aspect in all her forms. The same structure as the human brain, the same structure again of Victor Schauberger's inventions here, the same structure of the human eyeball, the cardioid torus structure, the same structure of literally the mathematical cardioid itself, which we find all throughout the physics of light, the reflection of light, the physics of, countless examples. I could go on and on and on. The structure of the human lungs and the human rib cage, when viewed superficially from above, is literally the same structure of the cavitation implosion of the cardioid physics, and the structure of the bivalves, or clams, again, which is a symbol of the goddess vulva, the goddess of sexuality. Venus was born from what? She was born from an oyster or a clam, which is, again, Sandro Botticelli's depiction of the birth of Venus, where Venus is depicted being birthed out of a clam, which is the vulva. It's the goddess. This is the same exact structure of a horse's ass, or a horse vagina. It's literally, it's everywhere, all throughout nature. We have the geoduck clam, which literally looks like a giant horse penis. I know that's vulgar, but that's the physics of nature. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. You know, look up the geoduck clam. Literally looks like a horse penis, and then you have the other bivalves, the other clams and oysters, and known as mussels, representing the female love muscle, literally representing the goddess vulva, as I've depicted countless times in my full Easter, occult secrets of Easter, and Ishtar, and the estrogen and estrus, and so many other links to all of that throughout my video series as well. The implosion cavitation of the cavitating bubble, the Greek letter phi, is literally represents the phi ratio, is literally the lowercase Greek letter phi and the uppercase Greek letter phi also represents is the exact structure of sex magic. It is the phallic pillar punctuating the feminine ovum, which is the exact structure of the torus field, the physics of nature itself. We find it in the dove breast, we find it in the elephant ear fern with the ankh at the center of it, on and on and on. Countless examples. So we went and spent way too much time on that, but I can't just let it go So again, that's the physics of the sex magic of nature, the 1 and the 0, the binary code of nature, of how you code or program the structure of the physics of the matrix, which is Latin, means womb, as we've covered throughout the Symbols of Power film series. And again, it's the penetration, the punctuation of the ovum. It is the circumpunct, is known as the circle dot is the circumpunct. It means the circumference, the Circe, the goddess circle, being punctured or punctuated. And a punctuation is a period. It is a dot. And the feminine has her what? She has her period, which represents periodicity. A period represents a point in time. That is what we have, a period. That's why you go to first period, second period, third period in school. It's a point in time. The period is a punctuation. It is the beginning of time. It is taking the nothingness of the nous of the universe and punctuating it to create the division, which creates time and space itself. The sacred geometry of division, of cellular division, of the division and the structuring and segmentation of space-time to create space and matter and all of physical, everything in creation itself. It is the secrets of the universe, the secrets of life itself. The principal elements of sacred geometry. And again, we notice the cavitating punctuation of the physics of implosion, the cavitating phi ratio physics of implosion and punctuation in nature. The left is an image that I have put together. Again, the cardioid heart cavitation. Again, the heart is literally a cavitating organ. The blood actually cavitates and vortexes, spirals into the heart, which is a twisting, torquing muscle structure. It doesn't just pump. It generates its power from a twisting, torquing, cavitating structure of the human heart. And we find this very same structure within the creation of life, of both the feminine uterus. We find it again where the egg is invaginated, or in other words, it is cavitated. That's what the term invagination means. That's why she has a vagina, which means she has a cavity. It's imploding. It's an opening, which is what a vagina is. Vagina means a sheath. It is an opening. That's what the term invagination means. And this is an image from Dan Winter here. We're depicting the cavitation of the ovum by the sperm, which then again triggers the cellular division. It's literally the heart, the cardioid shape of the uterus of the human heart. Again, as above, so below the belt. As above, in the brain, in the heart, in the chest cavity, in the rib cage, in the human heart itself, and in the uterus as well. As above, so below the belt, as I have coined throughout my film series. The sperm's charge, again, penetrates and punctuates the ovum, sets forth the course of life, the Big Bang. And again, just as I was describing, here's another depiction, the two hearts, one form. The human chest cavity in an MRI scan reveals the lungs and the perfect golden mean ratio, 5 spirals, 2 of them cavitating, where? Directly at the center of the human heart is the cavitation physics, implosion physics of the human rib cage and the human chest cavity and the lungs, which the lungs are what? They are cavitating. The air expands and contracts in our lungs. It is expansion and contraction, the physics of nature. Expansion is masculine. Cavitation or implosion is feminine. The human heart lies directly at the center of this cavitating 0 point physics of nature, just as the exact same mirror image of the uterus, as above, so below the belt. The human uterus in the first trimester depicts the perfect cardioid phi golden ratio cavitation, where the heart corresponds directly to the child in the uterus as the exact same structure. Homologous structure, which means basically it's representative as the fetus. So the mother's chest cavity is a fractal of her womb, where 2 hearts cavitate, both in unison, her heart beating above, as well as the heart of the fetus in her uterus down below. As above, so below. 2 hearts beating in unison, in perfect synchrony, two hearts, one form, one physical structure of nature. And this is why the child or the fetus is known as the fruit, the sacred fertility fruit of the tree of knowledge, because the child is the fruit, literally the fruit of her labor. It is the fruit. The child is the fruit of our labor. When the mother goes into labor, she gives birth, which is literally the coming to fruition. You take the word fruition, has the word fruit within it. The fruit coming to fruition means picking the fruit of the tree of life, of the tree of knowledge. And again, the biblical meaning of knowledge means to know, which literally means sex. It means reproduction, as in he came to know her, which is why I want to get to know you, girl. Because you come to know somebody intimately in the most sacred aspect. And in the sacred geometrical structure of the cardioid cavitating physics of the womb, of the creation of the child, which is the fruit of the tree of knowledge, the apple that Eve ate of the tree of knowledge was about reproduction. It was about sex and the fertility and the reproductive fruit of life, which is why it's the forbidden fruit. The verboten fruit is the knowledge of sexuality and the knowledge of procreation and the knowledge of the physics of nature and the physics of creation of life itself. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Where we get the phrase from, because the child is the fruit, the coming to fruition of the hierosgamos, of the sacred communion, the common union, from Latin cum, or Greek or Latin cum, which is literally the same meaning of com, spelled C-O-M and C-U-M. Cum literally means together. It means with, together, which is why you graduate cum laude, or with honors. Because when you graduate, you are reaping the fruits of your hard labor, of the 12 years of education or more. 14, 16, 18 years of education, you're reaping the graduation, the fruits of your labor. You are coming to fruition. You are receiving the laurels. Literally, the laurels were literally the wreath crown that you receive at graduation of the university in ancient Greece. You receive your laurels, hence the term resting on your laurels. In other words, resting on your achievements. The laurel, a laureate, comes from, I mean, we can't even begin to go into that. The roots of gold, the golden crown, the golden halo of the sun, the halo of enlightenment, the aura, the aureate, the laureate, the glorious halo of the sun, of halos, the hallowed holy halo of the sun. But so the apple literally means fruit. The apple of the tree is literally the fruit. The fruit is the reproductive organ of the tree. The fruit contains the seed, and it is literally what is dropped off of the tree in order to reproduce a new tree. The fruit is the reproductive organ of the tree. So in other words, we have another depiction here of the vascular tree of life in the human placenta. And again, we notice the umbilicus of the child coming from the placenta literally has little vascular trees inside the placenta. And the placenta itself also is a fractal depiction of the tree of life. The life is the vascular tree. It is what circulates the blood, known as the blood of life. And the ancients used to believe that the blood was the source of life. Then they also believed that the breath was the source of life. And the truth is, and then they also believed that the waters, the seed, the sperm, the seed is also the breath of life. These are all the aspects that make life possible. And so we find the vascular tree of life and the reproductive tree of knowledge and the tree of life once again. So, but also I want to point out here, notice the structure of the umbilicus is literally the spiral cavitation, as we covered in Symbols Power Part 3 film on my channel. The implosive cavitation, it's a vortex, it is a twisting spiral. It is an imploding, and it literally implodes in the center of our stomach, the center of the torso, the center of the torus, the core of the apple, known as the hyperboloid, which is hyperbole. And it is literally the implosive structure that implodes into the child to feed the child the nourishment through the blood vessels. It is literally the implosion point as is literally the umbilicus. And we covered this in Symbols of Power Part 3 fully. The umbilicus of the world, the world navel, was known as the axis mundi, is literally known as the world pillar. The world structure is literally the axis mundi is the navel of the world. This is why the axis mundi is literally the core of the apple, is this pillar, is the world axis. In other words, it's the umbilicus. And this was literally why the umbilical cord represents the electrical structure known as a Birkeland current in physics. It is a twisting, intertwining, woven electrical filaments that span the entire electric universe, the cosmos. But I'm going way off track. So let's stick on track. Again, the verboten fruit of nature, yet again, just to rehash. And this again is the same structure of the logarithmic torso, or the toroid of the human torso, the implosion physics of the human body. Literally the structure of the human body and the human form. Yet again, here is the hyperbolic torso, which represents the hyperboloid. The hyperboloid is literally an hourglass. It's better known as the hourglass. I mean, just think an hourglass is a hyperboloid. That is the structure, especially of women, of the torso of a woman. We praise the woman for her hourglass shape figure. That women try to achieve that figure because that figure is the perfect mathematical perfection of the toroidal structure. Again, the golden mean physics of cavitation and implosion in nature. That's why women try to achieve that structure. And yet again, that's why this body positivity, not to denigrate or make anyone feel excluded, but that's why you should not be comfortable with an unhealthy figure or an unhealthy form. You need to improve that, not just for your own quality of life, your longevity, your health and wellness, as well as your self-esteem. Sure, I encourage you should have self-esteem without that, but you should be doing all of the practices that I'm going to educate you on and inform you throughout all of my presentations here as to how you can actually live the healthiest, most fit, most sexy, most perfect life that you can possibly attain in this lifetime, which is the goal of why we're here. The goal of what we are trying to achieve as a human species is to achieve the perfection of the mathematics and geometry of nature itself. We are created in the image of God, and the image of God is sacred geometry, and that's why we have to achieve, we don't have to, but our goal, the goal of evolution, is to achieve the physics of the structure of the mathematics of God itself, which is the implosion physics of the torus field, the very structure that gives our body form. And the more deformed and out of shape we get, the less implosive, the less electrical life force that our muscles contract and can hold within our body, and the less health that our genes express. Because again, the physical form is an expression of our genes, the health of our genetics. That's why you can look at someone who is beautiful, and it means their genetic structure is literally more healthy. It means it's why we revere physical beauty, because it means that person has strong, good, healthy genes, and it means we should procreate with them in order to evolve the human species to its proper trajectory, to its most healthy and accurate trajectory. And that's why we view physical attraction and physical beauty as symmetry. That's why we view symmetry in the mathematics of nature as beauty, because that's the trajectory that the human species is supposed to be going in. Not this woke SJW fake woke, racist, garbage crap about body positivity and, being fat and overweight and morbidly obese is healthy. They're trying to kill you. That is the media and the corporations trying to kill you either quickly or slowly. They're trying to make you susceptible to viral outbreaks and all that sort of nonsense by living an unhealthy, imperfect life of... Yeah, but I'm rambling on and on and on. So again, we see the cardioid pectoralis, the cardioid form in the pectoralis muscles, the pectoralis major, literally corresponds, notice the circular structure literally corresponds to the cephalic, or the cephalic veins. Cephalic means head. I don't know why that's called the cephalic veins. They're not linked to the head whatsoever, but that's what they're called. It literally reveals the perfect toroidal shape of the human torso, which is the same exact toroidal structure of the phi. Again, the phi ratio of the torus. And torus comes from the root word of torque, which means to twist, which is why our torso is literally the part of our body that allows us to twist back and forth. Come on, baby, let's do the twist, because that is the structure of the cavitation of nature. Twisting is what generates power. The harder you can twist and work those obliques, the more ripped your abs get and the more power you hold in your core. And the more powerful your core is, the stronger and sexier and more healthy you become. The more deeper you can, the more breath you can hold in those cavitating lungs. The more oxygen you can hold in your body. The more oxygen, the more life force. The more oxygen, the more you oxygenate and fuel your brain. The more you fuel your brain, the more powerful your brain cells. The more fractal and more mathematic the structure of your imploding torus field brain becomes. The more intelligent you become, the more independent, powerful, less susceptible to control and mind control, the more dangerous you become to controllers and SJWs and communists and Marxists trying to control the world. The more independent and powerful and less controlled you become, the more independent and the healthier you become. But I'm rambling off on a tangent yet again. So let's move on. The ancients openly depicted this in their art and is lost in the art of today, especially the SJW Disney Tumblr style, art of the current woke politics and, the comic books of, Marvel and DC sold out to, just total SJW corporations like Disney and, racist corporations like that. But so we found this structure in the knowledge and the wisdom of the ancients. They knew about all of this, which is why they depicted it in all of their art. But only present in the corporate logos and product marketing, while simultaneously we are reverting to revere, settling for being unhealthy. And again, as I've already discussed in the last slide, and disproportionate, which is great for self-esteem, but rewards complacency and reluctance to change, to actually reflect our inner beauty, which more intrinsically reflects alignment with the divine proportion without distortion, which really and genuinely satisfies the inner self, the soul, the spirit, the consciousness within, or our self-esteem, our knowing that you are physically and mentally healthier with proper lifestyle changes that affect genetic expression and upregulates genes that protect from disease and promote longevity, while downregulating those genes that express chronic disease. This is real eugenics, epigenetic eugenics, not artificial designer babies, test tube babies purchased by some elites in Silicon Valley. This is a change at the fundamental lifestyle level, at the very root cause, the core of our being, which is both fulfilling, something that superficial surgeries and genetic hacking and life hacking does not attain, and nor does it affect the core epigenetic level of healthy expression. So the body is a temple, not a graveyard, and this is where the rubber meets the road, where the mental knowledge that I have just downloaded you with actually meets into direct practice that you can utilize in your life to become the healthiest, most beautiful, most physically fit and attractive, strongest genetic human being that you possibly can. The body is a temple, not a graveyard.
Theory that I think is as important as Darwin's Origin of Species. It advances the idea that it was fruit and not meat that gave human beings our unique style of intelligence, and he also posits the revolutionary idea that our relationship with plants has in some sense been a sexual one, that we haven't just evolved alongside them the way animals usually do in symbiosis with their food source, but that the chemistry of fruit has had an unusually active role in changing our species dramatically. There was a period of time in our history when all of a sudden the brains of our ancestors tripled in size very quickly, and the modern neocortex came into existence with a bang. And Tony suggests that this coincided with our ancestors living in the tropical rainforest at the time when they had access to fruit all year round and were eating more fruit by weight than any other animal. Now, a lot of animals eat fruit, but not in the quantities that we did. The larger herbivores, for instance, tend towards green leaves, and amongst primates, we do see that trend reflected, that the ones who eat more fruit are smarter, whereas those who eat more leaves are bigger and stronger, but less intelligent. So here already we have a very basic clue that if our fruit-eating habits were unique and our intelligence appears to be unique, perhaps the two are related, because for those who say it was meat that made the human brain grow big, I always wonder, why hasn't it had the same effect on other animals that eat meat? In fact, the fossil record shows that since leaving the rainforest, our brains have been shrinking fairly steadily, and this may have been a result of not having access to the same quantity of fruit and relying instead on things like meat and root vegetables that are clearly not optimal since they need to be cooked to be edible. So why is this an almost sexual relationship with fruit then? Well, Tony's theory suggests that one of the key mechanisms by which plants influenced our species dramatically comes from the fact that the fruit of a plant is the equivalent of a mammal's uterus. Fruit is a reproductive organ, and so the hormones it contains are about generating and shaping life. Therefore, if ancient man was eating kilos and kilos of fruit every day, if it was the main thing in his diet, then he would be flooding his bloodstream with chemicals that made it a bit like a reproductive environment flowing through his veins. And some of these hormones were triggering hormonal switches on our DNA and changing the way it was read by the body, therefore causing unusually dramatic shifts in our species over a very short period of time. If you want to read more about what these changes were, the increase in brain size, of course, extended juvenility, and so on, I'll link to Tony's books below this video. But the point of making this is to say...
All right. So that was one of my good friends who I highly respect, Carrie McCarthy, and her video on her YouTube channel. I highly recommend subscribing to her. She produces great content. But now I want to tie that segment, yet again, that segment exactly syncs with everything that I am and have shown throughout this presentation and will continue to show in the next segments. But I want to now move on to an epigenetic presentation by the amazing Dr. Dean Ornish, who is literally one of the most, I consider him one of the top gurus, true spiritual and scientific gurus on the planet. Literally the father of epigenetics, essentially. Most of us are, think of Bruce Lipton as, pioneering the epigenetic field, whereas actually Dr. Dean Ornish and his colleague Elizabeth Blackburn are the pioneers of the field of epigenetics. They're the first ones and the ones who actually published the peer-reviewed studies proving epigenetics and the power of epigenetic potential. So let's witness this short presentation by Dr. Ornish explaining how we become the best human that we possibly can be.
Shown. Another is to change our lifestyles. And what we're learning is how powerful and dynamic these changes can be, that you don't have to wait very long to see the benefits. When you eat healthier, manage stress, exercise, and love more, your brain actually gets more blood flow and more oxygen. But more than that, your brain gets measurably bigger. Things that were thought impossible just a few years ago can actually be measured now. This was figured out by Robin Williams a few years before the rest of us. Now, there's some things that you can do to make your brain grow new brain cells. Some of my favorite things like chocolate and tea, blueberries, alcohol in moderation, stress management, and cannabinoids found in marijuana. I'm just the messenger. What were we just talking about? And other things that can make it worse. It can cause you to lose brain cells, the usual suspects like saturated fat and sugar, nicotine, opiates, cocaine, too much alcohol, and chronic stress. Your skin gets more blood flow when you change your lifestyle, so you age less quickly. Your skin doesn't wrinkle as much. Your heart gets more blood flow. We've shown that you can actually reverse heart disease, that these clogged arteries that you see in the upper left, after only a year, become measurably less clogged. And the cardiac PET scan shown in the lower left, the blue means no blood flow. A year later, orange and white is maximal blood flow. We've shown you may be able to stop or reverse the progression of early prostate cancer, by extension, breast cancer, simply by making these changes. We found that tumor growth in vitro was inhibited 70% in the group that made these changes, whereas only 9% in the comparison group. These differences were highly significant. Even your sexual organs get more blood flow, so you increase sexual potency. One of the most effective anti-smoking ads was done by the Department of Health Services, showing that nicotine, which constricts your arteries, can cause a heart attack or a stroke, but it also causes impotence. Half of guys who smoke are impotent. How sexy is that? Now, we're about to publish 2 new studies, one in collaboration with Dr. Elizabeth Blackburn, who won a Lasker Prize a couple of years ago for discovering telomerase. Telomerase is an enzyme that repairs telomeres, which are the ends of your chromosomes that control how long you live, obviously pretty important. And what we showed is that simply in just 3 months, by making these simple changes, you can actually increase your telomerase, thereby lengthening your telomeres and living longer. And we're also about to publish a study, the first study showing you can change gene expression in men with prostate cancer. This is what's called a heat map, and the different colors, and along the side on the right are different genes. And we found that over 500 genes were favorably changed. In effect, turning on the good genes, the disease-preventing genes, turning off the disease-promoting genes. And so these findings, I think, are really very powerful. They're giving many people new hope and new choices. And companies like Navigenics and DNA Direct and 23andMe that are giving you your genetic profiles are getting some people a sense of, gosh, well, what can I do about it? Well, our genes are not our fate, and if we make these changes, they're a predisposition, but if we make bigger changes than we might have made otherwise, we can actually change how our genes are expressed. Thank you.
So again, that's a presentation by Dr. Dean Ornish. He has multiple incredible, groundbreaking books. I highly recommend his work. I highly recommend him. He's literally one of the best on the planet, hands down, bar none, for just about everything. He's truly a life-saving hero. He's truly one of the best on the planet today. And I highly recommend his books. So let's move on to, again, our relationship or our symbiosis with plants to optimize our human genetic expression and our epigenetic expression, once again, through our sexual symbiosis with plants. The law of correspondence is also known as the doctrine of signatures, applies. And this excerpt from Wikipedia, dating from the time of Dioscorides and Galen, states that herbs resembling various parts of the body, and this is an excerpt from my full ebook presentation, which you can find again at my archives at subscribestar.com/liftingtheveil for far more context and far more information that this segment is excerpt from. So again, the time of Dioscorides and Galen states that herbs resembling various parts of the body can be used by herbalists to treat ailments of those body parts. A theological justification, as stated by botanists such as William Coles, was that God would have wanted to show men what plants would be useful for what, by simulating, again, those plants and the structure, a homologous structure to the human organs and the human biology, and not just human anatomy, but again, patterns, fractal patterns all throughout nature. The structures that give rise to plants are the same structure that human beings evolved out of those structures in plants. Human beings evolved, if you want to go by the official evolution theory, human beings evolve from, we are the fruits of the tree of life. We are the fruit that falls from the trees of nature evolutionarily, known as the evolutionary or phylogenetic tree of life. Paracelsus in 1493 to 1541 developed the concept, writing that nature marks each growth according to its curative benefit. The botanist William Coles supposed that God had made herbs for the use of men, and again, humans, not men and humans, men and women, so sexist nonsense, and hath given them particular signatures whereby man may read the use of them. And so again, the signatures and the patterns of nature of plants are meant to disclose the healing powers of nature to humankind. The writings of Jacob Boehme spread the doctrine of signatures. He suggested that God marked objects with a sign or a signature for their purpose. Plants bearing parts that resembled human body parts, animals, or other objects were thought to have useful relevance to those parts, animals, or objects. The signature could sometimes also be identified in the environments or specific sites in which the plants grew. Boehme's 1621 book, The Signature of All Things, gave its name to the doctrine of signatures. The English physician-philosopher Sir Thomas Browne, in his discourse The Garden of Cyrus, uses the quincunx pattern as an archetype of the doctrine of signatures, pervading the design of gardens and orchards, botany and the macrocosm at large. And this graphic that I've depicted here is a law of correspondence between the human brain, the corpus callosum, and the oyster mushroom, directly corresponding and relating to the same geometric structure of the human brain. And I've got multiple different examples of the human brain corresponding to the structure of the mushroom, the sacred mushroom, the wise dome, the wisdom attained from the wise dome of the skull, corresponding to the wise dome of the sacred cap of the mushroom. And cap, of course, means the head. The head. Which is why, again, we find here the lines of the oyster mushroom directly correspond to the corona radiata and the neural fibers of the corona radiata of the human brain, of the human cerebrum. Direct correspondence here with the oyster mushroom to the corona radiata. And again, which means radiant crown in Latin, just to mind you. So yet again, the sex magic power of the structure of physics of nature is what forms the structure of the human brain and the human spinal column. The sex magic power symbol of the masculine pillar, again, the axis mundi, the world pillar, and the feminine archway, or the vault of heaven, overarching the masculine pillar, which is the spinal cord. And the vault of heaven, again, the cerebrum, the cerebral cortex, overarching the masculine pillar, which penetrates the feminine archway. Yet again, this is literally the power symbol in electronics. It is the line, the phallic line, penetrating the circle, or the arch. The penis penetrating the womb. As above in the brain, so below the belt, in the sexual anatomy of procreation. What generates the 1 and the 0, the binary code of nature that literally generates power, electrical power, and power of energy in nature, the brain power of nature. And we find this direct correspondence homologously with the human brain to the reishi mushroom. The same exact symbolism, the same exact law of correspondence and doctrine of signatures to the human spinal system, the human spinal cord, the roots of the dendritic nerve endings stemming from the central axis of the brain. Directly correspondent to the sex magic of the fertility of mushrooms of nature, yet again. The same structure of cavitation, same form as the geoduck clam. The law of correspondence and the fractality of the fertility of the penis envy of the mushroom, complete with its cap, which is the head. And again, the mushroom that we see is literally the reproductive organ of the mushroom. The actual body of the mushroom is the mycelia, the mycelial network of dendritic veins that grow throughout the soil underneath the ground. And the mycelium is literally the neural brain that communicates to that. The mycelium in the ground is literally the neural electrical pathways that every other plant organism that grows out of the ground uses to communicate with each other. They all communicate to each other through their root systems, connected by these mycelial networks. The mushroom and the mycelium is literally the brain and the mind, the universal consciousness itself. It is literally the intelligence of nature. It's how Mother Nature communicates, is through the mycelial maps, the mycelial nets or webs underneath the soil. It's absolutely incredible, truly astounding science. And yet again, we find the corona radiata of the projection fibers directly correspondent, and the fractal nature of the symbiosis with the oyster. Yet again, the cavitation of the muscle, of the female love muscle. Oh, okay, so I do have coming up here so back to the sexual magic of nature. We find the pearl at the center of the oyster. The pearl is exactly correspondent with the lentiform nucleus, which is the thalamus, literally the very core, the golden egg found in the center of the human brain. Directly correspondent, yet again, with the oyster shell with the corona radiata projection fibers of the brain. Directly correspondence of nature. Directly correspondence of nature. Here is what I've been telling you about this whole time, the geoduck clam. Literally the exact same structure as a horse penis. I mean, I know it's vulgar, but I'm sorry, that's just how it is in nature. Here's a little girl harvesting geoduck clams from it's a massive clam. It's humongous. And so yet again, this is on the left, the geoduck clam, the physics of nature. This is the masculine physics of nature, representation anatomically of nature, coming from the very most primordial organisms. And on the right, we have the exact same, again, physics, phi physics cavitation implosion structure of the feminine aspect of the bivalve. A bivalve meaning two valves. And it's the same structure as the female anatomy, which is what? It has two valves. The bivalve of a clam is known as a bivalve because it has an in valve and an out valve. One sucks inward, the other shoots outward. A clam or a bivalve is literally a filter of the ocean. It sucks water in, it cavitates, implodes inward, and then also shoots out through an outward valve. In other words, it's the exact structure of the torus field. The torus field has an in valve, it sucks in at one end, and it shoots out at the other end. Exactly like the torus field of the female ass. The female anatomy has an in valve, a cavitating inward valve, and an excretory outward valve. The female is a bivalve. It's the same exact, comes from the structure of the bivalve of the clams of nature, which is why the female has a clam. She's got a bearded clam. And again, it's the same structure as the golden ratio, the same structure, again, of Victor Schauberger's golden ratio plow. Again, the masculine and the feminine. The masculine penetrates the feminine. Same structure, though. And here's what I was just explaining. The structure of the bivalve. It's literally the same structure as a horse. It has a female horse, a male. Not a male, a mare. Female mare. You know, this is the exact structure of a mare, a horse's ass. You know, it's the bivalve. You have the anus and the vaginal cavity, the exact same structure, the exact same structure as the vulva, the exact same structure as the bivalve and the bivolve. The valve and the vulva are literally etymologically connected, etymologically linked. The vulva is a valve. The vulve is a valve. And it's the exact same structure. It's the female love muscle, the goddess love muscle of Venus. The Venus is Venus, is Viernus, meaning Friday, is linked with Venice, the city of love in Italy. Veneris, meaning Latin meaning love, or veneration, literally meaning Venus, is Veneris, is love and veneration, which gives us venereal diseases, is the transmission of love. This STDs, sexually transmitted diseases through love making, which is why the oyster, the bivalve, the love muscle of the goddess of the bivalve, is the symbol of the vulva, the exact anatomical structure. The bivalves consist of an inlet and an outlet. Again, the flow of energy, impulsion and implosion. And this is why the oyster is linked to oester, ester, the root of estrogen, of estrus, the literal meaning of Aphrodite, which is why Aphrodite gives us the word aphrodisiac, which was the oysters were considered an aphrodisiac for fertility properties. And the word veni literally means I came, as in Veneris, Venus, venerate, venereal. The vulva, the oyster, the estrogen, and I've covered this so much more fully in my full, again, my Easter, my full occult secrets of Easter presentation and the goddess Venus. So much more, which is where this excerpt is from. And here we find another example of the doctrine of signatures in nature from the sun-dried peach. And women on Instagram, the young girls on Instagram know all about the peach emoji. Don't you, ladies? That the peach is symbolic of. I think they usually use the peach as a symbol of an ass, but maybe they use it as interchangeable with the symbol of the vulva. But it's the same. It's equivalent for both. I mean, it's useful for both, symbolic of both the ass and the vulva. Which is why sun-dried apricots, or a peach, apricot literally means sun peach. That's what the word apricot means, and it comes from the root word of apricate, meaning to bask in the sun. Which is why when you're basking in the sun, you're outside sunning your peach. Which is why we have the old phrase, do I dare to eat a peach? And why we have peach fuzz. Because the peach fuzz is the peach of the vulva. It's the peach of the goddess fertility fruits of nature. The doctrine of signatures. The law of correspondence. Life's a peach, and then you have one, and you take it, and you eat it, and it's juicy, and it's sweet and delicious. Again, apricate, to bask in the sun drying your apricots, sunning your peach. Another example is the fertility fruit of the forbidden fruit of the tree of life was also arguably known to have been known as the fig or the fig tree. The fig comes from Latin fic, or we know the word German fic also means in English it's known as F-U-C-K. In other languages it's known as fic. Fic means the act of sex. It comes from Latin ficus. The ficus tree. The fig comes from the ficus tree, and which is why the fig is the symbol of sexual reproduction and fertility, because the fig contains thousands of seeds inside. The fig is literally the exact law of correspondence as both the male testes and the bladder and the female uterus. All exact representations of the fig. And the male prostate has all of these dendrites located inside the prostate, directly correspondent with the seeds within the fig, directly correspondent with the shape and structure of the female uterus. The fig is the forbidden fertility fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of knowledge of sex and reproduction and fertility. The fig is representative of sex and fertility. Again, the symbol of love and reproduction. We find more examples of the law of correspondence between the fruits of nature and the structure of the human anatomy. Yet again, in the cherimoya fruit, the doctrine of signatures was known as a form of sympathetic magic or homeopathy. Ancient and traditional cultures hold that properties of plants corresponding or homologous to human anatomy hold a magical or scientific benefit to those organs or aspects of the body. We find the cherimoya fruit is, as I've shown, is directly the same structure of the human heart. And here's how the doctrine of law of signatures corresponds. The law of correspondence and doctrine of signature corresponds. The cherimoya fruit has a well-balanced sodium to potassium ratio, and a good potassium level in the body helps control the heart rate variability and helps regulate healthy blood pressure. Yet again, how the cherimoya fruit, both structurally in form and in function, directly corresponds and promotes the health and well-being of the human anatomy and the human heart. The fruits are directly correspondent to the anatomy of human being and are optimal for the human being, just as the lung alveoli is directly homologous to the dendritic fractal structure of the elderberry tree or elderberry bush. It's identical, and elderberry is absolutely beneficial for the circulatory system and antiviral properties and the circulatory system of the lung alveoli. We find again, the Taurus is the tree of life, is the tree of knowledge. Yet again, the structure, as we've covered in my full Symbols of Power Part 2, Part 3, and the entire film series, on and on and on. We've covered this thoroughly in depth. The structure of the toroidal form is the structure of the tree, is the structure of the universe, of galaxies, is the structure of the human brain itself. The brain is the tree of knowledge, is the central nervous tree, as we've covered all throughout my Symbols of Power series. The tree of knowledge, of good and evil, is the central nervous tree, and the tree of life is the cardiovascular tree, or the phylogenetic tree of life. So these are the two trees referred to in the Garden of Eden. Walter Russell has said that man's body is an extension of the earth. Like all things else, man's body is composed of electric waves of light, the same waves which motivate our radios or illumine our houses. So yet again, the electric dendritic tree-like, dendrite means tree-like, dendritic structure of nature. We find this in the fertility and the fecundity of the tree. Yet again, the fertility of the tree of nature. In ancient Greece was known as the dryad, meaning a wood nymph. It was where we get our word nymphomania, meaning fertility. Nymphomania was when a man was wandering through nature, through the wilderness, and was stricken by the beauty of a young maiden in the wilderness with her wild fertility of nature, a nymph who frolics and is free from the structural confines of the polis, or in other words, of the city. She is a hippie, a wild one, a wild woman sisterhood in tune with the fertility of the tree of nature. A dryad was one so linked to the spirit of the tree of nature, it was said that if the tree was killed, the spirit of the dryad died along with the tree itself. They were so intrinsically linked. And yet, again, we can actually find the human spirit in the similarity of the trees of nature, because again, the human being is the child of the tree. We evolved from the tree. Human beings, as well as all vertebrates and all animals, evolved from the eukaryotic life. Prokaryotic life is basically animals. Eukaryotic life are plants. And animals evolved from plants. That's how the evolutionary tree of life occurred. The fecundity and abundity, that's a pun, of nature is abound. The ancient Greeks believed that the hamadryads were the female spirit of the trees, so inextricably linked to its life force that if she died, the tree died along with her. Very beautiful and very touching. My kudos to all those who can relate to the hamadryads today. And yet again, we find the fertility structure of the fertility fruits of the tree of life and the sexuality of nature. And cultures all over the world, indigenous cultures, practiced an ancient sacred rite of marriage to a tree. It was a religious system or cult organized around beliefs that trees contain hidden or sacred power to cure or to enhance fertility, or that they contain the souls of ancestors or of the unborn. So if you focus on a sacred windswept night, you can catch glimpses of them banging. to be as nice as I can about it, which I would prefer to be more vulgar about it. But you can find the banging and the sexual fertility of the trees all throughout nature, which is why they practiced the ancient sacred rite of tree marriage for fertility and fecundity of nature. And this brings us back to the fractal optimization of health and nutrition for optimal genetic human form and human function, human form and function. The perfection of our form is directly expressive of the perfection of its ability to function, which is why if you're a powerful gymnast or an athlete or a dancer or whatever you're doing on a high level with your physical body, that's why your physical body also becomes super attractive and super beautiful, because your body's form represents the function that it performs. They go hand in hand because the energetic form follows the energetic function of the pathways in the flow of energy. So if whatever you're doing with the energy of your body, you're maximizing its potential, its structural genetic potential. Which is why to optimize our human potential, we need to eat the most fractal foods in nature, which are the sacred geometrical plants of nature, which contain the most vital elements of life within them, to promote the optimal human genetics, human genetic expression. Light and information from the sun and from the universe at large comes streaming into the earth and impregnates her with its potent phallic radiation. She gets late and then gives birth to the infinite flora, which are the life cycle of thriving reproductivity. The purpose of fractality is to integrate greater levels of complexity, meaning that infinite amounts of data can be stored within that structure or within that fruit or that being itself. By consuming more fractal foods that are closer to the direct source of electrical transmission, or light itself, the structure of space and time itself, the pattern of nature, it contains more electricity and therefore holds and stores more light information codes that signal our genes to both upregulate healing and holistic properties. We begin to physically change our life, both mentally, emotionally, on the heart level, physically on the biological level, by radically switching on our gut microbiome through our diverse gut microbiome, which feeds on the resistant starch and the not insoluble, undigestible fiber that all the low carbers claim is unhealthy because we can't digest it. That's what our gut bacteria eats, and that's what our gut bacteria produces: the short chain fatty acids and the medium chain fatty acids like serotonin, dopamine, propionate, and butyrate. These are literally neurotransmitters. These are literally dopamine and serotonin are well known. You guys know these. These are the hormones that regulate our moods and our emotions, of sense of well-being and a sense of pleasure. These neuropeptides are produced by the gut microbiome, and the gut microbiome only feeds on fiber. Our ancestors, our Paleolithic ancestors, were not eating mostly meat that they hunted and gathered. They were eating mostly, predominantly, over 250 grams of plant fiber every single day. We know that from the fossilized coprolites, which is fossilized poop of our paleo ancestors. They were eating god-awful amounts of plants a day. Ungodly amounts of fiber, over 250 grams of fiber a day. Today, our current recommended daily intake of fiber is 20 grams, and most people get far less than that. And we should be eating over 250 grams of fiber a day, just like our Paleolithic caveman ancestors were. That's the proven science. That's the proven anthropology. All of hominids throughout all of evolution were predominantly plant-based. Almost entirely, actually. So again, this regulates our genetics physically by radically switching on our gut microbiome to our cellular energy production and revamping our entire systemic load, our metabolic load. And this is why we find the sacred geometry structures of Metatron's cube, which is literally the root and seed of the seed of life, known as the fruit of life in sacred geometry, the seed of life in sacred geometry, which gives rise to the flower of life and sacred geometry, which we find in nature. These are the symbolism of the plants of nature, the foods of nature, the foods of intelligence, the structure of consciousness of the universe itself. This is why we find the sacred geometry of the fruits of nature, the fractal holographic patterns and energetic pattern of the pater, of matter, of the plants of nature. You are what you eat, which is why if you eat the sacred geometry, you become a sacred geometrical, divinely conscious being. And I know that sounds a lot like, crap that David Wolf would say. It's a divine, intuitive read. But no, seriously, it's the fractal patterns of nature. The more of these plants and phytochemicals and elements that you're eating, not just structurally, geometrically, but you are activating every aspect of your human potential. Which is why we find, again, the fertility fruits of nature, the vulvic, fertile, breast, mammary gland representations of the citrus fruits, the vulvic representations of the fruit, the vulva, the goddess uterus, the goddess mammary glands, the fruits of Mother Nature, her juicy, sweet, delicious, sexual fruits of nature, which activate our divine consciousness, which is our divine wisdom of Sophia. Ancient Greek Sophia means wisdom, which is where we get sophistry, or where we get the sophisticated. Sophisticated, you are wise. You become a wise master. You become a wizard. You become a wise one of the wise dome, of the tree, of the dome of the mushroom, of the dome of nature, the dome of life, the sacred dome of your skull, of your brain, of your head, the capstone of enlightenment. This is why we find the structure of the human harmonics in the human body and how we optimize our human harmonics. This is a graphic that I've combined on the right of our entire human form. Our entire musculoskeletal structure represents the exact harmonic wave of musical notation. And this specific one is the fundamental C harmonic. Is literally the same exact structure. Literally, you can even follow this. Follow this big wave here. This big wave here is identical to the big wave here on the human body. They are exactly homologous. It is exactly identical. And so then we find this big wave here corresponds to this big wave here. It is the human body is the exact fundamental C harmonic, half or first partial. And I don't know much. I don't know literally anything about musical harmonic theory. But if someone's a musical, theory major, like, boy, you should team up with me, and we can take this so much further. This is this harmonic structure, the sacred, the mathematical and musical structure that gives the human being its form. We are literally vibratory beings of musical energy. All of, again, the hermetic principles of the quadrivium in nature. And you guys will recognize this slide from my Symbols of Power Part 4 film, where in it I discovered the entire divine proportion of the human brain. Symbols of Power Part 4, where I showed this is literally a phi ratio measurement from both the front of the skull to the back of the skull, harmonic phi ratio from the pituitary gland to the pineal gland, harmonic ratio on every level. I've shown countless examples of how it's a perfect phi golden mean harmonic ratio that creates the structure of the human form and especially the human brain and all of the other human anatomy as well, of the optic nerve. And so this is why we can measure the divine proportion from the top of the skull to the pineal gland, and then from the pineal gland directly to towards the posterior of the skull. And we also get the golden divine proportion measuring from the top of the skull to the olfactory bulb, and then from the olfactory bulb to the pineal gland. And of course, we also get it when measuring from the top of the skull to the pituitary gland, and from the pituitary gland to the base of the skull, or sorry, to the back of the skull. We also get the divine proportion measuring width-wise when we measure from the lateral edges of the skull into the internal curvature of the sphenoid bone, directly where the optic nerves pass through the foramina. So directly at those points of the inferior cranial fossa, or the cranial floor, are these contours where the lower cerebrum hits, and they are directly corresponding to the divine proportion measurements. When you measure each one, as the divine proportion has an invisible little line that can be extended, vector can be extended here, and so those 2 points correspond directly with the structure of the inferior cranial fossa. And then of course it can also be measured from, yet again, the pituitary, which hangs directly off the infundibulum, which hangs down directly above the hypothalamus region. So the pituitary measures from the pituitary to the pineal, from the pineal to the back of the skull. And so I also realized that the same standing harmonic wave of this of the phi ratio, the golden mean harmonic wave, that composes so below the belt in the perineal muscles of the female, is a direct above the belt correspondence of the exact golden ratio standing harmonic wave of the optic relay pathways of the optic nerves, which are literally some of the most active and highly lit up neural pathways when viewed from a diffusion tensor imaging scan. And of course, again, the pituitary and the pineal gland are at the exact golden mean proportion, the divine proportion, which the entire human skull and the entire human brain is entirely composed of nothing but the divine proportion at every single structure. And all of these things is the very essence of the esoteric human anatomy, the human physiology, which itself is a microcosmic representation of what the entire universe represents and is doing as a whole. Each one of us is a small fractal representation of what the entire universe itself is actually doing. It's the same physics all the way down, no matter what scale you are focusing on, in universal awareness, whether you're focusing on galactic scale, on the universal scale, or on the microscopic scale. It's the same set of physics, same laws of universal physics that applies at all scales and at all orders of magnitude, all the way down and all the way up, infinitely. It is infinite fractality, and that's what the human body represents. And that's why, I've got my own symbolism. If you guys really like the symbolism artwork, graphic artwork that I've composed, is literally I've discovered and presented why the Freemasonic square and the compass. I've shown this from so many different aspects. I've shown the entire meaning of what the square and compass actually is. Number one, so you get the compass itself, which draws feminine curves. You get the square, or the rule. So it's rather than a compass, it's actually, in Freemasonry, it's called a divider. It's a divide. So it's the symbolism of the divide and rule. In other words, divide and conquer. But it's not just that. It's so much more universal and so much. It's not just, you know, dark or evil or any of that stuff. It's not dark or evil at all. It's just a universal concept. It's like any tool. It can be used however you want to use it for whatever purpose. But it literally comes from the physics of nature, human anatomy, esoteric anatomy, and the physiology itself. As the square or the compass is actually depicted at a very esoteric angle of 47 degrees. 47 degrees is an extremely esoteric number. You'll find it everywhere. But so it's 47 plus the 90-degree square, or the 90-degree rule, which equates to the sacred number of 137, which is the golden number, the golden angle of phyllotaxis, which is the Fibonacci spiral, the angle at which plants spiral and they grow stalks at a 137-degree angle from each other, which is literally known as the golden angle. And it's the angle of phyllotaxis that all plants grow in, because it's the divine number of complete division, to where each of these branches will equally attain the maximum amount of sunlight, so they can each attain the maximum amount of growth and expansion without interfering with each other. So this number 137, and so that's combined what the actual meaning of the square and compass, just one of the layers of the square and compass, what it actually means. We covered so much more in depth in Symbols of Power Part 2 and Part 3. So there's so much more in-depth meaning of the square and compass, which is literally the urogenital and the anal triangle combined. So in other words, it's literally the human sexual anatomy. It's literally the pelvis. It's literally the perineal region of the human body, which is the sacral region. It is the sacred sacrum. It is the origin of sexual creation. So again, it is the divine masculine and the divine feminine combining. How am I doing this here? Combining. So I can't. How does it go? Like this. Combining together and merging together in the sexual perineal union, which creates the universal sexagram. And I've got whole other original pieces that I haven't published anywhere yet that will also be in the book. Complete original discoveries. This is where the two pelvises, where the two, where both of you, where, your two pelvis regions are joined together. And so therefore each of your urogenital triangles come together, and they, depending on what angle or what position you're having, and it literally creates a sexagram, or also known as a hexagram, but I call it the sexagram because hex is literally sex. Hex is Greek for sex is Latin for, which is Greek hex, which means six, which is why sex literally means six. Six, sex, hex. The sex is the hex, which is the square, which is the cube of creation, the cube of space. And so, I mean, we could go on and on and on with all this stuff, but so that's what, another aspect of what the square and the compass represents. But in this artwork that I've depicted, if you guys like this artwork, it's available. You can check it out in the Lifting the Veil merch store. It's a really cool graphic that I put together, but it's literally the human body sitting in full lotus position. That's what the square and the compass is. It's with the sacred G, which is literally the G. My name is Cullen Smith. This is Lifting the Veil. You can find all of my full books, presentations, videos, films, articles, posts at subscribestar.com/liftingtheveil. Patreon has suspended this work and my account and income stream for this content. So if you are a supporting patron, then please, I ask you to move your support over to subscribestar.com/liftingtheveil. And I have just established a completely free, uncensored, totally free speech social media platform that replaces Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, every other platform all in one on liftingtheveil.locals.com. You can download the Locals app and you can join our group and have totally free speech and totally uncensored, unrestricted content access. And there is also a ton of exclusive content, and I will leave the cited reference links in the description down below. So you can check that out for all of my full content, and I will see you guys in the next video. I rely solely on word of mouth and the recommended algorithms are not recommending any of my videos or films anymore. My channel has literally been completely restricted, so I rely on your help by sharing my work around if you appreciate it, and leave me your comments. I definitely want to know what you have to share and what you have to think about all of this stuff, and I will see you in the next video.
Politicians. Take 9. Politicians say they speak for us, but again, here we are under the bus. Politicians fight for the people they claim, but the policies remain the same. Politicians are just demons in suits. They pretend to be enemies, but in reality, they're all in cahoots. Politicians turn their backs on the needy, just to suck up to the filthy rich and greedy. And they insist with a fist that we follow along by going their way. Stay safe, our way is wrong. Domination of a nation, vaccination control, devastation, extermination, population control. People are dying, people are crying, waiting for relief.
Welcome one and all, I'm Mark Passio of whatonearthishappening.com. It's great to be part of the S.E.E.D 4 virtual conference here today. I want to thank Brandon Martin and Nate Kapp for hosting the event and for inviting me to speak. My presentation here today is entitled Fake Ass Anarchists. And this is a presentation I've wanted to deliver for quite a long time. I think it's incredibly important that people in the anarchist community and in the freedom movement in general understand the fake forms of anarchy that are out there and operating as what I would consider one big psyop to try to prevent the understanding of what anarchy really is from propagating to the public at large. And I'll be explaining more about that as we delve into the presentation. I only have a couple of quick caveats before I begin. As I do with most of my presentations, this is largely for the internet viewing audience. There is nothing new under the sun. You will not be seeing or hearing anything completely new here today. As that ancient saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. This means that truth is objective and eternal. It has always been here and it always will be here. All that I can do as a presenter is to present this information in the form of a personalized framework with my particular style and aesthetics applied. Now, that being said, you'll also be getting my personality as I deliver this presentation, and I always tell people you want to put that to the side as much as you can, and you want to focus on the information only and the veracity of that information. So if you are a person who considers themselves easily offended, this presentation is not for you. And I make no bones about that. So none of my work, at any point, at any time, anywhere you find my work, is for the babies among humanity. None of it is for the babies. Okay, the easily offended, or in other words, those who don't really want to hear the hard truth spoken in an unapologetic way. If that describes you, and if you're a person who wants to cling to your beliefs regardless of what the truth happens to be, then you shouldn't bother with this work right now. You should come back to it at a later time when you've matured enough, when you've matured to a state of mind that resembles psychological adulthood, true psychological adulthood. Then my work might have some positive impact on you. But if the mindset of easily offended describes you right now, you're probably wasting your time even watching this and trying to glean anything from it. And people will often say, Mark, why do you start your presentations harshly like that with people? They won't even want to watch it. Well, that's fine. I often disclose such a hardcore caveat before beginning my presentations, already knowing in advance that this might turn people away from even listening to what I have to say. And I do this not because I'm attempting to get the wishy-washy on my, I'm not attempting to get the wishy-washy on my side. I'm not attempting to be soft on people and get people just to watch it, okay? If I really didn't care a lot about my work, I would probably do something like that. I would try to just get numbers. I want people who are ready to hear this, who will accept the truth, not because I've said it, but because they've applied reason and critical thinking skills to what's being talked about, so that they themselves can arrive at the correct conclusion. And I explain this to people because, you may be the people who, can hear it like that. You can hear it said in a harsh way, but you've just not discovered this information up until the current point. You have only now come across anybody telling you the truth like this. That's who I'm putting it out there for. I'm not putting it out there for people who aren't ready to accept it, don't want to know it, etc. If you're that kind of person, go back to sleep, and this probably isn't going to do much for you. But I also put this truth out into the world in this way because this acts as a fulfillment of my own personal moral obligation to speak the truth that I have learned in the tyrannical times in which we live, which are rapidly growing more tyrannical. So let's begin this presentation today with basic definitions. Definitions exist for a reason. Words have meanings. And let's break down some basic definitions of terms that will be used throughout this presentation. So when we talk about anarchy, what do we actually mean? What is meant by anarchy for the duration of this presentation? The English word anarchy is derived from the Greek prefix an. They're written in Greek print in parentheses there. And the prefix "an" means without, the absence of, not present. And then the second part of the word anarchy comes from the Greek noun archon. They're written in Greek in parentheses there, in Greek characters. And archon means ruler or master in ancient Greek. So when we put these together, we arrive at the term anarchon, the absence of rulers, the absence of masters, without rulers, without masters. Anarchy does not mean without rules. Those who think that it means without rules or anything goes do not know what real anarchy is. Anarchy as a word literally means, from its etymological origins, without rulers. So anarchy means no rulers, no masters, or in other words, the state of true freedom, where one is not ruled by others through violence, coercion, or duress. And that is, in fact, what I call the real world definition of anarchy. The real world definition is a state of existence in which individuals are not ruled or enslaved by others, and are free to exercise their natural rights unrestrained by violence, duress, or coercion. This state of human existence, the state of existence in general, can only be created and maintained via behavioral alignment to objective morality through a deep understanding of natural law. So, most people will not give you this anarchy even in the anarchist community. Will not give you this definition even within the anarchist community or the freedom community, because they don't understand how anarchy is created. They don't understand, in other words, how true freedom, which is what anarchy is created in our world. So as I said there, the state of anarchy can only be created and maintained via behavioral alignment to objective morality, meaning choosing and aligning one's behavior with actions which do not initiate harm to other sentient beings. And you can only do that through a deep understanding of natural law. So the real world definition of anarchy is that freedom can only be created when the population behaves in a moral capacity. Morality is the actual dynamic that creates freedom. That is what anarchy really is. If we're being honest with ourselves, and if we are correct, and we have the correct definition, that is the correct definition of what anarchy really is. It's not just the state whereby people are not ruled. It is the state by people are not ruled because they have aligned their behavior to objective morality under natural law, because they themselves understand the dynamic that morality is what creates freedom. That is my definition of anarchy, and that is the correct definition of anarchy. That is what anarchy actually is in the realm of nature. In the real world, matter-of-fact realm of nature, that is what anarchy is and how it operates, whether anyone understands it or agrees with that definition or not. That is the definition of what anarchy actually is. So when we're talking about natural law, what do we mean by that statement? Well, first, it doesn't mean Darwinism. It doesn't mean survival of the fittest. It doesn't mean the natural order as postulated by Darwinism and those who think like that, as a dog-eat-dog world. That is not what natural law is. So what is natural law as we are talking about it here in this presentation? Natural law is a set of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behaviors of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. Yes, that's a mouthful. But if we take it in turn, universal means everywhere existent in the universe. Inherent means it is in nature. It is not created by anything that is done by human beings or any other beings. It is inherent to nature. It is objective, meaning it is not subjective and open to interpretation or open to whether we want to believe in it or not. It is not open to our opinion or whim. It is objective. It exists external to perception. It is non-man-made. It's not created by humanity. It exists because creation exists. It exists inherently in the universe. It exists as part of nature. It is eternal. It can never be out of effect. It has been in effect since the beginning of the universe, and it will be in effect for as long as the universe exists. And it is immutable. These conditions are immutable, these laws. That means that they can never be changed by anyone or anything. Any process that anyone tries to undertake, they can never be changed because they are set in place by creation itself. So that's what we're talking about. And these conditions govern the consequences of behaviors. They are the laws of behavioral consequence, karmic laws, cosmic universal moral laws, the laws of God, whatever you want to word it as. You can word it any way you want, but that is what they are. They are the laws that govern the behavioral consequences of the behaviors that we as human beings choose. They apply to beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between right and wrong, the difference between harmful and non-harmful behaviors. The understanding of natural law is centered upon bringing our own conscience, our knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong behavior, into alignment with objective morality, the objective difference between behaviors which do initiate harm to other sentient beings and those which do not initiate harm to other sentient beings. So this means definitively knowing which behaviors are which behaviors are rights because they do not initiate harm to others, and which behaviors are wrongdoings, are transgressions against natural law because they do initiate harm to other sentient beings. This is what we mean by what natural law is and how it operates in the world, and why it is so important that human beings know what natural law is and the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. If we don't have that as a framework of knowledge under our belt, we can never create true freedom, because true freedom is hinged upon behaving in harmony with natural law, behaving in harmony with objective morality. That is what creates freedom. So this is the natural law of freedom, as I call it. When human beings in the aggregate, meaning in the collective sense as a species, live in harmony with natural law and are therefore moral, they become and remain free. When human beings in the aggregate live in opposition to natural law and are therefore immoral, they become and remain enslaved. I personally refer to this dynamic of natural law as the law of freedom. Or in other words, as aggregate morality increases, aggregate freedom increases. And as aggregate morality declines, freedom declines. The aggregate freedom of the whole species declines as aggregate morality declines. This is how natural law functions in the real world. This is a real-world definition of the law of freedom and how it works in our world. Most anarchists do not understand this. Most human beings do not understand this and refuse to accept it. And that's why we're in the situation that we're in as a species. That's why we're going into total tyranny and abject slavery. Right versus wrong is the entire crux of the matter. So a right, as we defined it in the last slide, is an action that does not initiate harm to another sentient being. True anarchy can only manifest when whole populations align their behavior to natural law, the universal moral laws of creation. Therefore, anarchy can only be created through a correct understanding of objective morality. If you do not understand objective morality, you cannot create the state of anarchy. It is an impossibility. Right behavior is also that which is correct. That is why it is so important to get it right, to be correct about our definitions and our understanding about these dynamics. Right does not just mean moral, it means correct as in based in truth, that it is not incorrect, that it is not wrong, as an answer. Okay? You know, when asked the right question, you want to get the answer correct. This is the exact same thing. This is why we are talking about it is so important to have the correct answer about what generates freedom. So right not only means moral, it means correct. And of course, as we've already talked about, it means moral in the sense that actions which are in harmony with natural law, because they are rights, do not initiate harm to other sentient beings. Whereas if we are wrong, both incorrect, not having the correct answer, not being based in truth, our actions will go awry and become immoral actions, which are in opposition to natural law because they do initiate harm to other sentient beings. For more information on natural law, the law of freedom, the difference between right and wrong, the transgressions against natural law, questions about any given behavior. I highly recommend people check out my natural law seminar. Obviously, we can't repeat the whole seminar here today. I have to give the basics, as working definitions before we move on into further material. But if you want to look further into natural law, I did a close to 9-hour seminar on the topic called Natural Law, the Real Law of Attraction and How to Apply It in Your Life. And if you haven't seen that, you absolutely need to. That is my magnum opus. That is the absolute heart of all of my work. Okay, so let's move on to what it means to be an anarchist in name only. And this is very important. I gave a presentation called Fake Ass Christians back in 2017, which I'll be mentioning, that talked about what is a Christian in name only. It's somebody that is pretending to be something. They're inauthentic. They're a fake. They're saying one thing, but then their behavior betrays what they're saying that they are. So let's look at this dynamic, because I don't think many people really understand when you use the term in name only what you mean. The phrase in name only means not the real thing. Many people may have heard this in political circles, Republicans in name only, Democrats in name only. I used it in the sense of Christians using the term in name only, and here I'm using it to mean anarchists in name only. There are people who are wearing a mask, as seen in the depiction there. Anyone can claim to be something, but in reality, if that person's thoughts and behaviors do not align with what they claim to be, they're most certainly not what they claim to be. They are, in fact, inauthentic beings. They are fakes. They are frauds. But sadly, most people fail to understand this dynamic or recognize that it is taking place in just about every aspect of human life. Just because someone says that they are something, and then maybe they want to take the symbols of that, movement or that dynamic or that philosophy and use it as their own, doesn't mean they're that thing. Anybody can slap an A in a circle on themselves, call themselves an anarchist, and not be an anarchist. Just like anyone can hang a Christian cross pendant around their neck and not represent what Christianity is supposed to represent. The same is true for anarchists and anarchy in general. So just because someone says they're something doesn't automatically make them that, nor should we trust that they are that. Again, by your deeds you shall know them. That's the whole point. Understand what people are behaving like. That is what they are. That is what they are bringing forth and manifesting in the world. They're manifesting the world through their behaviors, not what they say they are. Okay? So that's very important to keep this in mind as we step through the presentation. To understand, these are people just claiming that they're anarchists. Even they may believe that they are, but they do not have the correct understanding of anarchy in their own minds. And so their behaviors are going to go awry and go askew and often even be immoral. Okay? And they could advocate for immoral things. And that is because they are claiming to be something, but they don't even in their own minds often have the correct definition. That's why that definition section at the beginning of this presentation is so important to get correct. And those are the correct definitions. Okay? It's not my opinion about the definitions of those things. That's how they really are in the real world of nature, and that's how they really work in the natural domain. So moving forward, we're talking about people who just are using the word anarchy, basically. They're using the word in an incorrect capacity, and then they'll even use the symbol in an incorrect capacity, which is one of the reasons I say we need to take back the word anarchy, and we need to take back the symbol of anarchy, and we need to apply it to what it really means. Not what other idiots out there are claiming that it means, and living a completely inauthentic life, with a mask on, pretending to be something that they are absolutely not, that they don't even understand in most cases. So again, I gave a presentation back in 2017 called Fake Ass Christians, where I exposed people who are Christian in name only and claim to be Christian, yet they're not really living the words of Jesus in the New Testament. They're not living any type of authentic Christian life. They're just claiming to be Christian. I call it churchianity. It's one of the terms I applied to it in this presentation, or Constantinianity, after Emperor Constantine, who unified Christianity under, the banner of the Roman Empire. Again, anybody can call themselves anything. There's Freemasons in name only. Okay? There's Rosicrucians in name only. There's Kabbalists in name only and occultists in name only. They don't really have the core principles. They don't have the core philosophy down, but they call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, even though they don't understand it fully and live it fully. The same is true for anarchists. So let's talk about who the fake-ass anarchists are. Now, I am going to delve into, in this presentation, the types of hyphenated anarchy, but not as much as you might think. Okay? This presentation, one, is going to be a significant amount of review of philosophy, of morality, of natural law, and helping people to understand why this is so important to understand it, get it right, and really apply that to anarchy. That's the core philosophy of real anarchy. But I am going to spend a little bit of time on the fake anarchist factions. It is important enough to at least understand what the factions are, what they call themselves, and what their basic ideologies are. However, I am not going to delve into their, to a great extent, into their 3D worldly philosophies. What I'm really going to get into is what their whole psychological makeup and their ideologies that go even beyond political ideologies really are. Okay? I'm going to go into what has completely led them askew and astray of real anarchy. All the ways that they are under mind control, all the ways that their thought process is actually leading them into a deeper state of bondage and enslavement instead of toward real freedom, which is what they claim they want. So this section is called, in double quotes, anarchist factions, and hyphenated, and in double quotes, anarchism. Okay, because they're not really these things. They just claim that they're these things. So let's look at some different categories of anarchists. I'm not going to take the time to break down totally slide by slide each separate faction. I'm kind of grouping them into what I consider large categories of factions. Okay, so first and foremost, you have the left-wing anarchists. These are the most prominent of the fake anarchists, at least among the community of people who sort of does really understand what anarchism and anarchy really is all about. This is like the most popular aspect of fake anarchy, the left-wing branch of so-called anarchism. It's not anarchy, folks. It's not anarchism. This is anarchism wrapped in double quotes. Please wrap it in a healthy dosage of double quotes, okay? So the examples, and as I've also, even in their names, like anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism, etc., I am wrapping the word anarcho in double quotes to express this is a completely false representation of what anarchy is. So some examples of the left-wing factions of anarchy are anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism, black bloc anarchists, so-called anarchists, and of course the ever-present and popular Antifa, standing for anti-fascism, anti-fascist, which they're nothing of the sort either. So some of the ideologies of these types of left-wing anarchist factions include, but are not limited to, the following ideologies: Marxism, socialism, communism, and going hand in hand with those, the abolition of capitalism, the abolition of private property, the abolition of wage labor, so-called collective ownership. I put ownership in double quotes because if something is collective ownership, it's not owned. Only the person who is deciding what can be done with property is the actual owner. So you can't really have collective ownership. But they want collective ownership of the means of production of goods and services, which really means you're handing it to the state at any given time. Collective ownership would be mob rule mentality. And this is often the mentality of leftists in general, certainly of so-called left-wing anarchism. overall, all of these different factions or categories of anarchists that I'm going to be talking about here today, they believe that something is the problem that isn't really the problem. They just believe that in their own minds. They have this thing that they attack, that they want destroyed, that they want abolished from the world, and they believe that abolishing it will create true freedom. Well, in the left-wing fake anarchist faction, they believe that capitalism is the real problem and that abolishing capitalism will create true freedom. It's a ridiculous ideology. It's based in things that are actual slavery and totalitarian leading ideologies that lead to total control over a whole society, lead to totalitarianism like Marxism, communism, socialism, etc. And they don't have an understanding of rights. They identify themselves, as Marx tried to identify human beings with, as workers. Imagine this is your life's goal. This is what you want to identify yourself as. And we're going to talk about identification, identity politics, identity personalities, just pure ego identification of identifying with a role or with a group. And they're poster children for that dynamic. And once again, anybody identifying on this side of anarchy, get as offended as you like by what I'm saying here. You can get as offended as you like. It's still not going to make what I'm saying untrue. Conversely, I'm going to go and start to attack the right-wing factions of anarchy next. They could feel as equally free to get as offended as they like. What I'm going to say about that will also be true, and you could get as offended about it as you want, and it will never make it untrue. So, this stems out of left-wing partisan politics, and these people believe that they've transcended that, yet they've adopted some of the same mentalities, ideologies, political thoughts that have basically led to the decimation of whole populations and the genocide of over 200 million people in the last century alone. But they want to believe that they're accurate and they've identified with something that is good and pure and wholesome. They'll never be it'll never be true. They'll never be correct about it. But yet, they have bought into it. They've made it their identity. And part of what I'm going to talk about here today is admission that you're wrong about something. Most people in any of these factions are never going to want to do that. They want to insist that they're correct and they got it and they learned all the information they need to know. And let me tell you something, little boys and girls, you don't have enough information. You got off the train before it even left the station when information is concerned, okay? You think you have the world figured out. You don't have anything figured out. You have a little pissant droplet in the bucket, okay? That's what you got, all right? You're little children in your mentality, thinking that Marx is some kind of a savior when he's leading you into a total cage. That's what's really going on. You're being groomed for bondage and groomed for chattel slavery. Okay? Because you think you have it figured out. You think you studied enough. You think you learned the answers. You didn't learn shit. Okay? You're still little children that haven't even gotten past the preface of the book, let alone read the whole thing. Let's put it that way. And you have a lot to learn and a lot of growing to do to understand how it really works. Because your spiritual children, your spiritual infants in your understanding of how things really work in the real world. Infants. And you can't admit that to yourself. You can't admit that you don't have enough information. It's part of the dynamic I'm going to talk about later. But these people identify with left-wing factions like socialism and communism and actually believe those are good things. They actually believe that concentrating the production of goods and services into the hands of the state or into the hands of the collective, as they claim, is somehow going to lead to freedom. Private property, private means of production, free markets, that to them, that's anathema, and that's what they want to abolish. And they actually believe that'll lead to freedom. Believe it or not, some of those people are so dumb, they actually believe that will lead to true freedom. As fake as the day is long, ladies and gentlemen, But good luck telling them that. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen. They want to believe that they're right, and they want to play grown-up when in fact they're infants. Here's some more people who have gone a little bit further in their understanding, but not all the way. This is close but no cigar. Set up the tent 3/4 of the way up the mountain and forget reaching the summit. Right-wing anarchism. Some examples, and again, I'm not talking about any just one faction. These are general breakdowns of categories of so-called anarchists. And again, if people thought that I was going to go easy on the ANCAPs, think again, because they don't have the understanding down either. They think that they do, and they have a long way to go in their understanding. So, some of the anarcho factions here are anarcho-capitalism, voluntarism, agorism, etc. Their ideologies include free market economics, voluntary interaction, and freedom of association. And not that those things are bad. All right, that's a good start. I basically believe in those things as well. I don't identify with these groups. One could call me a voluntarist, but I'm not talking about the voluntarist in the political sense that a lot of the people who identify with these groups and symbols do, because I understand that natural law is the only way that true freedom can be created. Not just voluntary interaction alone. A deep understanding of natural law as inherent to creation and as really the laws of creation and the laws of God, if you will. So they believe free markets and voluntary interaction alone will create true freedom. I think it involves much more than that. I call this ideology close but no cigar. You got some of the basic things right, like the non-aggression principle, free markets, voluntary interaction. You got that right? But I call this the close but no cigar factions of anarchism, because natural law and spirituality is almost always left out of the discussion. Okay? They leave natural law and spirituality out of the discussion because they don't want to sound like they're a religion. Natural law isn't a religion. Spirituality isn't a religion. You can be spiritual and religionless. You can understand natural law and be religionless. I consider natural law a science of morality, not a religion. So a lot of these groups are also atheistic and materialistic, purely political, purely financial. That's why they don't get it all the way. They're not real anarchists, in my opinion, and in my definition, I would not group these people as real anarchists. As difficult as that may be for some people out in the listening audience to hear, and as much as you might get offended at that statement, then go right ahead and get as offended as you want. It's still true. This isn't real anarchy. It's very close to what real anarchy is, but it misses the mark, because the people who subscribe to these, because they are secular, worldly, materialistic, only want to talk about financial and political power. They never want to talk about natural law and true spirituality. And that's why they're never going to get to an understanding of how real freedom is generated. They don't understand the generative principle. They don't understand aligning one's conscience with natural laws of morality is the only path to freedom. And that can sound dogmatic. You could say, I'm dogmatic about that all you want. But guess what? Gravity works a certain way. Electromagnetism works a certain way. All the laws of nature and dynamics work a certain way, and so do the laws that govern behavior of human beings. They work a certain way, and there's either knowing it or not knowing it. You have either identified how the dynamic operates and you know it, or you don't know how the dynamic operates and you're ignorant of it. Those who know it can align their behavior to it and get the result that they want if enough people do that, and those who don't know it, whatever reason they're ignorant of it for, they're going to continue to create unconsciously and get results that they do not want. That is how it really works in the real world, and right-wing anarchism is just as guilty as any other factions. So, sorry to burst people's bubble on that, but what I just said there is the truth. And you got to look into it way deeper than the levels that you're looking into this as just a political and financial, mechanism. You're just analyzing the political and financial machinisms. You're never going to get to the heart or the crux of what's really going on by looking there. You got to get to the spiritual heart of it. You got to get to the moral heart of it. If you don't get to those levels of understanding and understanding these are laws that are set forth by a higher power than humanity, you're never going to understand the dynamics that generate true freedom. You'll get close. You'll get like, it'll be like a religion. This will be like almost like some traditional religious dogma that can get people to an understanding, a basic understanding of morality, or they'll be like the kind of people that are like, I treat people nice and kindly and don't do bad things to people because Jesus said so, right? This is like that to what religion is to real morality, right? To a real understanding of natural law, one needs no religion if one has a deep, real understanding of natural law, okay? And this is like the anarchists that are like the Christians who say, I won't do bad and evil things just because I don't want to go to hell, right? They have a very rudimentary understanding of basic morality, but it's lacking in many ways. And the same is true for a lot of these groups, sadly. Not all of them. Some people within these groups get it, but they're just still identifying with the group dynamic of hyphenated anarchy, instead of understanding there's only anarchy with no hyphenations that is based on natural law. There is nothing else other than that in nature. All of these things I'm explaining here in this factions section, these are just constructs that exist in the mind. These are groupings and constructs that exist only in the human mind. The form of anarchy that I'm talking about, that I defined in the definition section, that one exists in nature. That's the real state of existence that exists within the natural world that we want to get back to. That really is the only true state of nature that human beings should be living in. Yet we have created the illusion, through the illusion of our belief in authority, we have created slavery for ourselves instead of the freedom that is the natural state called anarchy, of no rulers. Let's move on to the next faction, or category I really should call this. These are categories of fake-ass anarchists. I call this category the left-brained anarchists. This is left-brained anarchism. Some of the examples of the left-brain anarchists are anarcho-egoism, anarcho-transhumanism. Yes, there is such a thing. Their ideologies include, but are not limited to, pure egotism, might makes right mentality, Newtonian materialism, transhumanism, and many other ideologies. Replacing parts of human beings with technology like a cyborg. They are driven by scientism and left brain imbalance. So here the dynamic that I'm really talking about is these are left brain imbalanced people. They are people who are completely trapped in ego mentality, in physical world identification, in might makes right mentality, in materialism, in secularism, and in pure, total technology used in an out of control way for purposes that it is not intended. So they are driven by that type of left brain imbalance. They often display a lack of morality and almost entirely display a lack of spirituality, a total lack of spirituality. These different left brain factions, regardless of what they are, believe that either selfishness and or technology will create true freedom. See, there's always something that needs to go and then something that needs to be fostered, right? So like in the left wing factions, political left-wing factions think that capitalism needs to go and shared ownership needs to be implemented of everything, right? This left-brain anarchist faction believe that selfishness is going to get us there. Replacing humanity with technology is going to get us there to true freedom. Human beings basically need to go to the wayside and technology needs to replace them. That's the anarcho-transhumanist mentality. The anarcho-egoism is, it's all just purely egoic and individual identifying, and nothing is above the self. There are no laws higher than the self. Everything is just toward the self, me. And it's my rights because I say it is this way. It's ridiculous. Anarcho-egoism could be called Satanism. For all intents and purposes, it's basically the same mentality. And that's not going to get you to true freedom. That's going to get you exactly where we're at now, in a cage, in a world of slavery and bondage. Living a life that's purely egoic like that. let's move on. So now we have the right-brained factions of anarchism. Converse to the left-brained factions, these people are highly in right-brain imbalance in their mentality and ideologies. Some examples include, but are not limited to, anarcho-primitivism and anarcho-pacifism. And, I just like left-brained factions of anarchy, I completely am in disagreement with the right-brained factions. They're as equally imbalanced and equally wrong. There's no less shortage of being incorrect about what freedom, how freedom is generated, what needs to go, what needs to stay. They're all just completely wrong. That's the whole problem. You didn't you didn't follow through the logical steps of the trivium process enough to get it actually right, figure out what does create true freedom, and then align yourself to that truth. You just followed through with what you already thought was going on in your own head, and then you bought into the faction that, pleased your pre-existing thoughts and whims. That's how this often works. Okay? So, their ideologies include, but are not limited to total rejection of technology, the abolition of all land ownership, and the rejection of the self-defense principle, as is the case with anarcho-pacifism, which I consider a completely deplorable ideology. Self-defense is one of the two pillars of natural law. Understanding it's one of the two pillars of true spirituality. You can't understand the non-aggression principle and not understand the self-defense principle if you really want to get both of them right. Non-aggression principle is do not initiate harm to other sentient beings. The self-defense principle is when harm is initiated against yourself or others, you have the right to defend yourself with physical force up to and including deadly force to stop that aggression. Very simple, absolutely true principles that cannot be left at the door and you can't not understand them in their fullness if you're going to be a true anarchist. They have to be deeply understood in their completeness and fullness, the two pillars of enlightenment, which are the two pillars of anarchy, the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle. That is, those are the pillars of natural law. And again, these people in these factions of right-brained anarchism, so-called, believe that technology and or self-defense must be abolished to create true freedom. So to them, living in nature without any technology is the answer, and technology is the enemy, that's the devil, and that's what must be abolished. In the case of the anarcho-pacifists, any physical use of force is the enemy and must be abolished, including defensive force. They would never lift a finger to defend themselves, even if a, conscienceless, ruthless enemy were at the gates, And that's a completely deplorable self-loathing ideology. That both of these things stem from being too in the right brain. Not enough balance in left and right brain hemispheres. These people are completely in the right brain, don't want any technology and or won't stand up for themselves. So you could see how different forms of imbalance lead people into different factions. The right brain go into factions like this, the left brain go into transhumanist and egoist, and then the left and right wing political factions, they break down the same way based on brain imbalance. It's all imbalance within the self. Speaking of which, let's look at the next one, which is what I call no-brained anarchism. Well, we had left brain and right brain. This is what I call no-brain anarchism because these people are total fucking idiots. Okay? These are people who think that anarchy means chaos. They're people who bought into the notion that the PSYOP mainstream media told them anarchy means chaos. And then they believe that's a good thing. Okay? Because they don't want to be ruled by other people. And they actually believe we should just have chaos. They're nihilists. They're little spiritual infantile children is what they really are. So the example are nihilist anarchists, people who believe in nothing and are proud of that. Oh, I represent nothing. I believe in nothing. It's just all, everything's here everything is purposeless. The universe is purposeless. There is no point in even believing in anything. I mean, what a fool's mentality. What a child. It's a child. It's not a man's mentality. It's not a woman's mentality. It's a little bratty child with their arms crossed like, That's what this really is. That's what almost really all of these anarchist factions are. It's really the hallmarks of people who never grew up into actual psychological human adulthood. Human psychological adulthood. They never got there. That's what it really is. Okay? And people will be like, "Oh, you're calling people names, Mark." Yeah, I'm calling them names because that's what they deserve. Anybody this stupid to believe that anarchy is chaos at this point in the year 2021 and still identifying with that and thinking it's a good thing and thinking you're going to get real freedom like that is a fucking idiot. It's not just me being mean or condescending. It's those things too, but if they really are idiots, they really are mentally challenged human beings. I'm not here to be nice to people, Part of psychological adulthood is understanding the truth and speaking it. It isn't necessarily being super nice to everybody when they're an idiot and they're affecting other people's lives for the negative. That's the whole problem, is that too many people don't want to tell people, you're just an idiot, you got to rethink it, you haven't thought it through well enough to come to the correct answer. And that's what it really is. And often it's because these people have no parenting. They had shit for parents, absolute shit for parenting, or they had no parents. And they never had a mentor. They never studied enough to really develop a mentor, like an author as a mentor or a presenter as a mentor. And they just had no good way showing, Absolutely nobody really took them under their wing ideologically, philosophically, and showed them the way, showed them the correct way, the correct path. That's why people think like this. So some examples are nihilists and what's called anarcho-immoralists. Anarcho-immorality. Yes, there's such a thing. Look it up. Their ideologies include rejection of the non-aggression principle. Yeah, that'll get you to true freedom. That's great. No, that's exactly what's going on now. That's what we have now in the world. That's why we're enslaved now. Because of the rejection of the non-aggression principle. The ideology of the ends justifies the means. The total rejection of morality, nihilism, and in the embrace of chaos. I mean, imagine how completely mentally challenged people would have to be to believe this. And to believe this is anarchy and then call it anarcho, hyphenated, whatever. They're spiritually stunted children. And this state is really pretty much what we have now. We have the total rejection of the non-aggression principle, ends justifies the means, rejection of morality, chaos. That's what we have now, really. This is the mentality of the rulers of the world. And then these idiots burning down property actually believe they're going to get freed up from the occultists who run the world. Yeah, you're going to be free of them with their mentality at a lower scale. They're ultra high level geniuses operating with this mentality, and you're total fucking idiots operating down here with this level of mentality, but you're going to be free from them. Sure you are. But this imbecilism pretty much sums up the current human condition. This is what idiots out there believe. They're just as big of idiots as people who are hardcore, rabid, religious statists. It's just the opposite end of the spectrum. That's all it is. And finally, we have what I call those who have sold their soul anarchism. And they're not anarchists at all. They're actually who I just mentioned. People who have totally given their heart and mind over to the state, but then wear a costume and then an anarchist badge, an A in a circle badge, and say, I'm an anarchist, and then they go out and destroy property as an agent provocateur. So these are agent provocateurs, or in other words, what I call them, low-life cops with trash for parents. Low-life cops with a scumbag, rotten, low-life set of parents. Who never taught them morality, who never taught them the difference between right and wrong, who sat them down in front of the television and let the TV raise them, and they became a crooked cop. A scumbag with no morality. Their ideology is government and money are my gods, so I'll do anything, no matter how low or immoral, to serve them. I'll go out in the middle of the anarchist group, so-called anarchist faction that's protesting, and I'll throw some bricks or a chair or a bench through a window of a corporate business to try to make the anarchists in the street look bad and look like they're people who just destroy property randomly. That's all agent provocatoring it is. You pick your political opponent. You say, who does the chief want us to go and give a bad name to today? That's all they give a damn about, you know? And then they'll go out on the street and cause chaos. And it's called agent provocatoring. It's a French term that basically means you're pretending to be your political enemy, and then you're doing behaviors that make them look horrible so that they can be politically attacked, and you could make them look bad. You're destroying their reputation. You're demonizing them. These kind of people are who I call pure evil in human flesh, the lowest form of consciousness in the known universe, according to me. There's nothing lower than a cop to begin with, let alone you put a cop in a uniform pretending to be an anarchist, following his orders from his higher ups to destroy other people's property, just to get that tag placed on anarchy so that the public through the mainstream media believes that this is what anarchists do. When this isn't what anarchists do. Making presentations like this is what anarchists do, to expose this and present the truth. That's what a real anarchist does. So for the duration of the presentation, what I'm going to talk about is the mentality that all of these groups have in one form or another, folks. See, it's less about identifying just the group and then talking endlessly about, oh, here's what the group does, here's what they think, here's who their funders are. I'm not interested in those 3D worldly things. To a certain extent I am. I want to learn about it. I want to know it. But this is not what is going to help us to get out and obtain true freedom. This is not going to help us to get out of slavery. We have to understand where these people went awry in their thinking, because it does comprise a big portion of people. And if we help them to understand where their thinking went wrong, then we can help them to come over to the true side of real anarchy. That is possible with a lot of work. So this section is what I call religion, still the one and only problem. So let's look into how this dynamic works. As I've said endlessly throughout my work and in many former presentations, religion is the problem. You know, people hear me speak about natural law as God's law. They'll hear me, mention the words of Jesus in the New Testament as a moral philosophy. That doesn't mean I'm religious, folks. I could take that as allegory. Okay, I don't need to believe in it as a religion. I'm against all religion, cultural or traditional religion, and otherwise. I'm against the religion of government, the religion of the belief in authority. I'm against the religion of the worship of money, etc. I'm against all these religions. I'm against the religion of solipsism. I'm against the religion of postmodernism. I'm against the religion of radical neo-feminism. You know, all of these things are religions that hold us back from where we say we want to go. Because that's what the word religion means. It's etymologically derived from the Latin verb religare. And religare in Latin means to bind, to hold back by tying, to thwart from forward progress. Religion is the head cage. It thwarts back our consciousness from forward progress, thwarts us back from our understanding of what is true. Religion is a system of sociological control based in unchallenged, erroneous, and dogmatic belief, which is specifically designed to hold back the progress of human consciousness. Religion is there to stop us from understanding natural law, to stop us from understanding the law of freedom, to stop us from understanding how true freedom manifests in our world. The social engineers don't want us understanding those things. They want us in a complete lack of understanding of how natural law really functions. They want us in a lack of understanding of how true freedom is actually created in our world. They don't want human beings understanding those dynamics. So they give us religion. And even that's euphemizing the term. What it really is mind control. Stop sugarcoating it and softening the language. It's not just religion. It's not just holding back consciousness. It's not just a clever marketing scheme or, trying to get people swayed to your opinion. It's mind control. That's what it really is, if we're being honest with ourselves. And that's what it does. It puts our brain in the cage, the head cage, the brain cage. That which is going to put those bars up and stop us from progressing outward to understand natural law. So, let's look at the religions of the fake anarchists. All those factions I just described, left wing, left brain, right brain, no brain, and soul-souled. Okay? All of those 6 factions or categories of anarchists, of fake-ass anarchists, right? All of those people who identify with being members of those groups or isms, right? All of them had their mind controlled in a certain way. All of them had their thoughts swayed in a certain direction. All of them lost the thread somewhere along the line. They lost the plot. Okay? And these are the religions. What I'm going to be talking about for the rest of the presentation is their religious dogma that is going on in their minds. Religion is their only problem. But what are their religions? This is what we really have to clearly identify, folks. What are the religions of the fake-ass anarchists? And the first and foremost religion that is common to all of them, that is common all the way across the board with all 6 of those categories of anarchists, is ego identification. Now, this is a term that I brought forward. Again, some of this is going to be review. There will be a couple of things that I haven't presented before as we move forward, but this is review to a large extent. Because I presented about ego identification back when I first created What on Earth is Happening back in 2007 and 8. I gave lectures on ego identification as part of my first What on Earth is Happening series. And it's very important to understand what this is. It's a very critical dynamic. So this is a slide that I gave in What on Earth is Happening presentation number 1, first ever presentation. I actually gave this presentation in my own home, and it was recorded by friends, and then I gave it again at German Bookstore here in Philly, which is no longer there. That was over a decade ago. And this was my slide on ego identification. You know, you have the business suit guy who identifies with being, you know, a member of the company man. You have the Americans who identify with a state, a nationality, a political ideology, perhaps. You have the guy in uniform. He identifies with being a soldier, or conversely, it could be a cop identifying with that, you know, being a police officer. You have the family members identified with their role in the family, husband, wife, child, etc. And these are all just suits and roles and masks that people identify with and wear for a time while they're alive, you know. That guy gets fired from that job. Is he still that corporate, you know, suit and tie guy? You know, a divorce happens. Does the person still identify as husband or wife? That guy gets a dishonorable discharge from the service. Does he still identify as a soldier? It's for a time and a place. It's like any other outfit that we wear, any other costume. That's all it is. That's what ego identification is. But when people become crystallized to that identity and I completely identify it as that's who I am, that's not a role that I'm participating in, then it becomes dangerous because that person is only going to think along those lines. And anything that contrasts with the little box that they've put themselves in is anathema and is not to be even considered. You know, that's what holds these people back from truth in many ways. They identify with, oh, I'm a cop, I'm a soldier. Anything that conflicts with that, I don't even want to hear or listen to. That's what makes it hard for them to absorb the truth. When it is spoken to them, they hear it as the enemy because, oh, that goes against my belief structure in my institution or organization. That's what ego identification is. So seeing the world clearly and perceiving the truth about any given matter relies to a great extent on being able to stop identifying with any particular institution, group, role, job, or even personal identity. We have to see ourselves as not even just an individual, but we need to go beyond the skin suit layer of physical being and understand that we are an abstract of pure consciousness operating as a physical being in this reality. We are a spiritual being having a human experience in the 3D domain. That's true spirituality and an understanding of the higher self, the true identity as consciousness. And most people have never gotten there. They've never done the inner work to get there. They don't want to sit quietly in a room with their own thoughts and their mind and meditate, and or just sit quietly with themselves and look in a mirror. God forbid, that's the last thing that they would want to do. Is be alone and quiet with themselves. Probably the person they hate the most in life. And yet say that they love themselves. They're trapped inside of themselves. They're trapped in the roles that they have accepted, often to appease someone else or for money or for a myriad of other reasons. But they're trapped in that barrier that is never going to let them become self-realized unless they break out of that cage that they've allowed themselves to be put into. They've allowed their infinite expansive consciousness to be held prisoner in a tiny little box. That's what ego identification is. And this is where the fake-ass anarchists are at. They identify with a tiny little aspect, a small institution, an ism, that feels comfortable to them. But they're not reaching higher self. They're not doing any internal work. They're all going along secular lines and secular roles, as we're going to talk about secularism being one of their religions. And they're totally locked into a 3D worldly ego identification role. And until they step outside of that and expand their consciousness hugely, they're never really going to understand true anarchy. They're going to stay identified with a nonsense definition of what somebody else told them anarchy was. But they're not going to understand the real thing. Their consciousness isn't expansive enough to even grasp it because of how much you would have to understand about the occult. You have to widen your worldview about the occult. Occultism and anarchy, the understanding of occultism and anarchy go hand in hand, folks. That's why I gave, really 3 presentations on the topic at Anarchapulco. Anarchy and the Occult Part 1 and 2, and then most recently the deadly pandemic that's killing anarchy. So let's move on. When one leaves the mind-controlled state of ego identification, that individual ceases to align themselves with relativistic roles in the program of human life and begins to align themselves with consciousness and truth itself. That's why I have no allegiance to any groups. I have no allegiance to any individuals. Not if they're standing in the way of natural law. If they're standing in the way of the understanding of natural law, I have no allegiance to them. I help and will align myself with people who do understand natural law, who do understand freedom, and are trying to create it. But first and foremost, I have aligned myself with truth itself. That's what I have an allegiance to. That's what I have a moral obligation to align myself with. Truth itself. So let's look at the next religion that these fake-ass anarchists have taken into themselves. And this is a twofold one. I call this section postmodernism and solipsism. Now, solipsism was something that I explained at the very beginning of What on Earth is Happening in the podcast series. And we're going to revisit it here today a little bit, but we're also going to incorporate the understanding of postmodernism into this. So, postmodernism, I'm giving the Wikipedia definition. I describe postmodernism as decimating enlightenment everywhere. That's really what postmodernism is doing. The prevalence and propagation of postmodernism is just destroying people's ability to become enlightened beings, destroying their ability to spiritually awaken. That's why they're putting postmodernism into the modern outcome-based education system ideology and hammering children over the head with it all day, every day in institutions of so-called higher learning at the university level, colleges, high schools. It's everywhere. According to Wikipedia, the definition of postmodernism is this. Postmodernism is generally defined by an attitude of skepticism, irony, or rejection toward what it describes as the grand narratives and ideologies associated with modernism, often criticizing Enlightenment rationality and focusing on the role of ideology in maintaining political or economic power. In other words, don't bring forth rationality, rational arguments, logic, true philosophy. We're going to make people take on ideology. Well, what does ideology begin with? ID, right? Identification. Identification with a political power or economic power. So that this is where identity politics comes from. It's really ego identification through postmodern thinking. That it doesn't matter about being right. Being right, oh, that's such an old notion. Don't worry about facts. Don't worry about being right. What do you feel about it? It's all feelings that determine what truth is to these people. And this is huge in the anarchist movement, believe it or not. Huge. All you got to do is do some social experiments and ask them. And a lot of them are postmodernists. Postmodern thinkers frequently describe knowledge claims and value systems as contingent or socially engineered, framing them as products of political, historical, or cultural discourses and hierarchies, meaning there is no real truth. Truth is relative. Oh, that's only seen as truth because the existing hierarchy or culture says it was so. No, my friends, there is such a thing as truth. Truth is not just relative or based on, somebody's comfort level or feelings or whims or likes or dislikes or their perceptions of a thing. That's what they're trying to frame as this is how people should think. Everything is relative. Like the poster here says, all truth is relative, and then it's got a star, and then you read the star and it says, except this statement. That should show you how full of shit the ideology is. It's not even consistent with itself. They'll say, oh, this is true, and then you're like, oh, well, is it? Is there such thing as true, or is that just what you feel? Well, don't claim that something is true if it's all based on feelings and it could all be relative, because then nothing is true. This is how inconsistent postmodernism is, just like solipsism. And this is what they want everybody thinking like, because if you think like this, there's no such thing as truth, then of course by definition there's no such thing as morality, and then you go into the big destroyer of anarchy, which is what we're going to talk about soon. Because if people don't accept morality, they could never be free. They can't align their behavior with objective morality, and therefore align their behavior with natural law. Common targets of postmodern criticism include universalist ideas of objective morality. Again, they don't believe in objective morality. Universalist ideas of morality, truth, human nature, reason, science, language, and social progress. Basically, what they're saying there is they reject these notions. They reject that there is objective morality. They objective reality. They object that there is objective morality. They object that there is objective truth. I don't personally believe in human nature as, traditional culture defined it. I think of it as a programmable state that can be programmed for the good or it can be programmed for the worse, for ill and evil. But they don't believe in reason, even real science. They're against language, because they don't want real definitions of words. They want a word to mean whatever they can make it to mean and flip-flop the word definition week by week if they so choose. And even social progress. Accordingly, postmodern thought is broadly characterized, listen to this, by tendencies to self-consciousness, and what they really mean there is solipsism, the belief that only the self can exist, self-referentiality, epistemological and moral relativism, meaning that reality is relative and can be anything anybody wants it to be based on their feelings, and moral relativism. Morality can be anything anybody wants it to be based on their feelings. That's what epistemological relativism and moral relativism is. Pluralism and irreverence. This is modern postmodern thought. That's what it's called. Postmodern ideology. And this is a huge part of anarchist thinking. Fake anarchists. Even people who say that they're anarchists, and say that they're, I'm a real freedom anarchist. A lot of them believe in this. A lot of them are still solipsistic and postmodern in their thinking. Hand in hand with postmodernism goes solipsism. Solipsism, as a word is derived from the Latin adjective solus, meaning alone, and the Latin pronoun ipse, meaning self. Solipsism is the ideology that only one's own mind is sure to exist. Solipsists contend that knowledge of anything outside of one's own mind is unsure. Hence, there is no such thing as objective truth, and nothing about the external world and its workings can actually be known or communicated to others. Imagine this. They believe reality is contingent upon whether they believe something is true or not, or are comfortable with its existence. Imagine being that egotistic. I mean, there can't be any more pure of a form of egotism than that. That reality works only because I say it works like that, and I'm comfortable with it because it's based on my perception, and there is no independent objective reality. Imagine believing that. Imagine having that high level of egotism. That is what solipsism is. The world revolves around my beliefs. It doesn't just revolve around me physically. It revolves around what I think. Because I may be the only one in existence and everything else may be an illusion. Imagine. This is what people are being taught, even in so-called anarchist communities. Fake-ass anarchists are often solipsistic, especially the left-wing faction. And often the right-brain faction, which are often very similar to each other. Solipsism is both a false religion and a defining hallmark of spiritual infancy. Departing from this diseased ideology is a surefire sign of the beginnings of human maturity and spiritual development. Those who are truly awake fully understand that objective reality does exist and that truth can be known. Of course, objective reality exists. Truth is that which is, because it has undergone the formality of actually occurring in the physical domain. And we can know that truth exists. There are truth discovery methodologies that I'm going to talk about. Of course we can know whether something is true or not. Of course we can determine the real from the false, the real thing from the illusion. Of course we can. Sometimes it may not be easy. It could be difficult work, but it can be done. Another religion of the fake-ass anarchists is atheism and scientism, two more religions. And these all stem from materialism, which we're going to talk about as a cause of some of these other religions. What the atheist so-called anarchists are doing is they're buying into polarization dialectics, okay? And let me tell you something, folks. Let me just state it here unequivocally. There is no such thing as an atheist anarchist. Sorry. Once again, get as offended as you like. Atheism is the religion. A true anarchist will have come out of and abandoned all actual religions. And atheism is just another religion, just like solipsism, just like scientism, just like materialism, just like secularism, just like postmodernism, just like communism, just like socialism. It does not matter. It's all religion. Atheism is just another religion that is there to prevent people from understanding natural law. Natural law is not a religion. It is the way things really work in nature. There is a science to its understanding because it is knowledge. Knowledge of it is possible. Atheism is a belief system that there is no higher power in the universe than humanity. And all atheists are doing, they're left-brain dominant individuals who are religionists in their own way, buying into the polarization dialectic of atheism versus creationism, or atheism versus religionism. I'm neither an atheist nor a religionist. So that upsets people everywhere. Well, what else is there? There's somebody who understands the truth about human spirituality and the truth about how natural law functions in the world to create human freedom or human enslavement. That is what I am. I'm an occultist who studies that level of knowledge, who studies that objective reality and obtains the knowledge of how it works. And then I de-occult that information by teaching it to people. So if I want to identify with anything at all, I would say I am a de-occultist because I am obtaining the knowledge of how natural law works and teaching it to others. But let's look at the atheist prevailing worldview. It is that matter is primary and supreme, that God or spirit is non-existent, that the physical world is all there is, that only physical laws exist and no natural laws that govern behavioral consequences exist, that consciousness is either purely mechanical and electrical in the brain, or it is meaningless altogether and doesn't really exist, that we're just flesh robots, and that institutions of science are the sole arbiters of truth. There is no other truth discovery methods except that which government grant money funded science approves of and publishes. Conversely, on the flip side of this polarization dialectic equation, you have the religionist that is just like the atheist, but just toward the opposite brain imbalance. Their right brain imbalance toward religion. Their prevailing worldview is that spirit is primary and God is all-powerful, that the physical world is evil or should be ascetically shunned, that God demands strict human obedience to his arbitrary and often conflicting set of rules, that goals in the physical world should not be focused upon, but rather we should focus on the promised afterlife with God. That's the religionist mentality or worldview. And I have news for people on both camps, whether you fall into the atheist camp or the camp that believes in a religion, of any particular traditional religion and any savior for that matter, that when it comes to the dynamic of true anarchy, neither one of these is going to get you there. They're going to hold you back because they're both religious forms of thought, and they are just going to hold you back from an understanding of what creates real anarchy, which is bringing collective or aggregate behavior into alignment with natural law, objective morality. Morality creates freedom. That's the law of freedom. As morality increases, freedom increases. Neither one of these things is going to tell you that, folks. Religion's going to tell you, do what Jesus says to do, or do what Abraham says to do, or do what Moses says to do, or do what Allah says to do, or do what, Muhammad tells you to do. That's all it's going to tell you. Follow what somebody else says to do. It's not going to tell you, obtain knowledge of how the laws of creation really work. Certainly the atheist isn't going to tell you that because he doesn't believe there's laws of creation that govern human behavior. Doesn't believe that there's universal laws about morality because the atheist doesn't believe in a higher power. So both of these things, they're not going to get you there. They're not going to get you to true freedom. That's why I say there is no such thing as an atheistic anarchist, and there's no such thing as a religious anarchist. Let me state that again. Get as offended as you like. It's true whether you accept it, believe in it, understand it, or don't accept it. It does not matter. True statement. Blanket statement. Blanket, true, eternal statement. There is no such thing as an atheist anarchist. No such thing. Does not exist, never has existed, never will exist, according to what I'm putting forward as the definition of anarchy. Anarchy is not just the understanding that there should be no rulers, that no one should be ruling anybody else. It's how the state of freedom is created in the physical, manifested 3D reality. And that only happens by aligning behavior to objective morality under natural law, which is put there by the creator of the universe. Those laws are not put there by man. They're not arbitrarily defined or constructed by man. Therefore, no atheist can be an anarchist, truly a true anarchist. They can make the claim to be an anarchist, but they're not really truly what that word truly means, what it is defined as. Morality creates freedom. And the true understanding of that comes through natural law and understanding that man is not the pinnacle of creation. There is a higher power than man that put natural law into effect, and we are bound by those laws of morality. Our state of freedom is hinged upon it and determined upon whether we obey those laws in the aggregate or we do not. Period. The end. And the second part of the statement, all people out there who identify with a religion, you can get equally as offended about it all you like. There is no such thing as a religious anarchist. There is no such thing as a person who is a true anarchist that is also a true religionist, meaning that they obey and identify with and believe in all the dogmas of a particular religion. One of these dialectics and polarities is equally as asinine as the other, as far as I'm concerned. So that makes everybody hate me. Go right ahead. Hate me. Don't listen. Turn it off. Say that I'm wrong. No, you're wrong. You don't understand the dynamic. You're incorrect. You're under mind control. You're buying into the polarization dialectics. That's how it really is. In objective reality, that's how it really is. I'm not wrong. I'm correct. All the people who are atheists who believe that they could be anarchists are incorrect. All the religionists who believe that they could truly be anarchists, you're incorrect. That's how it really is. Get as offended as you like. See, all the imbeciles out there with this slogan, no gods, no masters, this comes largely from the left-wing factions of anarchy and the left-brain factions. These anarchists using the slogan, no God, no masters, they're immersed in the polarization dialectic of atheism and scientism versus religionism, and they fall on the side of atheism and scientism. Such dialectical programming is deliberately socially engineered by the ruling class, the occult ruling class, to prevent an understanding of true morality and natural law, and to therefore prevent the emergence of true freedom. That is why that is out there, to put out, there's no God, no gods, no masters. No, anarchy doesn't mean no gods. Atheism means that. Okay? Don't twist that up in what pure anarchy is. You know, this is a hybridization of ideologies, atheism and anarchism. True anarchy is just no masters, no rulers, and an understanding of how you create that state of no masters, no rulers. You create that state by living morally. You create that state by living in harmony with objective morality under natural law. The non-aggression principle combined with the self-defense principle. Nobody ever said any part of no gods in the definition of anarchy. As a matter of fact, by definition, an anarchist must understand and accept the existence of a higher power that put natural law into effect. So this is a completely asinine, backwards, contradictory statement, no gods, no masters. Now, how about starting with getting out of your ego? You know, get out of your ego first, thinking that you're the pinnacle of all creation in the universe and that there's no force higher than you. Please. You know, you're so full of yourself you're going to burst and get the rest of us really filthy dirty with what comes out of you. Conversely, the second part of this left-brain religion is scientism. So-called anarchists and scientism. What is scientism? It's an exaggerated trust in modern scientific institutions to the extent that the individual extending such trust believes that these institutions are the only source of verifiable truth. Many anarchists still believe in such an institutionalized worldview of science, unfortunately. To a great extent, they also accept without question the completely outdated and disproven paradigm of Newtonian materialism, which goes hand in hand with this form of so-called science, what I'm calling scientism. Many within the so-called anarchist movement cannot grasp that true science is a methodology of truth discovery and not a belief system as dictated by modern worldly institutions. See, that's what science is today. Trust the science, believe the science. It's a belief system that is dictated by the worldly institutions of science that are all government grant money funded. True science is a methodological means of truth discovery. It's a very rigid science, it's a very rigid practical methodology by which we uncover and discover truth about anything. And it's called the trivium. Scientism, the trivium clears and makes way for our understanding of truth, whereas scientism clouds it. It clouds our understanding of truth and self. Because it's a belief system, it's a religion. Ignoring entire data sets and fudging data to fit their own deeply entrenched worldview are foundational hallmarks of government grant money funded scientism. The emerging modern sciences of epigenetics and holistic biology, just two fields in this wider emerging field of modern science, are just now beginning to turn the tide against such a worldview by correctly incorporating consciousness and metaphysical understanding into their research methodologies. consciousness and natural law have to be incorporated into any given field of science. That's why in new biology, or what's now being called holistic biology, that is being incorporated. In the field of epigenetics, they're realizing that consciousness plays a role in the expressions of genes. And it's a fascinating field of study, which many people watching this should really look into. The next religion of fake anarchists is secularism. And this is pure worldliness and material identification. I talked about this, the 5 sense illusion, in the original What on Earth is Happening series as well. But what this all boils down to is the absence of any form of spirituality in one's life. You talk to people who are secularists. You talk to people who are pragmatists only. You talk to people who are, very rigid, atheistic, scientific, believers in scientism, people who are bereft and devoid of any real sense of of spirituality in their lives. Not necessarily morality. They could potentially understand morality, but they don't have any basic framework for what put the laws of morality, the objective laws of morality, into effect in the 3D universe. You ask them a question like that, they don't think that there's objective laws of morality in the universe. And then even if you ask them, well, does karma exist? Does natural law exist? And they think it exists. You say, where is it? Where did it come from? Well, if it exists and you can't explain any part of where it came from, do you really believe that it exists? They don't have any spirituality in their life. If you say the word spiritual to them, it's meaningless. If you say the word consciousness to them, it's meaningless. They believe in this pure 3D form of consciousness and only identification with the material world and the 5 senses. That's why they're going to have a hard time understanding real anarchy and a hard time understanding occultism especially. What is secularism? It's being of this world. It's being identified with the flesh. It's being identified with pure physicality. And being of this world is not the answer. It will never get you to real anarchy. The word secular is derived from the Latin noun seculum, meaning world. Again, it's worldly identification. Almost all forms of, quote, anarchists, the fake-ass anarchists, place huge de-emphasis on philosophy and spirituality and consciousness, and place a very strong emphasis on the analysis of worldly institutions and events. They erroneously believe, as an overarching aspect of their secular worldview, that political and economic solutions to the human condition of slavery even exist. There are no political and economic solutions to slavery. They continuously fail to recognize and acknowledge that the only true solution to the human condition of slavery is a spiritual solution. And that is the alignment of our behavior with objective morality and the principles of natural law. As I will say until the day I die repeatedly. But, you can't make anybody understand it. They're hard-headed, they're trapped in their ego, they believe in physical world identification only, What they really need is a consciousness annihilating, is a 3D 5 sense consciousness annihilating experience. They need a massive dose of DMT and then tell me that there's no spirit. That's what they really need to get hit with. They need their ego-hardened form of consciousness annihilated. They need an ego annihilation experience because that's how rooted in the secular domain they are. And they believe they're going to find that secular solution. We just got to end the Fed, or we got to get the right political person in office, or, we got to get better effective methods of distributing technology or food. It's like none of these are the answer, folks. Going deep within and really understanding true spirituality such that we become beings that no matter what we are offered, no matter how much money or power or fame we are offered, or any other pleasure, we will not do immoral behaviors to our fellow beings. That's a spiritual solution, not a secular one. Another religion that people are trapped in that goes hand in hand with, the secularism is material identification, and no spirituality. So going hand in hand with no sense of spirituality in one's life because they're trapped in that secular state of mind, that secular mindset, is materialism. I call it the cornerstone of most forms of anarchism. So, how many people just got involved in anarchy because, I want government to have their hands off my money. I want the Federal Reserve to stop, devaluing my savings and my money, the money supply, so I could live more comfortably. How many people are all into the whole crypto aspect of the anarchist community, and that's all they're obsessed with, but they very rarely even talk about the philosophy, and especially the underlying spirituality of what anarchy really is. Too many. Way too many people are in this mindset. I've met plenty of them myself. They're all just into materialism and money. And a lifestyle. And anarchy is some sort of a lifestyle for them. This isn't a lifestyle. This is an entire worldview and mindset. It's not just something to graft onto because it seems cool at the time. And it'll make you more money. And you'll get involved in crypto. This is a materialist worldview that too many people place as the cornerstone. The foundation. This should be a ancillary aspect of the anarchist movement, not the main part of it. The main part of it should be philosophical and spiritual, and aligning behaviors to morality. How many people really even talk about that? How many people other than myself have many people heard say, anarchy can only come about by aligning one's behavior to the spiritual laws of morality in the universe? You can count them on one hand, practically. It's certainly not the wide aspect of the movement, of the so-called anarchist movement. Most of them are materialists because they're atheists. And you combine these 5 religions with, what I just referred to as religions, these 5 ideologies that underline anarchy, so-called anarchy, the fake-ass form of anarchy, and they form what I call the perfect storm. The inverted pentagram swirling like a tornado, the perfect storm to generate the ultimate murderer, the ultimate all-destroyer of anarchy. And I've said it many, many times. You put all of these together. You build the foundation upon atheism, the belief that there's no higher power, and then scientism. Science is the only arbiter of truth. Scientific institutions, worldly scientific institutions being the only arbiter of truth, right? No spirituality, pure materialism, leading to the ideologies of postmodernism and even solipsism. What does this bring forth into the world? This brings forth the juggernaut that has come to slay all anarchy. Moral relativism. This would be the heart. If these 5 corners are the points of the pentagram, if those 5 main overarching ideologies are the corners of the pentagram, moral relativism is its heart. That's the pentagon at the heart of the inverted pentagram. So let's look into what moral relativism is, and what I call the destroyer of all anarchy. Moral relativism, or the destroyer of anarchy, is the ideology or religion that objective morality does not even exist inherently to nature, and that right and wrong are subjective constructs which human beings may invent and arbitrarily decide upon according to time, location, circumstance. They're inventing them and they're arbitrating them according to time, location, circumstance, or preference. In truth and reality, morality is objective. Rights can never become wrongs, and wrongs can never become rights at any place or time, regardless of how many people believe or wish for it to be so. Right and wrong are objective and exist in nature, because the actions that comprise right behavior or wrong behavior are carried out in the 3D physical domain, in the realm of nature. So of course, the characteristics of those behaviors exist in the 3D domain, exist in the world of nature. They are not constructs that exist in the mind. Moral relativism is a construct that exists only in the mind. The belief that human beings are the arbiters of right and wrong. Well, if human beings are the arbiters of right and wrong, they can nullify rights anytime they want to also. It's a satanic mindset. That's one of the 4 overarching principles or tenets of Satanism. Moral relativism is tenet number 2, right behind egotism. Egotism, moral relativism, social Darwinism, and eugenics are the 4 pillars or 4 tenets, major tenets of Satanism. Well, this is one of them, and it is what I can call the destroyer of anarchy. You cannot be a moral relativist and be an anarchist. All moral relativists are destroying the potential for anarchy to manifest in the world. Any society of human beings that believes that there is no natural, objective difference between right behavior and wrong behavior, and believe that human beings may arbitrarily create or decide what right and wrong are for themselves, is a society that can never create true freedom by bringing their behavior into alignment with natural law, because they don't even believe natural law exists. They believe we get to arbitrarily decide and dictate what morality is. Since the governing dynamics of human freedom are predicated upon the aggregate morality of a society, it is a total and permanent impossibility for true freedom or anarchy to ever exist in a society that embraces moral relativism. Freedom cannot ever exist in a society that embraces moral relativism. The last time I did social experiments to determine how many people in our society were moral relativists, we got the result the same as we always have: 2/3. 2 out of 3 people in the world are moral relativists. And that is why the world will never become free until that dynamic changes. Until close to 100% of human beings are moral objectivists, never expect freedom, expect enslavement. And that is the only dynamic that you not only will get, it is the only dynamic that you can get according to the laws of creation. You must live in enslavement if 2/3 of the society believes in moral relativism. The next religions, there's more. Yes, there are more religions of fake-ass anarchists. And until they abandon every one of these religions, don't expect the dynamic to change. They're not real anarchists. They're not helping create true freedom. They're not helping end slavery on earth. They're people spinning their wheels in circles endlessly, going nowhere. And speaking of going nowhere, Marxism and socialism won't get you nowhere, but they'll definitely get you 6 feet under real quick. Responsible for over 200 million deaths in the 20th century alone. Marxism and socialism. If there ever was an antichrist, Karl Marx is it. If there ever was a person who was so wrong in his thinking, regardless of whether he believed it or just wrote it and didn't even believe it, or whether it was given to him, this is who the Communist Manifesto, he and Engels, it is ascribed to. It is said that they wrote it. I personally believe they were more pen people, just put out in the public eye, but they were occult initiates. Here you see him giving the hidden hand symbol with his hand inside of his jacket, saying, I'm initiated into secret societies of higher knowledge than the public has. But if there ever was a true figure of destroying the ability to ascend in consciousness by giving people an idea that would help them to destroy themselves century after century, it is Karl Marx. Karl Marx is one of the biggest antichrist figures in all of human history as far as I'm concerned. And the whole idea of following his identification as a worker, I mean, you have to have a pretty low opinion of yourself if that's what you think you are as an expression of all consciousness. You believe that you identify as a worker and think that this guy was cared about you and was helping you, trying to create a, quote, workers' paradise that would be controlled, the production would be controlled by the state, and then they would get so powerful and they would just distribute it so perfectly and evenly and, in an equitous manner to everyone that suddenly the state would just say, what's the need for us? And we'll dissolve ourselves. That's what this imbecile actually got people to believe. This imbecile wrote that and got other low-level fledgling imbeciles to believe that imbecilism. He actually got people to buy that pure fucking nonsense. Okay? And that's why there's so many socialists in the world today, is because this clown's economic theories are taught and classist theories are taught. According to Merriam-Webster, socialism is government ownership and administration of the means of production and distribution of goods, really goods and services. A system of society or group living in which there is not private property. A system or condition of society in which the means of production are owned and controlled by the state. Not by the collective, but by the state. Now they're trying to convince people it means collective ownership, which there is no such thing. Nobody can really collectively decide on how something is used unless they're in perfect agreement, which never really occurs, even in a small grouping of people, let alone a society of billions. So these are more religious ideologies of the fake anarchists. And most of the ones on the left-wing factions believe in Marxism and socialism, and he's one of their gods, their heroes, and socialism is something that they aspire to instead of realizing that it leads to mass deaths and gulags and totalitarian government. Because no government that has the means of production of everything that anybody in that society needs to survive is ever going to dissolve itself. Got news for you, idiots out there that believe in socialism. That never happens in the real world. That only happens in the books, the dumbass books that you read and believe are true. You haven't read the right books yet, fools. And here's the other thing that people are ultra foolish about. And I'll show you the look that they give when you bring it up. Even though they're know-nothing clowns, and the people who really understand the occult understand high-level dynamics about how the world really works in nature. Okay? What they really have the ignorance of, I'm writing the word ignorance like this from now on. They're in ignorance of the occult. They ignore it. As if it doesn't exist, it'll magically go away. There's no covert religion going on in the world. No. This is all just some crazy, quirky little religious belief that came out of, pagan mythology or something like that. And there's no occult societies. There's no secret societies that have occult knowledge. There's no knowledge in the world that's being hidden from them. They know everything. That's the thing, is that they know everything. They haven't looked into this, yet they'll dismiss it. And that's the height of stupidity and ignorance, is to say, I know this and I know it's not real, but oh, have I looked into it? No, not a bit, not at all. Yeah, but they're still going to talk out their ass. And here's what they look like. People who are in complete ignorance of the occult. They ignore it completely as if it will magically go away by ignoring it. Yeah, you bring up the occult to them and this is the jackass that they look like. This meme. Okay? Rolling their eyes. Oh, this, I'm going to hear about this. And, secret societies and the Illuminati. Yeah. And they roll their eyes thinking that they know. Yet they haven't studied one occult book. They haven't cracked open one occult tome. They haven't looked into one occult ideology or philosophy. They haven't read, anything into high-level occultism, dealing with Hermetics, dealing with Freemasonry or Rosicrucianism. They know nothing of it. Have they read the Harmonic series, something like that? Have they read the workings of Manly P. Hall? Have they taken or watched my natural law seminar? No, 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 and no. No, but they think they're qualified to speak on it. And they don't even know what occultism is. They think it's some religious form of thought, and it is not. Occultism is science. It is hidden science. It is science that is hidden from the masses, so that they could be more easily controlled. The word occult is derived from the Latin adjective occultus, meaning hidden. Occultism is the study of the hidden laws of nature, natural law, specifically those laws which are at work in the invisible mental and spiritual domain far more than those at work in the invisible or physical world. Therefore, occultism involves the acceptance of a much wider worldview than that which is ordinarily taken by the everyday person. Occultists then may be defined as those who study all the laws of nature, both those that are readily seen like the physical laws, and those which are much more difficult to see with the physical eyes or measuring instruments alone, like natural law. the laws of morality and behavioral consequence. What is occultism's hidden knowledge? Occultism is a body of science not widely known to the general population, consisting of hidden knowledge about the workings of the human psyche, depicted here on the left as the minor arcana, the Fool card in the tarot deck. That's the human psyche and the soul, the individual, self-knowledge. And the laws of nature, depicted on the right-hand side by the major arcana, the World card on the tarot deck, representing the universe, the seemingly outer world, the physical sciences, etc., and how natural law works. Those are the unseen, the physical laws of the material world, the physical world, and the unseen laws, the spiritual laws, including natural law. So those are the two bodies, major bodies of occult knowledge: minor arcana, microcosm, inner world, knowledge of the self, knowledge of the human psyche and how it operates. Major arcana, macrocosmic world, the so-called seemingly outer world. It's still consciousness, but it's not contained within our brain mind. It's, in our physical domain. The knowledge of natural law, the universal moral laws of creation that govern behavioral consequence, and the knowledge of the physical sciences, that the governing dynamics of the physical world. And if you look at those two bodies of knowledge, that's everything. That's everything that is important to understand and learn. So why do people have such resistance to knowledge about the occult? Why are they so resistant to taking in knowledge about the occult world? Well, it's because in the so-called anarchist community, there's a prevalence of atheism and scientific materialism. Scientism, atheism, materialism, secularism. Prevalence of that. More people in the anarchist community are secular, so-called anarchists than are not. And once again, I've said there is no such thing as a truly secular anarchist. There is no such thing as a non-spiritual anarchist. There is no such thing as an atheistic anarchist. No such thing as an atheist anarchist. And that's why they're so resistant to the world of the occult. They don't understand. If you want anarchy to exist in the world, in the external domain, in the domain in which we live and operate, you have to understand the workings of the occult. The end. It's eternally true. Most people are going to reject it because they don't want to bring that into their research discussion. They don't want to turn people off and lose their audience. But the bottom line is there is no accurate understanding of the world of anarchy without an accurate understanding of the world of the occult. They go hand in hand and can never be separated. Get as offended as you like, it's still true. Left brain dominance and lack of spiritual development resulting from the modern outcome-based education system, which is putting people into secularism, postmodernism, solipsism, etc. Belief that secular goals of power and money are the ultimate desires of the ruling class. Wrong. And incorrect. You get the answer wrong. Go back and try again. Money and power are not the ultimate goals. They're means to an end. The ultimate goals is they want to control and destroy the human soul. That is what the ruling class really wants. They are Satanists. They are dark Luciferians. They are dark occultists who want to enslave and destroy the human soul. That is what this is all about, folks. It is not just about power and money. If you think that, you're a naive little boy and a naive little girl. That's not the ultimate goal. Those are means to an end. And finally, in their mentality, they refuse to accept the existence of a covert religion at work in our world. They don't want to accept that covert religion is all around us and that people don't speak about it. They hide it from others, yet they are in membership and in league with these dark occult secret societies and religions. Absolutely. But the fake ass anarchist doesn't want to hear about that, because then that opens up the whole can of worms of actual occult covert religion in the world operating in secret. The fake ass anarchists all have a complete dearth of knowledge and an ignorance of natural law. And once again, if you ignore natural law, you cannot create real anarchy. So I call this section ignorance of natural law, or the lack of understanding of the true laws of manifestation. People do not understand and do not want to understand how freedom manifests, and we're going to go over it again. Natural law is a science of freedom. It's based on a law that can be quantified. It can be written down in an equation form, and you can fill in the numbers. You could figure out the numbers and fill them in, and you'll get the answer correct, just like any other equation in science. If you want to make it that left brain and dry, can you do that? Yeah, you can. Okay? Natural law is a science of morality that can be directly observed in operation in the 3D world. The evidence of the existence of natural law is the resultant state of existence which humanity receives as a direct consequential result of its aggregate behavior. Or in other words, they receive the human condition itself. That is the conditions that they receive. And that's why we're in a human condition of slavery. We have received the condition of slavery because morality was not great enough, was not in enough abundance in the equation. The law of freedom has a quantifiable effect in the world. Aggregate freedom is directly proportional to aggregate morality. We collectively reap the result of the behavior that we collectively sow. The law of freedom can be written as an equation. The sum of freedom is proportional to the sum of morality. The sum of freedom in any given society is directly proportional to the sum of freedom in any given society. That is the law of freedom written out in scientific terms. It is not a belief system. It is not a religion. It is not a guess. It is a science, and it describes exactly how behavior and consequence works in the 3D physical domain in the manifested universe, anywhere in the 3D universe. Fake-ass anarchists, unfortunately, have no understanding of the true laws of manifestation, and as a result, they are the retarded child who keeps putting his hand on the lit burner on the stove and expecting not to get burnt. They're retarded. That's what a retarded child does. The people in the fake-ass anarchist community are retarded children. Listen to me once again say it in totally unequivocal terms. The people in the fake anarchist community are retarded children that are repeatedly putting their hand on the burner over and over and over and over again, and the flesh melts off of it down to the bone every time, and every time they come back and put their hand on it again expecting a different fucking result. The vast majority of modern so-called anarchists still do not recognize or understand the underlying causal factors for the human condition of slavery. Most modern anarchists pay lip service to freedom without ever becoming aware of the true natural governing dynamics which actually determine the level of freedom which human society will or can experience. They see the problems that we face only from the level of the symptoms, the realm of that which has already manifested, the realm of effects, as I'm going to talk about. But they lack the required knowledge to accurately identify the true causes of those problems, which invariably lie in the aggregate consciousness of the human population, and I would say in the aggregate moral spirituality of the human population, the moral choices that the human population has made by growing into a spiritually mature adult. Our reality is built upon the trivium truth discovery process to get us to an understanding of natural law. Without the truth discovery process of the trivium, as a society, we cannot develop an understanding of natural law and therefore bring our behavior into alignment with it. The trivium is an ancient methodology of truth discovery, which enables an individual to learn how to think. The word trivium comes from the Latin tria, meaning three, and the Latin noun via, meaning path. The forms of the trivium in the ancient world, it was knowledge, grammar, or input. And then, it was knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. In the classical trivium, it's grammar, logic, and rhetoric. These are the three stages that can never be taken out of order. It's in that order. And then input, processing, and output. So the knowledge stage is, or grammar or input, is getting all the information together so that you could start going through it and understanding it. The second stage is processing that information. That's the logical step, applying logics, applying, weeding out inconsistencies, applying logical fallacies to arguments, and coming to a correct understanding of what the knowledge that you gathered in step one means. Then once you have processed it and you've come to an accurate understanding of it, then it's what you do with it. Okay, what are you going to then do with that understanding that you have amassed? You output it. You put it out to other people. That's your rhetoric stage. You speak it to others. You teach it to others so that they can come to understand it. And that's doing the right thing with what you have come to know and understand, which is what true wisdom is. Those are the steps of the trivium. The tools of the trivium and quadrivium, which is an adjunct to the trivium, quantification adjunct of the physical sciences. The tools of the trivium help individuals to remove their erroneous belief systems and their magical thinking. Because many people in this movement and in the world, that's all they're engaged in, is magical thinking. And the tools of the trivium help us to come to accurate conclusions about what is true and what is not true, including the truth about the natural laws that govern human behavior. The trivium method is, not at all surprisingly, completely absent from almost all modern so-called education systems because the rulers of the world, the ruling class, occultists, do not want children, except their own children, coming into an understanding of truth of how this world operates with the trivium method. They want that removed. And here's how it works. Knowledge or lack thereof, so knowledge or ignorance. This first building block of the trivium represents available information, constitutes all potential forms of data that may be gathered, processed, understood, and acted upon by any individuals in any given society. Step number 2 is the understanding step. This is how we formulate our decision-making processes that are going to be the basis of how we act. Processing of available information, which takes place within the human mind and becomes the life choices of each individual. That's what this step is. Our decision-making processes comes from the processing of available information that takes place in our mind, and then that becomes what is going to be our life choices through our behavior. That's the second step, or the processing step of the trivium. Then we have the output step, wisdom, or lack thereof. So we have knowledge or ignorance, understanding or confusion, wisdom or folly. And this is our behavioral step. This is the step that comes from, that is described as how do we behave in the world. Each individual's behavior is based upon the quality of their decision-making process in step 2, which in turn was based upon the quality of their available information in step 1. So these are all built on top of each other, can never be taken out of context, and the steps can never be taken out of the proper order of 1, 2, 3, knowledge, understanding, wisdom. Available information gathered first, your processing of that information, of that knowledge, second, to come to an understanding that is going to inform your decision-making processes, and then finally, what are we going to do based upon what knowledge we have gathered and how we understand that knowledge. We're going to behave in a certain way. Either our behavior is going to be good output, good quality behavior on the screen of life, or we're going to output junk onto the screen of life. Okay? And that then becomes the result. The trivium creates the result. The 3 blocks, the colored blocks on the bottom, create the white block on the top, which is our manifested reality that we all then must live in. The quality of that condition, the quality of the condition which manifests in any society, called the human condition, is based upon the aggregate quality of behavior in that society, whether it is moral, meaning it is good output on the screen or the printer of life, or it is bad behavior or immoral behavior, and then we get slavery, we get chaos. Okay? So we either get freedom based on moral behavior in the aggregate, or we get slavery and chaos based on the immoral output of that collective aggregate behavior. That is how the trivium works to create our reality, and our understanding of it goes hand in hand with that to create the reality that we experience. Another thing about the laws of manifestation that fake-ass anarchists refuse to accept and recognize is causality. They're still in this notion that things are a random series of chaotic events, and they are not. There are causes for everything that takes place. So I've described this in other presentations where I break down these occult principles as they have been called in different schools of occultism, the plane of effects versus the plane of causality. The plane of effects are manifested realities which have formed because of their underlying causes. No power to affect change lies in the world of effects, in the plane of effects. But unfortunately, this is where human consciousness seems to be trapped. All the fake anarchists, they're all talking about the plane of effects. Modern institutions, financial schemes and scams, politicians, the whole, coronavirus pandemic as just from a physical perspective, and analyzing the so-called virus and the masks and the mask orders and all of this, right? They're never getting to the underlying causal factors of why. Why lies in philosophy. Why lies in spirituality. The top level, the plane of effects, that's the physical reality. It's already happened. You can't reverse time. But you can start now going into the plane of causality and understand why those things happened. So the top level, the plane of effects, that's physical reality, worldly happenings, the results that we receive, the results that we get as a result of our aggregate behaviors according to natural law principles. Were they in alignment with them? Were they not in alignment with them? We get a different effect based on the quality of our aggregate behavior. The plane of causality, on the other hand, is where our consciousness must go. All the power to affect change lies in that plane of mentation, of mentality and spirituality and the understanding of why. It is the why that underlies and precedes manifested reality. It's the mental or spiritual reality. It's the why it happened. It causes the results. These causes caused the results that happened in the plane of effects up top. This is the direction of manifestation. Watch the human head and the earth now. Okay, I'm going to apply a graphic effect that shows the direction that our reality manifests. This is how it always manifests. It always manifests from the plane of causality to the plane of effects. This is where consciousness has to go to that level, deeper, underneath the physical level, and go to the plane of causality, what is operating in the human mind. The first Hermetic principle is that the all is mental. The universe is ultimately a construct of mentation, of mental power, that then becomes the physical things. Our thoughts become what we experience. And if we have absolute crap going on in our brain, believing in things that aren't true, and then behaving immorally as a result, our experience of the world's going to be crap. It's very simple and flows very logically, actually. But that's the direction that reality manifests, from the plane of causality to the plane of effects. Fake-ass anarchists are not looking at the level of causality. Very, very, very few of them are. They're trying to go not even the opposite direction. They're trapped in the plane of effects, analyzing just the 3D institutions and worldly events. And that's never going to get you to the understanding of why what's happening is happening or how to get out. Never happen. Only by going to the plane of causality and understanding the causal factors will you ever understand why and get out of the current human condition and build a better human condition. This is something that I added specifically for this presentation, is a decoding of the side view of the Great Pyramid as an allegory. In the occult, this is widely known that the pyramid was built not only for whatever other physical purposes it was built for, the Great Pyramid at Giza, Khufu's Pyramid as they call it. It was built as an allegory for life's journey. So the Great Pyramid at Giza is decoded in occult philosophy to represent life's journey in consciousness and spirituality. So let's look at this brilliant allegory, because this also explains how the whole dynamic of natural law really works. But moreover, one thing I want to focus on this image is that Queen's Chamber, right? We're going to talk about the King's Chamber as I break this down briefly, but the Queen's Chamber is applying to all the fake forms of anarchy. While they could understand that anarchy is the absence of rulership and that it does represent freedom, right? They're still not getting to that King's Chamber level that takes you to the higher levels of awareness and reality. Okay, so let's look at this allegory briefly. This entrance to the pyramid on one side is birth. Okay, that's coming into the physical world, and incarnating into the world of matter. And then you could see immediately it's a downward trajectory. That isn't to say that the physical world is bad. It's to say that basically from the start we're being taught materialism and lack of spirituality. That's the default condition. That's the entropic condition. This is sort of entropy. We're starting on a downward scale unless we actually apply our will to learn and grow, okay, which would put us on an upward trajectory. Because really where we want to go is to the stars. The star shafts, as they are called, lead from the Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber. And then if we stay on that material path of lack of spirituality, we are going to enter the realm of Satanism and slavery. And this is almost where we are at. We are down by the bottom of that pathway, getting ready to go into that chamber that represents total enslavement, brought on through satanic ideology. And fake anarchist ideology is often hand in hand with Satanism and satanic ideology, hand in hand with it. If we go into that path, there's a better than average chance, or really an almost a certainty, that we will then go extinct as a species at some point in the future. We will not evolve to any different form. That will be the end of our evolutionary journey because we chose wrongly. We chose the wrong path, we chose the incorrect path, and the immoral path, which are one and the same. So we didn't learn enough to choose the correct and moral path, and that is involution. That's the expression of involution, which is extinction. The force that destroys evolutionary progress and stunts and says, no further. You had your chance, now new forms will have their chance. If we choose to go away from that descending passageway, we come to a place that I call limited spirituality. This is where you're at least trying to begin the learning process of understanding truth, natural law, spirituality, and develop an understanding of the self and those laws of creation. But it's still limited. One might only be taught it from a religious family or a school teacher or a friend, and it's a very religious approach. It's not really initiated into knowledge of morality and how the laws of morality work. It's, again, being nice to other people or doing good things for other people just because Jesus in the New Testament said so and the priest told you that if you didn't, you're going to go to hell. It's a child's view of morality at this point. It's a very childish, limited viewpoint of it that can only really lead to religious thought. And that's what the Queen's Chamber represents in the allegorical side view of the Great Pyramid's internal structures. The Queen's view was traditional religion. And it's really not just traditional religion, it's the heart of traditional religion. It's the moral teachings that was at the heart of the traditional religions, which then they all went astray from because they became corrupted worldly institutions focused on dogma and control of other people instead of teaching them the moral principles that really lay at their heart. Okay, so you can get to the Queen's Chamber, and then as a result, you get to the star shafts, the two star shafts. I'm pointing at just the one on the left here, which represents freedom, evolution, the way out of slavery, and the way out of the degradation of humanity and involution. But this is only unconscious morality. It's the kind of morality that someone who's a religious nutter can still achieve, right? But really, they have no understanding of how the real laws of creation work. They can accidentally fall into this religion point of view and mindset, and then their behaviors will align with natural law, but they won't have them consciously aligned with natural law. They will only be unconsciously aligned to them. So this is not a sustainable path, because any variable can come in and upset that delicate structure, that delicate house of cards, and destroy that society's morality because they don't really have it deep. What if a wacko psycho religionist becomes their high priest in their religion or cult, and then he starts leading them in an immoral path, and then saying, oh, the scriptures of here, we found other decodings of them, and here's what they were saying, and he just makes up whatever he feels like. You know, you could see that religion that way doesn't really constitute a science of understanding how morality works. So it is not long-term sustainable in a civilization. It can get you there sort of almost accidentally and get you to a state that resembles real freedom, but it is not sustainable. It is not going to stay that way for long because there's no deep understanding of natural law. So that's the middle path there, the Queen's Chamber path. Here, if we continue the upward journey and we don't set up camp halfway up the mountain, okay, if we don't stop in our understanding, we then get initiated into occult knowledge. The Grand Gallery represents the stairway to the King's Chamber, which represents higher level knowledge of occultism and how things really work that have been unfortunately hidden from most people in our society because the occultists want to rule over people. The Grand Gallery represented initiation into that occult knowledge instead of a religious mindset and a religious approach to morality. And that could lead to the King's Chamber, which in this allegory represents a very deep, profound understanding of natural law, and then aligning our behavior to it gives us the true higher star shafts leading from the King's Chamber, the two places on left and right, representing true freedom, true evolution, the way out of slavery, and conscious morality, which is long-term sustainable in a civilization because it is the conscious awareness of how the science of natural law actually functions in our world. That is conscious morality, and it is long-term sustainable. So, I hope people watching the presentation enjoyed this little journey into this occult allegory of the pyramid. What I'm basically trying to really liken it to here is that traditional religious beliefs of that Queen's Chamber sort of amounts to what some of the ideologies of anarchism, like, for example, agorism or voluntarism, can somewhat get you to from what I would consider a more religious perspective. They think I have the religious perspective because I'm talking about cosmic moral law. It's the exact way around. They have the religious perspective because they believe that only the physical, financial, and social aspects can get you there. What I'm talking about is we need the science, the knowledge of the science of morality under our belt. Then we can really get to that King's Chamber level, which represents conscious morality and therefore sustainable freedom. There is this last thing, this escape shaft, and this is where I think we're really going to go, where we're really going to have to take. We're going to have to take this approach. We're not going to take the approach where we just take the ascending passageway to the Grand Gallery, to the King's Chamber, and then we're born again through into the stars. Not going to happen with this bunch. This bunch called humanity is too fucking stubborn for that. Okay? So we are almost in that pit called, what that I'm likening to total slavery of the human species, and then the species going extinct after that, which would be a mercy killing. If it on the timeline it's only that much time. That would represent, thank God it only lasts that long and then we go extinct. Okay? But I'd say we're right before entering that Satanism and slavery chamber, almost at the mouth of it, at the mawing mouth of it. Okay, the gaping maw of that chamber. We are there. And we're going to have to turn around and take the escape shaft to make our way to the Grand Gallery, the initiation into the occult. But that is a torturous climb. It's the narrowest and most torturous vertical ascent in the whole allegory, and it represents awakening via hardcore suffering. There is no easy out from this point because we've worked our way into the pit. Okay? We've chosen the left-hand path. We've chosen the way of maximum pain. And that escape shaft represents awakening by the skin of our teeth through enormous suffering. And that's where humanity is at right now. And guess what? That's about the best option that I could think is going to manifest. Because we're headed really absolutely at 1,000,000 miles an hour into Satanism, slavery, and extinction. That's where we're really going. If we don't turn it around real soon. My final section is called Why So Many Fakes. One Big Psyop. It's actually second to last because I'm going to talk about what's really required to get out of the religion and mentality that the fake-ass anarchists have moved themselves into. So why are there so many fake anarchist factions? I call this the one big psyop. What is a psyop? It's psychological warfare, also called psyops. a military term used to describe any action which is practiced mainly by psychological methods, which has the goal of evoking a planned psychological reaction in those against whom it is employed. The many forms of fake-ass anarchism comprise a huge psyop that is being perpetrated against the people of our world. It is also perpetrated against the fake-ass anarchists themselves, as many of them are not knowingly malicious, but misled due to their colossal, willful ignorance of truth and reality, and because they don't have the method of the trivium in hand, and they have limited or no spirituality. And they think they're right, and they think they have all the information when they do not. The fake anarchism psyop has a two-pronged effect upon all of humanity. Number one, the ruling class who is running the psyop, the occult ruling class running this psyop, keeps their potential opponents completely ineffective and spinning in circles, believing and thinking that they are thinking and doing things that will never and can never lead to true freedom, but believing that they are doing things that can lead to true freedom. That is what the fake-ass anarchist movement believes. They think they're going to do things leading to true freedom when the psyop has them in a state of mind, in a mental state that can never lead to true freedom. They're victims of the psyop that they've bought into themselves. And then the second pronged effect, number two, is the ignorant public is led to believe through mainstream media propaganda and repetition that the fake-ass anarchists and their so-called movements, they ain't moving anywhere, in any way represent real anarchy. This makes the public antagonistic toward true anarchists, and most importantly, it makes the public believe that anarchy itself, or true freedom, is dangerous to human society. That is what the psyop is designed to do. It is to keep the people who might get to true anarchy confused, doing all the wrong things, believing in all the wrong things, and doing things that will never lead to true freedom because they don't understand natural law and have not aligned their behavior to it. Secondarily, but even possibly more important to that, they're making the public believe anarchy is something that it is not and never was. And that not only that it is something that never was, but it's actually dangerous and that they should fear it. Because these ass clowns throw trash cans through a Starbucks window. You know, these agent provocateur anarchists, so-called, or leftist anarchists, or whoever it is. Doesn't matter what faction or category we're talking about. They can look at all the pure idiot mentality and imbecilism of all of these fake-ass anarchists and then just put that on television almost like a comedy show for themselves. But then it's a horror show for the public that believes that's anarchy and that those are anarchists. That's why they're doing the psyop. And most people are eating it up with a big-ass spoon. You know? We have to take it back, folks. We can't let people believe that anarchists just dress in all black, cover their face, spray paint things, destroy property. These aren't anarchists. You know? Half of these people are communists in disguise. Not only do we need to take back the word, we need to take back the symbol, like I said. Here's the thing. Anybody that uses a word and they're not really that thing and claim to be, they're fakes anyway. So the word doesn't, quote, belong to them. And they're making the word, they're trying to make the word, deliberately trying to make the word mean something that it doesn't mean. And I say, take the word back. Explain to people what anarchy really is, what it's really contingent upon. Natural law, objective morality, aligning our behavior to objective morality under natural law. Let's take the symbol back. People go, oh, nobody should use the spray paint type anarchy symbol. I'll use whatever the fuck symbol I want. You're not going to tell me what symbol I'll use. I'll use whatever I want. Want to know why? I know what it really means. The symbol represents the word. Know what the word means first if you're going to use the symbol. Let's take the symbol back. It doesn't belong to leftists. It doesn't belong to totalitarians. It doesn't belong to fascists. It doesn't belong to socialists. It doesn't belong to communists. It represents anarchy, and the word has an accurate definition. So if the symbol is supposed to represent the word, let's take that back and let it mean the accurate definition and explain that to people as well. Nobody's going to tell me I'm not going to use a symbol. I know what the symbol means. I know what the word means, and I'm right. I'm correct. Assholes like this are not correct. They just think that they're correct, but they haven't studied enough. They haven't acquired enough information. They haven't processed it and come to an accurate understanding of it, and they certainly aren't doing the right things. So I'm not going to let them or anybody else tell me I can't use a word or a symbol when I know what the real meanings are, and I'm not a fake variant of it. I'm the genuine article. I'm the real fucking thing. Finally, to wrap up, what the fake-ass anarchist community has to do is develop the ability to say I was wrong, because that is the beginning of all spirituality. The beginning of all of spiritual journeys begins with saying I was wrong and I don't know and I need more information to develop my mind and to develop my soul. I need more knowledge. They are in a dearth of knowledge. They are bereft of knowledge in many cases. They are in what I call negative knowledge. Not only don't they have any knowledge, they're not even at the 0 point. They're in the negative realm because they believe things that aren't true and have no truth, no true knowledge among them. They have to make first, before they even develop any of that knowledge, what is known as the cosmic apology. The most powerful phrase in all of human language is simultaneous the most difficult phrase for any human being to speak it. It is this: I was wrong. And I've had to say that tens of thousands of times throughout my journey in life to admit that I did not have the information correct. I did not have the understanding of how the world really works correct. And then I had to do hardcore soul searching and sit in front of that mirror and understand I was part of the problem because of my ignorance. And then I started really learning the truth. And that was a powerful, long, arduous journey that takes hard work and commitment. And that's what all the fake-ass anarchists in the world have to do. They need to make that apology. Because only when those who have been inauthentic, when those who have been incorrect, and even immoral, because of their incorrect thinking, when finally those people say that phrase, I was wrong, first to themselves, first and foremost to the self. The first step of initiation is do not lie to yourself, and then don't lie to any others. And then they say I was wrong to all of creation, not just to people around them, to the universe itself, to consciousness itself, to creation itself. Only when they make that cosmic apology will they finally then be able to begin their great journey toward true healing and true spiritual awakening. Ladies and gentlemen, that in and of itself is the very beginning of the one great work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and attention here today.
If you're looking to further understand the mind, consciousness, the occult, symbolism, the ancient Egyptian mythos, philosophy, and truth discovery, make sure to tune in to the Cubbyhole podcast hosted by myself, Nate Cap, and co-hosted by Brandon Martin. The Cubbyhole podcast is a repository of critical knowledge that deals with and covers the many facets of the human condition, especially what causes most of the suffering going on in this world. Make sure to start at podcast number 1 and work your way forward for maximum value and understanding. The Cubbyhole podcast is found on iHeartRadio, Spotify, Apple, TuneIn Radio, Simplecast, and Cubbyhole.com. That's CUBBYWHOLE.com.
All right, this is the one. It's reading about my struggles in life.
Oh, woman by land, two by sea, three by injection, that divorce into the air, oh yeah. Oh, woman by land, two by sea, three by injection, that divorce into the air, yeah. Well, all good people, time to rise. Sound the alarm across the countryside. The lab is coming. Oh, the lab goes are coming. Yeah, the lab goes are coming. Lab goes are coming. Lab goes are coming. Yeah, them lab goes are coming. But we do not consent. We will not comply. We do not consent. We will not comply. In the land of the free, home of the brave, try to enslave, cradle to grave. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. Destroy the proof, bury the youth, try to hide and censor truth. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. Law of exclusion based on illusion. Must have forgot about the Constitution. We do not consent. We will not comply. Oh, capital, state by state. Got a lot of freedoms that they're coming to take. Death to religion and our personal belief. Taking focus in, there will be no relief. Civil liberties are under attack. Where in the world are the Democrats? No senator, assemblyman, or governor. They all bow down to farmer and they follow the herd. They bow down to farmer and they follow the herd. They bow down to farmer and they follow the herd. But we do not consent. We will not comply. We do not consent. We will not comply. Yeah, all the races, colors, and creeds cannot put us on our knees. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. Your mandatory bigotry. Don't tread on me with your tyranny. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply or do no harm. Must disarm all them animals on the farm. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. You are the needle, we are the sky. Injecting poison, you push into fire. Committed no crime, don't need immunity. Isolated people, we fight to be free. Oh, realize, hypnotized, staying in rectangular eyes. Oh, realize, hypnotized, staring in rectangular eyes. Oh, yeah. Injury, can't perceive, claiming it's a fallacy. But the mama know the baby better than anybody else. 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 Mama ain't a mama, mama ain't my mama, mama ain't a mama, mama ain't my mama. Yeah, mama know the baby better than anybody else. 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 Mama ain't a mama, mama ain't my mama, mama ain't a mama. So I'll never consent. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. We do not consent. Yeah, we will not comply. You are the needle, we are the sky. Injecting poison, you push into fire. Committed no crime, don't need your immunity. Isolated people, we fight to be free.
Hey, Brandon, thanks for having me, man. This song is for you and Nathan by me and Doug. Take a trip into the mind, leave the flesh and bones behind. Go as far as you are inclined, where the dream and reality seem to be intertwined. The simple truth you long to see from the deep dark depths of the memory and the peace you're dying to find. Everything combined, it's all in the mind. They don't know what you're talking about. They don't care, so they shut you out. They're afraid of an alternate route and the light to begin shining in on their shadow of doubt. The brain will remain confined till the extinction of mankind, but the keys to the hidden realm of the undefined are all in the mind. It all relates, it all ties in. As sure as the sun comes around again, it changes once, changes again, appearing the same as it all ties in. Is this your life or fantasy? Nothing is ever what it seems to be. Something like that.
Wow. Another absolutely amazing talk from Mark Passio. He's always been my favorite speaker, and it's always inspiring to hear him speak. And I hope people are starting to understand and receive this message, because we don't have a lot of time to get this figured out. And you can see that we have all of these great speakers putting their passion and their time and their effort into helping us understand this difficult lesson that we all have to learn. And this conference has been just absolutely amazing. And I'm so honored to finally speak and share a stage with Mark Passio and all of these other complementary great light workers. It's just, words can't describe how amazing it's been for me and my personal experience with this. And I hope that you've received value from the information that you've heard here. And check us all out at the onegreatnetwork.com. And you can find the individual speakers and the presenters there. You can make donations on their pages. That's the onegreatnetwork.com. You can find Mark Passio's work at whatonearthishappening.com. He also has a gift section there where you can donate and receive lots of great merchandise, lots of great presentations, access all of his information for free. It's just an amazing website. Also check out myself, Nate Cap, and Brandon Martin, and I'm Douglas Martin at thecubbyhole.com. You can also find our work on the One Great Network, and most of the other speakers you can find there too. And we've got some new blood coming in too, and some of the speakers that presented I had never seen before. So it was just amazing how well all of the material corresponded, and I hope everybody is excited about it as I am, because I'm just really excited, to have been a part of this. And we're going to do a roundtable discussion now. Let some of the other speakers chime in on this and try to field any questions that might come in and help bring a little bit more clarity to this and what this has all been about. So let's see who else we got here in the room. I see we got Mark Passio standing by. Let's see what Mark has to say.
Hey, Douglas.
How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. I just want to say this was one of the best conferences that I've ever participated in. I want to thank all the speakers for their contributions. They were phenomenal. All the presenters were phenomenal. Absolutely. I want to thank, of course, Brandon for hosting the event, and the whole tech team just did a fantastic job. And I think the whole event really went off perfectly. So thank you to everyone involved.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, Mark. It makes me feel so much better. And yeah, the tech team has been amazing, and just everybody pulling together and making the effort has just been amazing. And I'm really honored to be a part of it. Like I say, I'm almost at a loss for words, and it's been an exhilarating marathon just the same. And we've all been working hard here behind the scenes, especially Tyler Bloyer and Lawrence Driggs in the control room there. So special thanks to those guys for really hanging in there and getting us through this. So I see we got Will Keller in the room, and looks like Brandon made it on here. Let's see what Will has to say. How you doing, Will?
I'm doing good, Doug. Thanks so much, man. And I just want to say what a phenomenal conference. It was just looking at the totality, the message is just incredible. There's so many tools and so much knowledge that can be applied. And I'm thrilled to be a part of it, so I'm really honored. So thank you, Brandon and Nate, and of course the tech team. You guys make this happen, man. So, and thanks for all the attendees and the presenters.
That sounds great. Do we have some questions here coming in that we can field here while we're in here, and see what we can get on the table for a discussion? I'm going to take a look here in the chat and see if I can grab a couple questions out of here. There was a couple of questions that I wasn't really sure how to answer, but
I got a
see
good
what
one
you
here.
guys have
It's
to say.
how do you address that most of the mystery schools today are corrupt and using this knowledge to manipulate others? Anyone want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. I'll take that one. I think that we don't need to join brick and mortar mystery schools anymore. That may have once been the case, but the fact that it is true, as the person asking the question stated, that yes, the modern so-called mystery tradition teaching schools of the modern day have become corrupt, like Freemasonry, for example, and many others. And they're focused, far too much on money, on membership, not really teaching people the real esoteric side of any of the traditions that really need to be focused on and really learned. And very often have completely ulterior motives of power in the 3D world, of just networking with other people for power, money, influence, etc., and or outright corrupting and teaching wrong things. So that they tighten their grip if their dark occultists may have infiltrated some of those institutions. I don't think it's necessary any longer to go and seek out and join brick and mortar institutions. I think that anybody who's an autodidactic learner, meaning a self-taught individual, somebody who is interested in motivating themselves to learn, can go online, download huge amounts of information on any of these topics that were discussed over this week at the course of this weekend conference, and learn on their own and initiate themselves. And that's what I've always recommended. I don't think people should really be joiners and participate in modern institutionalized versions of the so-called mystery schools of today. I think they are fallen. I think modern so-called occult institutions or fraternal brotherhoods or orders are largely corrupt. I think that's well known. And I don't think we really have to take this information from them necessarily. I think that again, the tool at our disposal is the internet. And if we know how to mine it effectively, if we know how to search and mine the internet for those gems of wisdom, we can do this on our own. So there's really no need to even worry about that. The Grand Lodge, so to speak, is all over the world, and it is the light workers of the world who are organizing and speaking at conferences like this. And it could be anyone who's driven to really learn and understand this esoteric wisdom of the ages. And it's all at our fingertips if we want it, and we develop the knowledge on how to acquire it digitally over the internet. Part of what I do is help people to understand how to effectively search the internet. That is a skill set that I teach in my How to Become the True Media seminar, which is going to be coming up this July of 2021. It's one of among many other technological skill sets that I show people how to do, so they don't have to depend on modern brick and mortar institutions, and they can just go ahead and learn how to find and download that information from an eclectic variety of online sources for themselves. That's how I respond to, what do we do about modern corruption in modern institutionalized so-called mystery tradition schools of teaching. I don't really think we need brick and mortar places like that any longer. That information is exploded out into the digital domain, and it's just a matter of acquiring the skill sets to find it and bring it to your own computer so that you could study and learn those materials at your own convenience.
Very well said, and I would fully agree with that. I think that most of the mystery schools or so-called mystery schools or the institutions of today are largely corrupted, and by and large, they act as mostly an interface between municipality and the public. And they seem to be producing what I would call portico or porch masons. And they're largely just there for adornment and their personal ambition to raise in societal strata. And that's not what the schools are supposed to be about. And the idea that they ever had to become a secret society, obviously there was a benevolent need for that, but the time is now for this all to come out in the open. And I feel that I found an initiatory process through using the internet, and largely with your help, Mark, and I'm very grateful for that. And you gave me all of the other material and other references that I could further search that out and verify those things for myself. It was never about looking for a different belief system. It was always about a search for truth. And yes, we should consider that these institutions are used for clandestine operations now, and that they are infiltrated, and anybody's institution has been infiltrated largely, let's just say, by man's ambition, which is based in greed and avarice and personal gratification. So let's see what some of the other panel here has to say about that. Anybody else want to chime in on this? How about you, Will?
Okay.
I picked up. Anybody want to chime in on this?
I'll chime in real quick. So, you know, the true mystery school is right there in the mirror looking at yourself and then, you know, observing the outside world. The traditions nowadays are just misdirection and just nets for consciousness. It's almost like, you know, following a religion. It's the same thing. The internet is the Library of Alexandria, you could say, nowadays, and it's just about you doing the work right in the mirror, that deep work, shadow work, and then putting into action and getting out there in the field to teach and spread the word.
Very well said. And I just, yeah, let me say that Will, you've really inspired me, because I met you in Anarchadelphia on my way out of town, and I just immediately knew that you had something special. And now I've seen some of your work, and I knew, and it's verified that for me. And I'm just really encouraged by what you're doing and your colleagues. I think you guys are doing great work and putting forward a great message. And I wanted to say one more thing about the internet. You know, what Mark is saying is absolutely true, because when I first started searching the internet, it wasn't that difficult for me to find the alternative information. And I found a lot of information that it's almost completely disappeared from the mainstream, and the censorship has just, you know, it's full on now. I mean, and what that means with the censorship full on is that there's more happening now, more evil in the world now, more taking place now, but we're hearing less. So let's see if anybody else wants to chime in on this.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I'd like
Sean?
to say something quick.
Brandon?
Sorry, I'd like to jump in. If you join the brick and mortar, that's exactly where they want you. I mean, Mark joined the brick and mortar of Satanism, and they inducted him into the group of control. I mean, that's what joining a group does. So if you want to be free, don't join a group. That's all I gotta say.
Check. Can anyone hear me?
I think that's well said. And I've always had trouble with groupthink dynamics, and I've got some anecdotes I could tell, but let's bring in some of the other speakers just for now and get their voices in here.
Can you hear me, Doug?
I see Logan. Yeah, go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with the general sentiment here as well. And this actually kind of ties into what I covered in my presentation. If you're seeking that out in that institution, you are again saying you want them to take you by the hand and spoon feed you the method and kind of just babysit you through that process. And then you're still kind of entrusting them to tell you all the secrets. That's how they lure you in, is the secrets and the power and all that. And so essentially you're kind of placing that in that monolithic position. And if they're misleading you, you don't really have anything else to cross-reference that with in terms of where you're taking that knowledge in from a broad range. It's kind of like unified there, centralized, and that's very dangerous.
I fully agree with that. Um, we have to do the comparative eclectic study, and that takes a full scope of this an entire spectrum to really get it all on the table and then compare it, because the truth discovery process is an individual process, and the other people that are trying to help teach, they can only help guide you on the path. They can't give you all the answers, but they can help you find the information that you will need to discover those answers for yourself.
I'd like to add a quick addendum to
Sure.
what you and both you and Logan just said, Douglas, and that is, it goes to the old axiom, give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, but teach him to fish and you feed him forever. The idea here is that if you can show somebody how to go about getting the information on their own, they don't need to learn it from you. As you were saying earlier, Douglas, you heard some things from me from my podcast series, but then you went out and independently mined the internet on your own and studied those materials independently and autodidactically for yourself to do self-verification of the information. And that is what I think really we really want to be putting out there for people, that no one has to take or accept this from any one of us. We'll all put the information out there in our ways that, we know how, and our unique styles. But if people know the skill set of going out and acquiring this information online in a digital form, you can create a massive digital archive or library for yourself, and there could be no end to the material that you could study. And then obviously the goal of that is to awaken yourself fully to a point where you would then go out and help to teach others as well, and to point them in the direction where they could do that for themselves. So it's the whole difference, as what Sean was talking about. It's the whole difference between being a group joiner versus what we're trying to do is just point the way and show people how to do it for themselves and how to come by that information for themselves. So I think it's a very important distinction to make, and it's an important one.
I fully agree with that. But just so you know, I had a great chronology myself. I kind of started with the Zeitgeist and then went straight into Alex Jones and learned in the early Alex Jones days a lot of political science that is really not available now. It seems like the archives that he had have even disappeared. And I have archived some of it for myself. Just thinking about trying to do something with that, but
It's like it disappeared from his own mind when he started
sure
calling.
is.
What I mean, he wanted. It's okay when martial law comes in. It's
Yeah.
fine because it's for Trump. Like, I mean, such bullshit. Oh my god.
And then
Anyway, I'll shut up.
I went into the astrotheology before I got to Mark Passio's work. Not to talk about you in a third party, but I went into the astrotheology before I got into your work, Mark, and I felt that was so important because and you did give a good demonstration on the astrotheology, but I felt that I would have had to have left that work and then come back to it with more of the knowledge to really glean it in its fullness. And it was so much material. But yeah, I put in the full study on your work, and that doesn't mean I know it all, but I know a lot of it. That doesn't mean I can demonstrate it all for sure, but I made sure that it got burned in there pretty good, and I'm still working on it, and I always will, because there's so much there. It's enough, but I contrast that, and and I'm doing some of the things that I've learned from some of the other authors, especially from what I found on the ARC drive. The ARC drive has been an invaluable resource for me. So I want to recommend that ARC drive to people because it's so important and such a great place to start. But yeah, the difficulty of getting the information now makes it even more crucial and critical, because people that haven't been searching for truth, their algorithms are algorithms to find the things that have already been added to their profile and their preferences, and they're not finding, and most of the information is largely, been completely obscured, and without the skill set, it's more difficult to find the material now. So I would recommend that anybody that has a chance to sign up for Mark's How to Become the True Media course, because that's an invaluable resource that everybody should look into. And Mark has technical skills that we all can use and can benefit us in so many different ways in our own personal lives as well.
Douglas, I want to say that I definitely agree with your point that a lot of that information has been censored. If I had to try to put the arc together from scratch today, it would be a tall order. Thank God I archived the information when I did and did not just take it as read that that information would always be available online. And that is why I created the ARC offer, to digitally archive that material, to be able to make it available if such a time of censorship would arrive. And indeed it has. You're absolutely correct that that information is much more difficult to come by today than it was when I put it together over a decade ago. When I aggregated it, I should say, over a decade ago.
Truth Stream Media is talking about how they're even removing books from libraries. I mean, they're burning information. It's scary, and the internet is being like funneled, and people are, there's less and less availability for real information. And the fact that you did the arc is, I'm so thankful, and it's such a gift to the future.
I wanted to jump in and mention and stress the technological aspect, because this is why I started late. I was resistant to fully diving in and putting in that energy in the technological side. I wanted to go up in the mountains and garden, and then do pigeon carriers of truth, but that's not effective. But so you have to strike that balance, and that this is the battlefield. You have to learn that technological aspects. I took Mark's course and it was phenomenal. This was my first formal presentation, and I used a lot of the techniques and the attributes I learned in Mark's class, and it made my presentation smoother to create. So it's it highly recommended. It's a must for sure.
Well, let me just say, you're like a star student, man. You really picked up the ball and ran with it, brother. Just phenomenal job on your presentation. I could tell that your technological skill set is really progressing tremendously. So brilliant job, man.
Thank you.
That's the way to do it. That's really the way to do it.
Appreciate you, Mark. Right on.
I totally agree, Will. And I'd also like to add this kind of plays into a concept I like to call being a modern day wizard. These are different times we're in. It's not the dark ages anymore, and you have to evolve with what's occurring in the world and use tools that can more effectively communicate and spread information. And like, again, it's usually just you get the image of the wizard up in his tower kind of reading books and smoking his pipe, and it's that, but in the modern day. And so he's planning his next podcast or his next presentation or whatever, same concept but done in the modern times. I think that's important.
You got to be a digital alchemist, right? Take a
You
piece
have
of
to stay
work
on the
and know how to
cutting edge.
transmute it to thousands and thousands of people.
Right. We have to stay on the cutting edge because, fun and games aside, this is a war objectively, and we need to treat it as such. It's very serious in that way.
Yeah, the censorship that we've seen, and just especially, right before 2019, it's it's the final death knell. And we have to recognize that, and we have to recognize how severe it is. And you know, I mean, the idea of the book burning. I mean, why do they call their digital book storage Kindle? And you know, my wife put her book out on Amazon, and come to find out that they didn't even notify her, but with the events of 2019 and then the restrictions that followed in 2020, they were actually publishing her book in a smaller form. It was still a quality form, but it wasn't the same product, and she didn't even know. So they were just printing the book to order, and didn't even notify us. We actually found out from somebody who had bought the book, and she'd have to tell you the whole story, but I was very alarmed when I heard that, I gotta say. So it's who else do we got here on the panel? I see. I'm trying to find some questions to bring in here, and I had one earlier. Lots of compliments here. But somebody had a really strange question. I wanted to see if we could field this one together. Trying to see if I can find that. It's back in the beginning of the chat.
Was it the Kubrick and moon landing question? Is that the one you're going for?
I think that one was specifically for Sean.
Yeah, Sean, somebody said, can you please share your opinion on Kubrick and the moon landing hoax?
Well, I believe that Kubrick did help them in whatever, because they helped Kubrick, you know, and that's evident with the Zeiss lenses for the Barry Lyndon, and the people that were working on the moon landing. Apollo were like credited in 2001 for being part of the film, and like, you know, it's all very convenient to whitewash what they're really doing. You know what I mean? And that's like what Hollywood does, and that's what government is. You know, it's a big show for the public, and that's what they were doing. You know what I mean? Whether it was Kubrick specifically, I can't say, but I think that Widener did a very good thing where I mean, his where he caught that it's all front screen projection, and he did a Kubrick's Odyssey, where it's like he does uh, whatever, he has a presentation, and you can find it, Kubrick's Odyssey, and he explains that whole idea, and I think he's on point with that. Some of his other things that he speculates, they might be a little, I don't go on board with everything, but Widener makes a very good case, and I am, I mean, just the visual elements of like, why would, if there's 1/6 the amount of gravity on the moon, why are they bouncing in slow motion? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't it be fast? Why wouldn't it be 6 times faster a bounce? You know, it doesn't make logical sense, but it's like a visual mechanism for fooling the people watching into thinking, oh yeah, you know, it's like a fucking, it's like a magic trick. Like, this is, the magician does this with his hand, and you fucking, oh, that makes sense. You know, it's a big camera show, you know, and I don't know if we went to the moon or not. I'm not the one to answer that, but I do think that it was a big camera show, and I think that Kubrick is the best one that they could choose, and they already had him on salary. You know what I mean? And he was up and coming rising star, and he wanted to make a name for himself, and he wanted to have a real career, and you know what I mean? It only makes sense.
I think the strangest thing about Kubrick's whole career was the timing of his death.
Right.
But I think that's very well said the way you put it. Yeah, it's like whatever they're doing in space is not what they're showing us. I think that we can be sure of.
Yes.
And as far as what's possible in space, I don't think we really have any legitimate straight answers on that.
Right. And they wouldn't show us any. I mean, they wouldn't give us to view. They wouldn't give us that. You know what I'm saying? Like they, if they're occultists, you know, like they're not going to tell us this just to have it on TV. Like why? Why would they tell us that shit? So obviously, you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, obviously, it's like it's a big magician camera show, and like I said before, we'll keep going on.
That's exactly well said, because that's what it is. When you're working with cameras, it is a magician's trick. Right. And the director has a bag full of techniques that he uses to guide your eyes and make you see and believe what he wants you to see and believe. I see we got Brandon in the chat room. Is Brandon in there still? Can we get Brandon on here? Okay, let me get you. Here's the question. This is one of the questions I found in the Q&A, and I'm going to ask Logan if he'll take this one on to start with, and then maybe we can all chime in on it. It's kind of an astrology question. It's kind of a bizarre question, but it's Elijah Dooley asks, in your opinion, when humans finally start populating Mars, if they deem successful in the distant future, how do you think Earth would come into play as a planet in their birth chart, being Mars their birth planet? And then parentheses, first person to be born on Mars, theoretically, if and when that happens. What do you think about that, Logan?
Do you mean Brian? He is the expert astrologer.
Okay. I guess I was addressing the wizard factory in general.
I mean, I love astrology and I do aspire to know more, but Brian is definitely the one to ask.
Okay. Is Brian in here with us?
Should be.
How can I get Brian on here? Does anybody else want to take a crack at it? Because I will. I mean, that's the only question I have here in the Q&A that I see. We answered most of the questions from yesterday, and it looks like we have a lot of informed viewers here that are mostly just thanking all the speakers and giving praise and appreciation. But yeah, my take on that is until we end slavery here, you know, you can expect that any planet that would be populated by this control system would probably be just set up as a prison colony. You know, and they're already turning this planet into a Death Star. So, you know, they probably want to move that off world if they could, and move that prison population off world. And whole point being is that we have to end slavery before we think about our future endeavors, because whatever our future endeavors are not going to amount to anything other than bondage and servitude without learning the moral laws of nature. That would be my take on it.
Seems like if they were going to build a prison, though, they should build it on Saturn.
They're building the prison in our minds. I mean, we gotta we gotta guard that before we start guarding they're going to be up in Saturn or not.
What's your take on this, Mark?
Well, I'm not I don't have a really strong suit in astrology per se, but I would definitely agree with your contention that before concerning ourselves with other places, times, or circumstances, that the moral condition that humanity exists in has to change first and foremost before anything else, before concerning ourselves with really any other endeavors. If we're not free, our lives become reduced in value, and we're not really living to our full potential at all, or really even we're not living to any potential whatsoever. The first and foremost thing that we have to concern ourselves with is ending the condition of human slavery, and the only way we can do that is understanding objective morality under natural law, understanding our own sovereignty, and help to morally educate our fellow human beings so that we can bring our species up out of this immoral condition and end slavery on this planet once and for all, for sure. I wish I had something more to say on the, astrological aspects of it, but again, that's not really my strong suit when it comes to occult studies. I'm sure, if Brian were here, he could chime in on that. I don't think he's in the chat right now, but I definitely agree with your contention, Douglas, that our focus needs to be primarily on the here and now and on moral education for sure.
That kind of brings up something interesting for me. I recently attended the Float Fest down here in Texas, and it's kind of more crypto oriented, and a lot of anarchists were there. And the person that threw the event was very pro like space exploration, stuff like that. And I found that interesting too, because the sentiment was very like, oh, if we could just explore space, then and eyes on the stars, then humans would just come together and it would be kumbaya. And yeah, obviously it doesn't work that way, but it kind of reminded me of some of what you were talking about, Mark, when kind of classifying the different anarchists, in that they're putting the emphasis, the foundation on something other than the principles, the fundamentals, like it's the economical system, or whatever have you. They're just kind of changing that around, or technology is going to save us, or space exploration is going to save us. Same kind of thing. Any of it is some kind of grasping at straws for a way to not take and hold on to that personal responsibility.
That's exactly right. It's projection of what they may be interested in themselves. It's a form of escapism. They're looking to get rid of something they don't like, or move in the direction towards something that they do like or prefer, but none of it hits the heart of the matter, which is morality. In none of those forms of so-called anarchism, wrap the word in double quotes, as I said, are they really focused on objective morality and bringing our collective human behavior into alignment with it under natural law. And without doing that, there can be no anarchy. So yeah, I fully agree with you. These are people who are looking to escape in some way, or as you said, like likening it to looking toward the stars instead of being present, fully present in the here and now, here on Earth at this point in time, focused on the actual condition that is taking place, and even more importantly, the causal factors for that condition, and how we can understand those causal factors from the plane of causality, and then work in our mind to change what we think, what we believe, and therefore how we behave, so that we can improve that condition here on Earth in the here and now. So yeah, absolutely well said, Logan. And it's a great point as to how the thinking in certain group dynamics goes completely awry, and people get onto completely wrong causal factors, or not even causal factors at all, but just wrong lines of axiomatic thought regarding what the problem is, and what we have to do, and things we have to arrange, or new systems we have to create, when none of that is what's going to get us out of this situation that we are in. It's all about morality, understanding the objective difference between right and wrong behavior, and aligning our behavior to it as a species.
Very well said. I wanted to say that my screen just changed there. Man will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing his own soul. And largely what the modus operandi seems to be is them setting up carnival tents all around us and just trying to lure us away from this present moment awareness and this understanding of the moral objective law in nature. And the whole idea is, and in the flesh, or head in the clouds, boots on the ground, or feet on the ground. That's what I'm trying to say, is the spiritual warrior with the knowledge in hand to bring in true freedom and the ability to help reach and teach others, and protect that knowledge and reach as many others as we can with that knowledge. So I'm getting a little tired here, but I got a question coming in, and let's see what we can do with this question, because this is a good one, or we're going to have fun with it. How do you guys feel about intuition and common sense? This is Paul Nation. How do you guys feel about intuition and common sense, he says, and then he asks, they are real, and he says that they are real, and some people know this information without studying. So anybody want to chime in on that one?
I'll speak to it first and then let other people chime in. I agree. I think that those things are real dynamics in our world. I think intuition is one of the functions of particularly the right brain, human brain hemisphere, and it can be developed and honed, and people can what has been referred to as thin slicing information, and developing the ability to hone in on the veracity of something, without necessarily doing 100% full left brain processing. Now, I'm not going to say that that should be relied on entirely to determine the truthfulness of any given field of information or endeavor, but I do think that it is a dynamic that can assist in that endeavor of discovering truth. So it's something that definitely exists as a human ability and capacity. Should it be relied on entirely as the only method of discovery? No. But it can be honed and developed, as I said, to assist in understanding what is going on. Common sense, of course, is another thing that is absolutely real in the world. I liken conscience to common sense, the knowing together. Literally, that's what the word conscience means, from the Latin prefix con, C-O-N, meaning together or with in Latin, and then the Latin verb sciere, which is where we get the word science. Sciere in Latin is a verb meaning to know or to understand. So putting them together, common knowledge, common sense, to know together. What are we endeavoring to know together? The objective difference between right and wrong behavior under natural law. So absolutely, intuition and common sense are very real. And, that's the way I look at them. And I think, especially intuition is a tool in the toolbox, the utility toolbox for understanding what is going on in our world. I think it's an ancillary or adjunct tool regarding people not being able to know this without doing any study, just from intuitive knowing. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying most people aren't going to rely on that solely as the means of understanding. They're going to have to delve into it in some form of a stepwise progression or somewhat scholarly, research-based manner, eclectically gathering information sources from other people, from works that they have put out and researched, and amassing that information as the grammar step of the trivium method, and then progressing forward from there. So again, I see it as an adjunct or ancillary method that can assist us as far as intuition is concerned.
I fully agree with that. I see it as a connection with right brain, which is a connection to heart, the heart energy. But I recognize that it represents a polarization or potential polarization. And based on my experience trying to learn some of this knowledge, I know how much work it takes. And it seems, your mantra that religion is the main root of the problem, which defined as erroneous belief systems, is what we have to deal with. And what am I trying to say? we have to know truth ideally, and that takes knowledge. So I'm inclined to think that you could go through life and probably experience a good life. I think the word common sense is ambiguous, and this is what I'm trying to get to is without the understanding of the natural law, it doesn't seem like we really can really understand the true underlying purpose of all the other dogmatic ideologies, or what have become erroneous ideology. It's the natural law is what worked for me, that gave me the key to really be able to understand the ideas. And that was something that I really had to work hard on to learn. However, I did recognize it as a codification of the intuitive qualities that I had, which were strong. For me, I was more of a right brainer, and it was, I felt that was a little bit easier to come into balance from that. But it also took a lot of knowledge to get enough balance in my left brain to get my right brain start functioning. And I'm thinking of the movie Being There with Peter Sellers. He kind of just is an impartial observer, but he seems to be totally connected to his intuition. And then he ends up, in the upper echelons of, and he has this great life, and he just, he meets all these important people, and he goes clear up into the highest echelons of social strata, and he's totally trusted, and he seems completely impartial is the way I remember it. And I can think of a few other movie allegories that have examples of that, but let's see what the other people here have to say.
I wanted to say that intuition is definitely a thing, and look in nature, look at the way that birds react to a statue of an owl, and the way that we are afraid of snakes and spiders. Information can be passed down through our genetics, I guess, and that many, like, it's apparent that it exists, and just look into nature, and yes, and you can work with it if you can tune in with it. And when you find things in nature that resonate with that, you can hear it sing within you, and it's true.
Yeah, I'll speak on intuition. It's a line of communication. The self and nature were one, and there's a field. I think Rupert Sheldrake calls it the morphogenic field, the field of information that's all around us. That's how your dog knows when you're coming home, like 20 minutes before you actually get there. Humans have this as well, and it can be developed. The word intuition means insight, to look at or consider. So obviously you can get polarized. So just take it as information, but put attention to it and notice when that intuitive feeling comes in, and use it as information whenever you're going through the trivium process of life.
Think about twins. Twins can communicate with each other in fantastic ways that people science can't understand. I mean, they have a connection. The intuition is like a key to that. I mean, that seems like it applies.
I consider it the seventh sense, the sixth being memory, the seventh being intuition, and then the eighth, imagination. Something that I ponder on.
Nice.
Wasn't there an experiment where they took like some primates and put them on one island, and then they took some primates and put them on another island, and then on the one island they spent a long time teaching the particular primates a particular technique or a trick, and when the whole population had learned the trick, they went back to the other island, and then all the primates there knew how to do it. I don't know if you ever heard of that, and I don't remember. I think I picked that up off of Alex Jones way back in the early days, but I remember hearing that. I was intrigued by it. I never really went too much further with it, but it made sense to me. The idea of the 51 and the aggregate shift into the consciousness. But I really want to put the emphasis on knowledge, because for me it's been a lot of hard work, and learning about what these things are. And, I think primarily you could get through life with intuition, but you would suffer hard knocks, probably have a low impact on the environment, but you'd probably have to have some hard knocks, but you'd probably get through life. And this is just speculative a little bit, but ideally we have to learn and grow, and we certainly wouldn't be able to really teach without the knowledge of the skill sets and the understanding of the workings of the psychology. To me, it's all about psychology. So
I'd love to chime in here too on the great topic of intuition. Yeah, for me, it's definitely just one form of intelligence. It's valid in its own right, but should be used in conjunction and integrated. Um, Sean, you mentioned animals. That's what I was going to say too. Is that, for example, animals have the capacity to actually be moral and good, but they don't know that. They don't have that choice. They're still acting on instinct, or if you could say intuition in that way. That's kind of how I relate that. And also, as a musician, I've always felt a natural inclination for music, but on that journey, I can acknowledge that there was a very definite unlocking once I started actually learning the theory or the science behind that. I had the gift already, but when I took that knowledge in, it took me to a whole new level and kind of like was a catalyst for that exponential growth. So to me, knowledge and intuition are kind of like the left and right foot, that one gives way to the other one. You can't have too much of one. Like you have to take in some knowledge, but then integrate it and apply it, and then that becomes kind of part of your subconscious processing. So
One thing that I've noticed personally, developing my intuition, when I get a really strong intuitive uh, response, the voice after it is usually ego. So it's good to take it as it is. And Logan, what you were saying, that's phenomenal. I dig it.
right, let those two have a conversation for a minute. Let them just kind of like, it's like the parent just listening to the two kids kind of talking, and let him work it out and see where it goes, because sometimes, like, it depends.
Yeah.
my personal experience is coming from a right brain imbalance. I would consider an intuitive quality. Um, I, I'm a late bloomer all the way around, and I'm a musician too. And I even started playing music late in my teens. And then I ended up, playing on stage shortly after that. So I really had to learn how to do something really fast. And I never really had any problem being on a stage, but I had trouble learning how to play an instrument and understanding music theory. But it was, I pretty much rebelled fully against all knowledge, which was a really dumb thing to do. But I was lucky enough to go back to college in my 40s, because I'm the old guy here. And there was the right brain or the left brain development that I got from going back to college that brought my right brain into more of a balance, because I think of meditation as more of a coming to the middle. And I kind of think that a right brain imbalance would pull you farther from center, because you're already going more so into the intuitive. And I think the left brain propensities would be probably better remedied by the idea of the meditation. In other words, if I spent all my time meditating after that much time in my life in that right brain imbalance, I'd be in really bad shape right now. But yeah, anybody else want to talk on this?
I actually have some advice for someone. It's a little off topic than what we were talking about, but I think it's important for communication, because everyone knows when you're talking to friends, family members, just people in general, it's tough. It can be tough, but a method that I found that works pretty good is the Socratic method. So it's a method of asking questions to stimulate critical thinking. And is you focus on rights and morality. And, for instance, I ask someone, can I go rob my neighbor? Well, no. Okay, can I hire my friend? No. Can I hire a group of people and call myself government? And when you're asking them these questions, they'll start to fumble within their own logic, and it's a really good method. I think Larkin Rose talks about it too in his Candles in the Dark, the Socratic method, and it's easy because people always want to be defensive and be emotional when you're have an emotional reaction when you're trying to present information. But asking them questions, you're kind of directing the conversation, and
It lets them lead to their
yeah,
own cognitive dissonance. You're
exactly.
letting them walk right up to it, and then they are kind of faced with that choice of acknowledging it. But most of the time, they will like do the most absurd acrobatics to squirm out of the way.
Yeah.
It's actually really amazing to watch.
When my partner John and I we do education on the streets and we engage with people. Most people want to take the conversation and just take it left field, get it completely out of bounds on the conversation. So we have to hone them in and bring it back down to natural rights or morality. We stick to those basics. That's the foundation, and that's a good place to stay focused on and centered. Because it's real easy to get off topic and get into all kinds of crazy shit. So, just a little advice.
Especially in these crazy times. You know, it's tough to keep people focused on what you're actually talking about. 'Cause people
Well,
want to
yeah.
go nuts. You know what I mean? They yell in your face because all this mind control programming poured in it all day, every day, and they just want to explode. They don't know what to do with it. And
Well,
if you can help them figure it out for themselves instead of them just trying to yell at you, you know, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh no, sorry to interrupt.
I'm yelling at you now. Go
Well,
ahead,
most of
man.
the time they want to externalize it. They're looking for the external control. So when you're doing the Socratic method, you're talking about rights, you're bringing it more internally because you're asking them questions on morality and what they think of it. So it kind of hits home. And you'll drop hard seeds on them, and I think that's what we're doing. We're way showers and planting seeds, and then follow up on those for a little bit of watering if possible.
Great. Okay, so Tyler's brought 3 more questions in. So how about we try to field these and then we'll try to wrap it up. And it's been a big marathon for me, and I'm sure we'd all like to kick back a little bit. And it's just, I got a lot to celebrate. I mean, this has been the greatest thing I've ever been part of, and I'm sure you guys would like to get back to it too. But let's try to field these 3 questions and then maybe try to wrap it up. How's that sound? The first question, probably a good one here for Will. Is it practical to teach natural law to children in a stepwise progression? Any tips or advice on this matter, James Cordner?
Oh, what 100%. 100%. My daughter is about to be 8, and the Give to Nature book is so good for kids because you have the visual aspect, but it allows parents to elaborate. The most important, you can take your child out into the outside world and show them. For instance, my daughter and I, we garden, so I can explain the principles, and she can see the cycles and all this kind of stuff that she can relate to on a very practical level. And absolutely 100%, I highly recommend it. And when you're talking about self-ownership, there's a level of communication. Being a parent, you're not going to use huge words. You got to make it more simple, but they'll understand. You can use a toy, right? It's like, this is your toy, okay, can't take it, and you get the idea. But start them as young as possible, and don't lie to them. Tell them the truth.
Who else wants to chime in on that one?
I'll jump in on that. I agree with what Will said. Start as early as possible. Give children credit for being able to recognize truth when it is spoken to them. So don't shelter them from the information. What I would recommend is, as Will said, use a visual aid, such as a child's book like Indica's book, which is fantastic, or simply make notes from a presentation yourself as the parent, and then make a very, very simple outline using very simple concepts and easy to understand wording, and then just take them through it one step at a time on their own terms. And if you want to even find some images to show them while you explain to them what you're explaining, visual aids will often help hold their attention. But the main thing to keep in mind, as Will said, is just be open and honest with them, go slowly, and do not, hold back insofar as like thinking that they will not be able to grasp it or understand it even at a very early age. The more you speak to them in plain, easy to understand terms, and just repeat it to them to the extent that it is necessary until they grasp it, you'll be effective, and just have confidence as a parent that you'll be able to communicate what you want them to learn regarding morality and natural law, and then just spend the time, take the time and the attention to actually sit down with the child and do that and go over it until you feel that they have a firm understanding of it. And I think it will absolutely work. And I think it's something that they'll probably actually appreciate, because they have probably never heard that from any other human being, and it's probably a new concept to them, and they'll be very curious about it, and will probably ask a lot of questions. So it absolutely can be done, and that's my take on approaching that topic.
I actually can't wait for the questions myself. I'm like waiting patiently for him to get old enough to start asking me these questions. I'm so excited, you
Well,
know.
that's what I was going to
And
say. Everybody dreads the why stage. That's like the
yeah,
golden opportunity. It's
yeah,
asking why. It's a chance for you to even say, "Well, I don't know. Let's go find out."
exactly.
You
And the
know?
gardening thing, what you said, Will, is great because it gives you all the possibilities. Like everything is there and you can go touch it and it'll, you know what I mean? It's a tangible thing that you can show her. And like, I mean, I'm thinking about like, if I was to draw an outline for my son, he wouldn't like want to like just sit and look at the paper. You know what I mean? I think that like gardening is like, it gives you the ability to like talk about anything, all principles, or I mean, because like nature is there, you can talk about anything and relate it, or some other thing that you do. If you are well spoken enough, you can relate anything to the principles that are important that you're trying to teach. I mean, you start with the principles, and then stepwise progression from there. You know what I mean? Like the
Absolutely.
principle of self ownership and do no harm, take no shit, all this, you know, and that moves out and builds upon, and that, like that's the core. And just like what we had to do, and we stripped away all the shit that we knew, we had to bring it to that again and start there and have a new core. Except we're starting with a fresh core. You know, we don't have to strip the shit away. They get it like all these years ahead of time. So like my son is gonna be well ahead of where I'm at by the time I'm this age. I hope, if he listens. You know, I just can't wait. I'm excited.
My daughter is one of my biggest teachers. She teaches so much about myself because it's like a little mini me. It's a reflection. I can see characteristics that she picked up from me or her mom, and so it's really, I think it's good. Mark nailed it on what he was saying, and it's good to see your children as equals and have that student teacher relationship, and then have fun with it.
I really like the idea of the gardening, and you know what that to me emphasizes is the time and attention that the children really need. And yeah, on a cautionary note, I think that treating the children, like they don't have the capacity to understand, conditions them for this religion of authority in their adulthood. And I think we have to really be cautious about that, because that's how we're really being treated when we look at the mainstream media. Is that, you know, the whole concept of government is that we need perennial parents from cradle to grave, because we never learned how to deal with truth, and we're probably never even given the opportunity, and then come to find out none of the adults in most cases had it in the first place. But I liked Mark Passio's was good advice for me. Of course, all my children are grown now, but I could have used that advice back in the day when he said go slow, because I was a little bit, I wasn't going to hold anything back from them, and I had a lot of work on myself I probably needed to do, but I've always tried to treat them as equals, and with the capacity to, and that paid off later on, but it was a struggle going through it without the knowledge. And I ended up taking parenting classes to help get through that. But, it's a difficult job. And I think the thing that children need the most is ways to connect with their familiar bond, or their parents and their family. But they need to be treated like they have as much capacity. And based on what we see in the adult world, quote unquote, and the level of tyranny that we're facing now. I mean, what adult, would it could actually say that the children can't process the information better than they can?
I agree
So,
that they need to be respected. I mean, they are souls just like us. They just happen to be in a younger body, and they need to be treated with the same respect and, given the same ability and the same, give them the knowledge too. You know what I mean? Even though they might be too young or whatnot, do your best and treat them with the same respect that you would an adult. They just happen to be in a young body. I totally agree with you, Douglas.
You want them to figure it out on their own. You're the facilitator, but they need to integrate it, not just memorize it.
right.
And regurgitate just information. They actually need to. It's got to be something that they can interact with and experience. So
That's just what I was going to say is ultimately, if you are their model, then you are to be that master magician that's applying your imagination and my imagination to create those experiences for them, for which they can actually see the evidence of those lessons for themselves. They don't need to believe you. You don't need to impose anything on them. You use your creative ability to create experiences for them that are safe but challenging, that perfect balance that creates flow state. And then that's going to be the best thing you can do for them, and give them that care and attention to do that, to put that creative force to their benefit.
There's a lot I could say about this. Go ahead.
no, I was just last point I was going to say. Even if you have kids that are older, they're grown. You're still the parent because you can still lead by example. So, good point, Logan.
And a lot of us grow up and end up, trying to raise our parents from that point. But, we all have information that we can share. And the whole point is to get into a state of growth and maintain a state of growth. Children need a lot of affirmation and they need a lot of attention, but you don't want to give them too much. But one thing I want to say about this is, yes, children are the future and they deserve to have a bright future. However, reaching the children is not the answer, because the children did not create this problem and they certainly cannot be expected to fix this problem. So ideally, it's the adults that we got to reach, and they are calcified and doubled down in their egos. So that's largely why it's called the great work. At this stage in the game, it's the great work and then some, because those are the people that we have to reach. And it's not really an organic, it's a lot of unlearning, like Mark said. And is parenting is a difficult thing to do, but I mean, my best advice to any parent out there is that give them as much attention and time as you can, and give them the affirmation that they need, but not too much. You don't want to put them on a pedestal, but you want to let them know they feel appreciated. And then, like I say, treating them with the confidence that they can learn anything that we know, over given amount of time. Some things you're not going to learn immediately, and some things have prerequisites. But that's also part of the building the trust bond. So I think that's important. So looks like we got Brandon trying to get in here. I think we got one more. Oh yeah, we got one
there's
more
someone,
question. It's kind
David
of a difficult.
Edwards wants to ask a live question. So David, you can go ahead and try to ask that now if you're available to try to ask that. You're off.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've got a question for Mark. Can Mark hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Hi, Mark. First of all, I'd like to thank you so much for teaching me about natural law. You've changed my life, man.
Thank you, David.
In return, I'd like to teach you something and ask you a couple of questions about it. In your podcast, I think it was somewhere in the 60s, but I can't find it through lots of searching. You mentioned about the Great Pyramid and the chakra system of the chambers in the Great Pyramid maybe being a ascension, instruction, and a record of the timeline of humanity. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you remember?
Yes, it's one of the theories of the method of construction of the pyramid. What may have been a encoding built into it, as I talked about in this presentation. There is an occult decoding of the pyramid as a timeline of life and about a learning and growth in spirituality in our life experience. And that's what I decoded toward the end of this presentation at S.E.E.D 4.
Yeah, you ready to have your mind blown, Mr. Passio?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you're aware that the speed of light in metric is indicated at the apex due to its latitude north in decimal, yes?
I've heard about this, yes.
Are you also aware that the speed of light in metric is indicated at the base of the Great Pyramid, in so much as if you draw a circle around it and a circle inside it and subtract the smaller circumference from the larger circumference, you're left with the speed of light in metric?
Okay.
So you've got the heavenly vector at the top and the earthly vector at the bottom, yes? The whole principle of ancient philosophy was to connect heaven and earth, whether that was the the plane of causation being the mental, energetic, spiritual plane, or the frequency, the high frequency and the low frequency, or whether it was metaphysical and physical. Well, how do you join the apex of the Great Pyramid to the base of the Great Pyramid? You look at the stones. Now, in the Great Pyramid, it's made up of over 200 layers of stones. And these stones, although they're all of different sizes, are consistent in height or thickness throughout each layer, okay?
Okay.
If you if you convert those stones, those layers to a pattern and mark out the layers which are over a meter thick or a meter high, as it were, then the pattern that you're left with corresponds and correlates exactly with the electromagnetic spectrum. So you've got light referenced 3 times in the Great Pyramid, which connects heaven and earth, connects the apex and the base. Now, the visible light spectrum in the electromagnetic spectrum, the position of that is positioned to the 5th chamber, the unopened chamber, which you might call the throat chakra in the chakra system of the Great Pyramid. Now, bearing in mind that we're trying to connect heart energy and brain energy, the only way to do that in the chakra system is through the throat, because you've got the 4th chakra of the heart and the 6th chakra and 7th maybe of the brain, the mind, and the way to do that is to connect them is through the throat, the 5th chakra. Yeah.
So could that be a possible reference to coming into a vibration of truth and speaking it to others. Is that
Absolutely,
what you're
sir.
getting
That's
at? Yeah.
100% what it's about. Yes, sir. I'm glad you understand completely and are aware of this. I've been
It's the
told
way
by a
we,
few of you
yeah, it's the way we
gatekeepers that you
express.
wouldn't be interested, but it's
Yeah.
very important.
Definitely
And
email me about it. I'd like to look into what you're referencing there a little bit further. But yeah, it's how we interact with and express ourselves to others, and the most important way of doing that is through speech that is in alignment with truth. It's what
Absolutely,
I've
sir.
made my life about, and it's what I hope other people will take up as their personal work and their personal journey. I mean, look at this phenomenal lineup of speakers, people who are reaching others with their voice. That's all coming from that throat chakra. And I love what Regina did earlier in the guided meditation, talking about the throat chakra as a mechanism of speaking truth and activating courage within ourselves. So many people out there may even know a lot of this information, but are haven't developed the courage to speak it, especially publicly or online. And hopefully an event like this will serve as a mechanism of inspiring people to open up their, not only their heart chakra for care for truth, but for the throat chakra for being able to develop the courage to speak it publicly out there, so that other people may learn it, because everybody has their own unique way of doing that. So I think it's a great point that you brought up there, David.
Thank you, Mark. I'd just like to say that the speed of light at the apex and the speed of light at the base aren't my discoveries, but the correlation of the electromagnetic spectrum and all of the spiritual technology and analysis that comes from it is my discovery. I've been trying to get through to you for a year. You've got an email from me in your email box with the attachment of the diagram explaining, showing what I've just told you. And
I have not seen that, so send it again. I get so much email. It may have gone into a spam folder, been interpreted as spam. Just send it again, and I will definitely check it out. I'll get back to you.
Okay, I've also sent you a friend request on Facebook. I know you don't use it an awful lot, and Leah tends to look at it, but I've been trying to get hold of you for the past 6 months, a year at least, and it's really difficult with your gatekeepers to get through to you personally. And I'm so pleased to have got through tonight, and that you're interested in it, because we've got to talk, sir, about this. It's we can use this to enlighten the world. The Great Pyramid is not only a record of humanity and a instruction manual on the microcosmic and macrocosmic level, it's also a consciousness generator and an ascension machine, and it's sent to us for this purpose at this time, to generate the consciousness and enlighten the world. We can use it as a teaching maquette to enlighten the world, basically, to re-illuminate, as one of the speakers was talking about, re-illumination. Which one was that? I can't remember now. I'm sorry. It's,
that was Nate.
Yeah, that's
David,
Nate Cap. Yeah,
thank you.
Brilliant,
I think it's
brilliant, Nate. That was.
I'm
sorry, Mark. It's 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I think it's a great point
UK.
that you brought up. Definitely, social media like Facebook is not the best way of getting a hold of me, because it's just, there's so much there, and I really don't, as you said, I don't use it extremely a lot. I use it pretty sparingly. Just resend the email, and I will check it out, and we can maybe have a discussion on it at some point. So thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for the great information and the great questions. And yeah, Mark, I really loved your ascension analysis on the inner chambers of the Great Pyramid. I think that's very important information. And
Thank you. I wanted to do something, interject something that was kind of special for this presentation. And, obviously that, theory or decoding has been out there for quite some time, but I felt like I wanted to, add a little bit of a special analysis there, that connects with the topic for this presentation.
Yeah, I love that part. It was really great. And it's very important information for us all to understand. So I'm looking forward to getting back to that material and working with it more myself. So we got a couple more questions, guys, and then we had a live question. So that's really great. Looks like we got a couple of the panel members having trouble getting in. So let's try to field these questions and then wrap it up. How's that sound? So this is for all of us here. This is a good question. Um, he says, James McCormick wants to know, what would the path for integration into a society based in natural law be for those who are beneficiaries or enforcers of the current paradigm? Anybody want to take that one? I'll read the question again if I need to. Yes, he wants to understand how that would look in the transition, you know.
My question would be, are we already talking about natural law being established in society, and what it would be like for people who, are coming from the old paradigm, or I guess he means in the transition now, in the world as it is now, how would we get those who are beneficiaries or enforcers of the current way that the world is to move toward an understanding of natural law and give
Yeah.
up their evil ways, so to speak. I think it's very, very, very difficult. That is what the great work is to actually do. And, I mean, I'll start an answer to this. And again, people chime in as they wish. But I think really, if somebody's very tied, it depends on how egoically calcified and tied to their entrenched belief system they are. And I think what's really one of the only ways, unless something very unique happens to that in that person's life experience, is they're going to have to become uncomfortable and suffer. They're going to have to experience suffering. Suffering is not necessarily what we could call always evil or negative. Sometimes suffering is there to awaken us, to push us into levels of discomfort until we abandon a wrong, erroneous and dogmatic and calcified belief system. This is how it happened for me. I wasn't at all really a beneficiary of the existing system, but I was a pusher of it. I was an ideologue of it, you could say, and I had to suffer until my ego brought me to a place where it was either ascend or die. It was either come out of that state or physically you're not going to live too much longer. And it brought me into the depths of total despair and depression earlier in my life until, I finally had to acknowledge that the problem, lay in my own thinking. And I think that's what's going to have to happen for many, many, many people, unfortunately. It's a sad fact of the matter, but I think really unfortunately, one of the only paths out of that mindset for people like that is going to be to suffer to such an uncomfortable extent that they finally have to realize that the problem lies in their thinking and they have to abandon that way of thinking and that paradigm. But the only question is, how much suffering is that going to take?
Anybody else want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, it brought up for me kind of the thinking that comes along with the statist mentality. And I'm not saying the person that asked the question is taking this mentality, but it is what is still kind of left in the programming when coming out of that is, this question of like, how would this work or how would that work, as if there has to be one way that everybody does things, right? And we all just kind of like have to do that. That's what the current system is. So I already see things kind of shifting almost to what like Thomas Sheridan talks about as a parallel society, where people are kind of just seeing that the system isn't working and trying to peacefully exit and just go do their own thing. And at some point, we'll see how long that can coexist. Right now, that's kind of happening more and more. And then we'll just see, like, it's usually the diseased mind virus, the religionists that can't tolerate freedom coexisting with their, you know, enslaved mentality and are the ones that are going to go and try to like disrupt that, not the other way around. But that, does that make sense as far as like the whole integration thing, you know, instead of just everybody just kind of like making this one big transformation into something different, it's going to be like a lot of sharding. I think a lot of fractalization of society into different kind of paradigms of people seeking their own form of freedom and trying to live that out, and then like seeing who else is doing what and like trying different things, that sort of thing. That's sort of what I envision.
Who else wants to chime in on that one?
Yeah, I agree with Logan. It's putrefaction, right? It's the breaking down, and people are gonna clutch onto that and hang on to that for dear life, to death. I believe, it'll get that bad for some people, but um, ultimately it will kind of just break away and fade off. Hopefully, that's what we're going for. We're going for evolution. So that's on their journey, their soul journey. That's why the shadow work is so important to do, to face it, to face those the dark insecurities and the skeletons in the closet.
Yeah, I'm thinking as part of the great work, and that's what I see the light workers doing, is trying to facilitate that with the least amount of suffering as possible. And it's those that are calcified in that ego that are taking the path of the way Mark put it, the path of maximum pain. So the light workers, part of our great work is to try to minimize that maximum pain, and that's where the cohesion, or that's where the friction is. So and I just, I think this is a good opportunity to make a point about social Darwinism, because a lot of people can understand social Darwinism on the premise of it, but I want to explain it that it's part of how we fall low, because people want that petty power, and they'll allow themselves to fall lower as long as they come out on top of somebody else, and then can look down and feel better about themselves and their disposition, all the way to the point where we want to put our children to be raised by the state in public school. And I don't think you can fall much lower than that, but I think it's all a result of the social Darwinism and the idea of having a leg up. So I think that the social Darwinism translates as having a leg up, and that's the power that people feared to relinquish, or their entire ego identification is built on top of, but also that's how we fall low.
Yeah, plus, it with natural law, right? You're going to get what you give. So on the aggregate level, this isn't going to last for too long before the rubber band snaps back. And I'm saying this like in a bad way. It's not gonna work out well, but there's only so much nature will take before it comes crushing back down. Um, so
That's interesting you just said about natural law, knowing that you're going to get what you give. That's a proactive mentality, right? Proactive. I'm going to put this out and then it's going to come back to me. Most everyone else who is stuck in the satanic mindset, they're in the fear-based reactive mentality of, I'm going to give what I think I'm going to get. In other words, everybody else is out to get me and cut my throat, so I'm just going to do it to them first. That way it's justified in my own mind for doing that, because they would have done it first. It's the exact inverse. The law of correspondence is the false version.
yeah, it's solipsism, right? They only care about themselves versus someone that is, in harmony with the laws, understands the law of one. We're all a big human family. I think that's why, people that understand objective morality and the laws of nature, they have an immediate connection because they understand this foundational energy that unites all of us. So, when we connect with someone that knows the information for the first time, it's a strong connection. It can be. It's almost like just true human familia in some way, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. So I got one more question for us, guys, and then we're going to wrap it up after that. And it's kind of addressed to me, but I'm going to ask for you guys' help a little bit with this, just to see where this goes, and then we'll wrap it up. Diana Diaz says, Douglas, you had spoken about the Sinclair family of Scotland on day one, and they're fleeing from continental Europe. Do you know their family's involvement with dark occult from that time until today and their whereabouts? So the first thing is the family's whereabouts. I can't say I know exactly where they are, but I can say that I see evidence that they are here in America, in this country, and that there seems to be a connection with the Sinclairs with Samuel Morse, who was the inventor of the Morse code. And that's interesting because that's a form of cryptology, and it's a huge subject. But my whole point about it was how the knowledge had managed to come into the West, following the Dark Age and the anti rationalism of the Latin Christendom, and the idea that they were dark occult, I wouldn't necessarily agree with. But to fully understand that's a huge subject, you would have to really understand, most of the history of continental Europe and understand the difference between Britain, because it's a unique history in Britain. But ideally, the takeaway on it is understanding how the knowledge managed to come into the West and how the modus operandi of the Roman Church was to eradicate anything non-Christian or or not received from their ministry. So anybody else want to chime in on that one? I'd like to hear from all of you on that one, if you can. Anybody,
I'll jump in. I'll jump in real quick. I would say that while I don't particularly make it a speciality of mine to study bloodlines or, particular, families regarding, occultism, my speciality lies in the ideologies, and the mind control methodologies that they employ. So speaking as to what happened to that family, the Sinclairs, I wouldn't have any information regarding that, but I could tell Diana that if she wanted to ask anybody about that, the only people that I know that might have more information would who do get into familial bloodline aspects of the dark occult are the two people that I know personally that do that is Fritz Springmeyer and possibly Jay Parker. So they might be avenues of potentially being able to ask for more information. So just wanted to let her know that.
Yeah, I recall Jay talking about that. So yeah, I'd like to revisit some of Jay's work. How about you, Will?
I don't have too much to add to that, but I will say that I don't focus on the bloodlines as well. I don't even really focus on trying to figure out who they are. I mean, I'm aware of the ideologies and the type of people they are, but I'm talking about even Bill Gates. I have a general information. I understand that he's what he is. He's a eugenicist and et cetera, et cetera. The real problem is the majority of people with an incorrect mentality. That's the big problem. So again, it's just kind of honing in and consolidating the information and focusing on the actual causal factors for me personally.
I fully agree with that. It's about following the ideologies. It's not really about the who, it's about the why. However, we do need to be aware of our surroundings and any potential impending danger in our surroundings.
There's definitely a balance to strike, I think, in terms of the research and where you go down that rabbit hole, because like know thy enemy and understand those things, but all those extra, there's definitely too many, in my opinion, conspiracy theorists that know way too many facts about this happened and this false flag and whatever, but they don't understand the first thing about themselves and on a spiritual level.
Yeah, we need to go back to fundamental axioms and put first things first. And that's why they're called principles. That's what has to be focused on primarily. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
And let's hear from Sean before I wrap this up for us. What do you think about this topic, Sean?
And I put my finger up because I was listening to Mark and I said principles and I pointed to my temple. I wasn't actually raising my hand. The Sinclair Broadcasting Group or Sinclair Oil Refining are these things related to that? Lawrence brought up Sinclair Broadcasting Group in the chat.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I mean, I know there's something to the bloodlines. We're talking about dynastic families that have survived through the centuries, and they do hold power. However, the idea of marginalizing a resistance to not only the English crown but also the Roman Church during that Renaissance period, I mean, my first suspicion would be that the modus operandi of the Roman Church would be to marginalize anything non-Christian, and the fact that they're being persecuted, the Templars being persecuted by the church and fleeing to Scotland, was their last safe haven. And then the whole history of William Wallace and Robert Bruce. It's a long story, but it's fascinating to study, and it's something that I study and will continue to study. But again, I agree with the whole panel. It's not about the who, it's about knowing the self and understanding causality, understanding how the nature of evil in our world, and the depths to which we understand the nature of evil is equal to the heights to which we understand good. So if anybody else has anything else to say, I want to thank everybody for your participation in the Q&A, and just great job on presentations and helping make this event happen for us. So it's just been one of the most exciting times of my life, and I hope you all feel the same.
Absolutely. I want to say thank you to everyone who helped to organize the event. Just a great job all around from everybody, from all of the presenters, to Brandon for hosting it, to the tech team, to Tyler for really holding down his end of the technology as well. It was an honor to be part of it and to broadcast it live on the One Great Work Network. And I hope everybody who participated and viewed the event thoroughly enjoyed it and learned a lot from it. And I think that this is a prime example of the One Great Work in action.
Will?
Yeah, phenomenal job, everyone, the whole S.E.E.D team, the presenters. It was solid all the way through the lineup. How you guys had the scheduling and stuff. It was really good, and everyone that attended on all the platforms and viewed. Appreciate you all, and thank you guys for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Great. How about you, Logan?
Yeah, absolutely. It was such an honor and a pleasure to be a part of this event, and it was a really sweet experience to be a presenter and still a participant and a viewer as well. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I agree with Will. Everybody was just solid through and through. I love the very vast range of information, but of course it all ties together, so beautifully, weaves together. And I just love taking it all in over the past 2 days, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you for everyone who put it together and executed. Amazing job.
And let's hear from Sean.
I want to say thank you for being invited to Brandon, and it pushed me to really focus on something that I think to myself, and I have this theory, and I bring it to Mark when, you know, in private, I tell Mark, hey, listen to this. And he says, oh, yeah, that's interesting. And then we go about our day and it's like, it's gone, you know, and this helps me focus it, get it all on the paper, get it, you know, encapsulated and easy. I mean, it was a learning experience for me and on many levels. And, you know, and plus because it took another year for this to happen, I kept looking and I kept learning and like Kubrick, the way that it just unfolds like an onion and everything connects to everything, you know, it's not like a dead end, like a fake facsimile. Like it's something that you need to look at and it just keeps going. And it really influenced like I had to rewrite it, you know, and it's way better now than what I had planned for last year. I'm glad I was able to get it all together and there's so much that because I kept looking, there's just so much more. And like, so I'm going to keep doing more and keep releasing pieces because I couldn't get it all in. I only had like an hour. So, I mean, I even went over 17 minutes, but I had to make room for everybody else. You know, I can't just take everybody's time. So, anyway, I thought it was great and it was a learning experience and I appreciate every minute. Thank you.
I want to personally thank you, Sean, for participating, and thank Logan, Will, and Mark for participating. And you know, I mean, it's like I say, it's been the experience of my life, and you all did such a fantastic job with your personal work, and then helping on the support team. And so I'll go ahead and say good night, and I'll wrap this up for us, gentlemen. So I'm going to take us out here with a little bit of a wrap. Special thanks to Tyler Bloyer, Lauren Striggs on the control team, and special thanks to Autonomy, the One Great Work Network, and the Cubbyhole. And I guess that's it. I hope everybody received value from the information presented at the conference, and look forward to seeing you again in the future. Don't forget to donate at whatonearthishappening.com. You can find gifts there and lots of great information. Also, you can make donations at cubbyhole.com and on the onegreatworknetwork.com. Thank you and keep up the great work. Good night. Good night, John.